Rimuru Tempest, a salaryman who got reincarnated as an ordinary slime in a cave. However, in this cave he found a sealed dragon, Veldora, who gave him divine protection in return that he frees him in the future. Now with divine protection, he becomes useful, unlike yourself, and grows to establish a village while gaining overpowered skills. However, as time flows and troubles awaits him, he is forced to make harsh decisions, even if that means he has to Chris Breezy a evil demon lord. Now for the topic, if Rimuru is a girl or a boy, I honestly have no idea, so we're gonna go with his past life. But anyways, the anime begins in a city under attack by planes and a girl desperately running for shelter with her mother. Suddenly, the mother disappears in a fiery blaze, leaving the kid in tears. Just when you thought things couldn't get more heated, a flaming tornado whisks the girl away like she's auditioning for a fireworks show. Fast forward to present-day Tokyo. Meet Satoru Mikami, a 37-year-old bachelor who's waited so long for love that even his microwave has given up on him. He's got a decent life, but there's one thing missing: a girlfriend. Not having one doesn't really bother him though. As Satoru strolls down the street, lost in thought about his loveless life, his buddy Temura pops up, eager to introduce Satoru to his new flame. Enter Miho, Temura's girlfriend. She's seen Satoru around before but never talked to him until now. Satoru, being the hilarious guy he is, decides to mess with Miho by claiming he knows all about her celebrity status due to some juicy rumors. Miho's face turns as red as a tomato on a hot summer's day, but don't worry, Temura reassures her that Satoru's just cracking jokes. As they head out for a meal at Satoru's favorite restaurant, they suddenly hear a commotion. A wild man wielding a dagger appears out of nowhere and charges at Temura. Satoru, in a daring act of bravery, shoves Temura aside and takes a dagger to the back. The attacker makes a run for it, leaving Satoru confused and in pain. Temura calls for an ambulance, and Satoru's thinking, great, I finally get some action, and it's a dagger in the back. While bleeding and pondering his life choices, Satoru reaches out to Temura with his blood-stained hand and delivers his last request: wipe the hard drive on his computer at home. Temura, who wanted to impress Satoru with Miho, is now in tears, and Satoru, in his final moments, advises Temura to take good care of her. He never imagined he'd die a virgin, but he's determined that if he's reborn, he'll be a real Casanova, making up for lost time. Satoru's life flashes before his eyes, and he thinks about how close he was to hitting that big 4-0 as a virgin. In his next life, he might even become a legendary sage. As Satoru closes his eyes and prepares to meet the great beyond, he gains consciousness once more, but things have taken a strange twist. Satoru awakens in a peculiar world as a slime. Yes, you read that right, a slime. He starts bouncing around, realizing that his slime body is pretty handy. He doesn't even need to eat or sleep. But something's up, he hasn't pooped yet. As he continues his slimy escapades, a mysterious voice informs him that all the stuff he's dissolving is stored in his unique stomach. He can analyze and acquire skills from the objects he ingests, and he even learns to make healing potions from the plants he dissolves. Handy, right? Satoru gets so excited that he gobbles up some fancy stones, but his slimy enthusiasm gets him into a lake. No worries, though, he absorbs the water and unlocks a new skill: water pressure propulsion. Now he's not just any slime, he's a high-speed, hydro-powered slime. As he zooms around, he smacks into an invisible wall, but no pain here, his regeneration skill has him covered. Then, he hears a mysterious voice again. This time, a weird creature offers him a deal, eyes in exchange for not being scared after seeing him and promising to visit later. Satoru agrees, and this strange dragon creature tells him how to unlock his secret skill of magic sense. Suddenly, Satoru sees everything, including the dragon, who introduces himself as Storm Dragon Veridora, one of only 4 true dragons in this world. Apparently, slimes with self-awareness are as rare as finding a unicorn in your backyard. Satoru spills the beans about his reincarnation tale to Veridora, who mentions that people usually arrive in this magical world as otherworlders, gaining special abilities in the process. As for Veridora, he was sealed because of a little mishap involving a town and a barbecue gone wrong. A hero with divine protection sealed him in this cave for 3 centuries. Satoru and Veridora become unlikely friends, and Satoru realizes that life has a funny way of surprising you, even if it involves becoming a slime in a magical world. Meanwhile, Temura faithfully wipes the data on Satoru's computer as instructed, unknowingly contributing to the weirdest adventure ever. Satoru's heart goes out to the poor dragon, stuck in that cave for a staggering 300 years. The dragon desperately asks Satoru if there's any way to get him out before his magic runs out. It turns out, the dragon is like a leaky balloon, slowly losing its magicules. No wonder the cave is chock full of magical herbs and ores, it's like a mystical Costco in there. Satoru tries his predator skill to absorb the imprisonment spell, but alas, no luck. The voice in Satoru's head suggests that if he analyzes the unlimited imprisonment from both inside and out, he might crack the code. The catch? The dragon's skills are locked up tighter than a bank vault. But Satoru has an idea. What if the dragon just feeds him the data? It would take some time, but Satoru figures he might as well multitask while in this magical world. Plus, he's itching to find other people from his world. So, he proposes to the dragon, "How about you hop in my stomach, and together we'll unlock this prison like a dynamic duo." The dragon finds this proposal absolutely hilarious and agrees. Satoru is puzzled by the dragon's hearty laughter, but hey, teamwork makes the dream work. Before the dragon becomes one with Satoru's digestive system, they decide to give each other names. Satoru christens the dragon Tempest, and the dragon dubs Satoru Rimuru. These names aren't just for show, they're engraved on their souls. With the formalities out of the way, Rimuru swallows both the imprisonment spell and Tempest. The cave where Veldora had been trapped is located in the Great Forest of Jura, a region with several neighboring countries. In one of these countries, the Kingdom of Belmond, Minister Baron Vriard has some pressing questions. He consults Guildmaster Fuse about the mysterious disappearance of Veldora, the Storm Dragon. Fuse knows about the dragon and promises to investigate personally, making sure to keep an eye on the Great Forest of Jura and the other kingdoms. Little does Rimuru know, his actions are setting off a chain reaction of chaos in the surrounding nations. Meanwhile, Rimuru explores the cave for an exit, spending days munching on herbs and ores and gaining new skills left and right. He now has water manipulation skills, which he combines with his water pressure propulsion and water movement abilities to become a bona fide waterbender. Rimuru also encounters a black serpent and gains a poisonous breath skill, making his breath fresh in more ways than one. He even runs into an Armorosaurus, defeats it, and acquires body armor. It's like he's collecting skills like trading cards. As weeks pass in his cave adventures, Rimuru stumbles upon a wooden door. It magically opens, revealing 3 adventurers on the other side. Rimuru eavesdrops on their conversation thanks to his nifty magic sense, and he realizes these are the first humans he's seen in this world. One of the adventurers uses a stealth art to make everyone invisible, leaving Rimuru flabbergasted. Emerging from the cave, the adventurers sense something amiss but shrug it off. Rimuru realizes he has a lot of stories to concoct for Veldora when they reunite, thinking about all the bizarre encounters he's had so far. Just as he ponders Veldora's reaction to his tales, a group of tiny goblins appears before him, armed to the teeth. The goblins are trembling in fear, and one of them tentatively calls Rimuru a strong one. Rimuru decides to assert his dominance and introduces himself with a booming voice, inadvertently scaring the goblins to their knees. They beg him to stop, and Rimuru, feeling a bit like a rock star, listens to their tale. The goblins sensed a powerful monster and ventured into the forest to investigate. With Rimuru's immense power, they request his assistance. Rimuru obliges and is escorted to the goblin village, where he meets the elder. As it turns out, the goblin's god had disappeared a month ago, and that god is none other than Veldora. Without Veldora's protection, the goblins have been under attack by other monsters, and they implore Rimuru for help. Rimuru maintains his modesty, even though his power is radiating like a neon sign. Eventually, he agrees to help the goblins, who have faced tragedy with the loss of 100 direwolves and the elder's son. In exchange for his protection, the goblins pledge their loyalty to him. As they discuss their situation, the direwolves begin to howl, sending shivers down the goblins' spines. Rimuru steps up as their newfound hope, and just like that, he becomes the goblin leader. After Rimuru swallowed Veldora, they embarked on the arduous journey of analyzing the seal together, with the ultimate goal of setting Veldora free. But Rimuru's adventures didn't stop there. As he emerged from the cave, he encountered a group of goblins in dire need of assistance. These goblins were beaten down and scrawny, clearly no match for the direwolves threatening their village. Rimuru, being the compassionate slime he is, tried to lift the spirits of these downtrodden goblins. He encouraged them with words of hope and unity. However, before he could fully motivate them, he decided to visit the wounded goblins in one of the huts. What he saw was a goblin with deep wounds in dire need of medical attention. Rimuru, not one to stand by idly, absorbed one of the wounded goblins and promptly threw it away, completely healed. The goblin looked puzzled for a moment, then realized it felt better than ever. Rimuru repeated this miraculous act for all the wounded goblins, tossing potions from his body like they were party favors. The goblins were now not only healed but also astounded. Their elder couldn't believe his eyes as he witnessed Rimuru's extraordinary healing abilities. He immediately ordered the goblins to start building a fence and fortifying their village against the impending direwolf attack. Speaking of the direwolves, they weren't about to let the goblins off easy. Led by their pack leader, they launched an attack on the village, howling their intentions. When they reached the village, they were met with a flimsy-looking fence. The pack leader, brimming with arrogance, ordered his pack to trample the fence and shed goblin blood. As the wolves charged, many of them met their doom thanks to a cleverly placed steel thread trap set up by Rimuru. The pack leader, however, wasn't deterred. He charged at Rimuru, furious at the mere sight of a slime giving orders. But Rimuru had a few tricks up his metaphorical sleeve. The leader found himself trapped by sticky threads and promptly lost his head to Rimuru's water blade. Rimuru, now a wolf thanks to his mimic ability, tried to warn the pack to submit or face dire consequences. Unfortunately, the pack couldn't understand him, so Rimuru absorbed the deceased leader, gaining his skills, including the ability to communicate through thoughts, heightened senses of smell, and a menacing aura. Transformed into a wolf, Rimuru decided to assert his newfound authority. The rest of the pack wisely yielded to Rimuru's leadership. The battle was over, but now Rimuru had to deal with a goblin and wolf alliance. He paired them up and ordered them to work together, ensuring peace in his budding community. Naming was Rimuru's secret weapon. By giving names to just a few, he inadvertently raised the rank of all monsters, causing them to evolve. The goblins and wolves weren't scrawny anymore, they were a force to be reckoned with. Even the elder, Rigurd, had transformed into a muscle-bound powerhouse. Rimuru, realizing the potential of naming, declared Rigurd as the goblin lord and laid down some laws for the community to follow. But there were still problems to solve. Houses and clothes were on the top of the list. Rigurd suggested seeking the help of dwarves, who were renowned for their craftsmanship. With a new mission in mind, Rimuru set off on a journey towards the kingdom of dwarves, leaving behind a community of goblins and wolves ready to take on the world. Following the Emiled River north, Rimuru, accompanied by Ranga, a few other wolves, and goblins, embarked on their journey towards Dworgen, the kingdom of dwarves. Alongside them were Rigger, two other goblins, and Gopta, their trusty guide who had visited Dworgen before. As they settled in their camp one evening, Rigger revealed that he had been named by a passing demon named Lord Jelmud, an officer in the Demon Lord's army. This revelation piqued Rimuru's interest in the complex world of demon lords and heroes, but he had one clear goal: to avoid getting tangled up with either of them. Rimuru turned to Ranga and asked if he held any grudge for Rimuru's role in his father's demise. However, Ranga's loyalty was unwavering, and he declared his gratitude to Rimuru alone. Their destination was the armed nation of Dworgen, a city beautifully constructed within a modified natural cave system. It was home to various races, including dwarves, humans, and even elves. The dwarf king, Gazel Dwargo, was renowned as the hero king. As Gobda provided more information about Dwargo, Rimuru couldn't help but imagine the beauty of elves. Dwargo was a neutral trade center, and its military might was unparalleled. Fighting within the kingdom was strictly prohibited, as the Dwargo army had been undefeated for 1,000 years. Anyone who provoked them was deemed a dumb. After a 3-day journey, they finally reached Dworgen, thanks to Ranga and his fellow wolves. Rimuru, still daydreaming about beautiful elves, decided to take Gobta with him while instructing the others to remain outside to avoid drawing attention. However, even at the entrance gate, a long line awaited them. As they stood in line, two troublemakers set their sights on Gobta, aiming to capture Rimuru due to his rarity as a talking slime. Rimuru ordered Gobta to close his eyes and ears and stepped forward to handle the thugs. Transforming into a tempest wolf, Rimuru attempted to scare them off. But the thugs weren't so easily dissuaded and called for backup. They began attacking Rimuru, whose slimy body proved impervious to their blows. In a final attempt, Rimuru unleashed his menace attack, causing chaos and fear. 16 people fled, 68 were left bewildered, 92 fainted, and 34 had less control over their bladders. Amidst the chaos, Rimuru and Gobta were captured by the head of security, Kaido. Rimuru apologized for the trouble they caused, but before Kaido could release them, his subordinate informed him of an armor Sarasu in the mine, which posed a significant threat to the miners. The miners were gravely injured, and Kaido lacked the necessary magic potion to heal them. Rimuru offered Kaido his own healing potion, which saved the miners' lives. Grateful for Rimuru's assistance, Kaido released them, treated them to a meal, and shared his reason for being in Dworgen. The next day, accompanied by Kaido, Rimuru ventured into the city. Kaido introduced him to skilled blacksmiths, including his own brother, Kaijin Blacksmith. 3 miners who had been saved by Rimuru's healing potion also joined them, and they shared their tale of Rimuru's heroics with Kaijin. Kaijin apologized for not being able to help more, as he was currently swamped with crafting 20 longswords for Minister Vesta. These swords needed to be delivered by the end of the week, and he had only managed to complete one due to a shortage of materials. Kaijin had initially declined the order but was manipulated into accepting it through gaslighting. Kaijin was also short on magic ore, which was what the miners had been attempting to extract before the trouble occurred. If he failed to deliver the swords, his blacksmithing license would be revoked. Rimuru came to the rescue, throwing up the much-needed magic ore, impressing Kaijin with its purity. In gratitude for Rimuru's help with mending the goblins' clothing and homes, Kaijin got to work on his sword crafting. Rimuru requested one of the completed swords, absorbed it, and asked the sage voice to create duplicates. Moments later, Rimuru astonished everyone by producing 20 identical longswords. Kaijin and the others decided to throw a party for Rimuru with the butterflies of the night. Initially hesitant, Rimuru couldn't resist the allure when he heard the word elves. Entering the pub, he was warmly welcomed by a group of beautiful elves, who immediately began hugging him, much to Rimuru's delight. The party had officially begun. Continuing with the story, we find Rimuru enjoying a pleasant time at the bar, resting comfortably in the lap of an elf under the shade of her oppai, while Gobter remains blissfully unaware, sound asleep in jail. One of the elves starts making gestures, which Rimuru misinterprets as some sort of erotic signals. He's momentarily perplexed, but when he notices a glass globe, it dawns on him that she's attempting to perform fortune-telling. The elf offers to reveal Rimuru's life partner, and although Rimuru doesn't have any specific inquiries in mind, he agrees to the playful suggestion. The elf begins to cast the spell, first jokingly and then with a more serious intent. She gazes into the glass globe and envisions a pretty girl among other details. As they discuss the vision, Minister Vesta unexpectedly appears, mocking Kaijin for wasting time with such frivolous activities. Rimuru starts pondering whether Vesta gave Kaijin an impossible task on purpose and wonders about the relationship between the two. Vesta redirects his attention toward Rimuru, insulting him as a lowly monster and berating Kaijin for bringing it into a high-class establishment. The elf bartender tries to calm Vesta down with a drink, but Vesta escalates things by pouring a jug of wine onto Rimuru, who had been resting comfortably in the elf's lap. Rimuru manages to keep his temper in check, considering Vesta's position as minister. However, Kaijin steps in, delivering a surprise punch to Vesta, who didn't see it coming. Rimuru cheers Kaijin on, suggesting he goes for the face instead of the body. Kaijin lands another punch, sending Vesta sprawling to the floor. Rimuru inquires if hitting the minister would cause problems, but Kaijin responds by asking Rimuru if he'd accept him as his artisan. Rimuru happily agrees. Kaido intervenes and takes Rimuru and Kaijin into custody until their trial. Kaijin apologizes to everyone for dragging them into his troubles. Rimuru questions Kaijin about Vesta's grudge against him, learning that Kaijin used to serve Gazel Dwargo as the captain of one of the 7 orders of royal knights, while Vesta was his subordinate. Vesta, being from a noble family, had disdain for Kaijin's peasant origins and unjustly placed blame on him for a major project failure with false testimonies. Kaijin eventually resigned and became a blacksmith, and Vesta took every opportunity to ruin his life. Kaijin and his subordinates agree to become artisans under Rimuru. The next day, the trial begins with King Gazel Dwargo presiding. The king makes a grand entrance, exuding a strong presence that leaves Rimuru genuinely impressed. The trial commences with the lawyer blaming Kaijin and his group. After hearing the arguments, the trial concludes with Kaijin and his subordinates sentenced to a decade of hard labor in the mines. When offered the chance to return as captain of the Night Order, Kaijin refuses, having already pledged his loyalty to a new master. This decision angers the king, who orders Kaijin to leave his sight and punishes the gang with exile. The king appears somewhat saddened by the outcome. After the court session ends, the king instructs Vesta to speak the truth, revealing that he had known all along about Vesta's lies. Despite Vesta's intentions to be useful, the king is also upset with him for severing their connection with Rimuru, who had provided them with a 100% effective healing potion, an impossibility for the dwarves to replicate. The king leaves the court while Vesta breaks down in tears, reflecting on the first time he saw Gazel Dwargo. Vesta pleads for forgiveness from the king, but the king commands him never to show his face again. Kaido bids farewell to Kaijin and his group before they go into exile. Despite the chaos, Rimuru successfully achieves his initial goal of bringing skilled artisans to the goblin village. As the story unfolds, Dwargo orders a spy to keep an eye on the slime, recognizing that Rimuru is the true monster, much like the storm dragon Veldora. In the Free Union Guild of the Blue Moon Kingdom, Fuse reviews reports that indicate no signs of the Eastern Empire attempting to cross the Great Forest of Jura. These reports are presented by Cavil, Iren, and Gaido, adventurers whom Rimuru encountered when leaving the cave. Fuse orders them to investigate the forest after they return from their 3-day vacation. He knows that monsters will likely be unusually active following Veldora's disappearance. As they set out, the adventurers express frustration at their guild master for assigning them challenging tasks. Suddenly, a masked warrior woman named Shizu appears and inquires if they were discussing the Jura forest. She requests to accompany them on their investigation, and Eren agrees. Shizu introduces herself to the group, and Rimuru's presence is revealed. Rimuru transforms into a Tempest Wolf to train Ranga, his loyal companion. A few weeks have passed since Rimuru's return to the Goblin village with the dwarves. The goblins watch Kaijin, the skilled blacksmith, closely as he works. With the dwarves' help, they aim to improve and fortify the Goblin village to ensure peace and prosperity. Rimuru has also named all 500 of the new goblins who sought shelter in the village after hearing about Rimuru's heroics against the wolves. Rigurd, promoted from Goblin Lord to Goblin King, reports to Rimuru about some humans discovered in the forest. These humans are from a nation seeking to expand its dominion. The adventurers, meanwhile, are fleeing from a giant ant that Cavil inadvertently provoked. Shizu intervenes, demonstrating her powerful fire sword abilities to defeat the ants. Afterward, a bolt of black lightning reduces the last ant to dust, revealing Rimuru's presence. Rimuru returns Shizu's mask, recognizing her as the same girl shown to him by the elf as his potential partner. Rimuru leads the adventurers to the Goblin village, where they express gratitude for saving them from monsters and providing food. Cavil introduces their group, and Shizu discusses their plans to investigate Veldora's disappearance. They seek Rimuru's permission to conduct their investigation and are offered a night's stay in the Goblin village. In the evening, Rimuru finds Shizu alone, watching the sunset. He asks if she is also from Japan, and she confirms. Rimuru then opens up and shares his entire story with Shizu. She holds Rimuru in her arms, which makes him feel shy and blush. During this moment, Rimuru uses thought communication to show Shizu his memories, and she enjoys the view. However, Shizu suddenly feels weak and falls to her knees. Kaijin appears, seeking advice about the location of a new house, as Shizu recalls the time when she was summoned during World War II, and her body was offered to the fire demon Ifrit. As Shizu struggled with the memories of her past, she recalled the time when she was summoned by Demon Lord Leon. During their encounter, the great sorcerer Koenig had also appeared to challenge Lord Leon. Leon controlled Shizu and used her powers to reduce Koenig to ashes. However, Shizu had made a friend during her time as a summoning, a girl of the same age. The girl had found a dog and brought it into the castle, where animals were forbidden. The dog barked at Leon, causing Shizu's body to react uncontrollably, and she inadvertently burned the dog and the girl. This incident left Shizu confused and devastated, as she cried over taking someone's life. Shizu's nightmares were haunting her, and she woke up with her body trembling, struggling to control her powers. She decided to leave the Goblin village, explaining to Rimuru that she wanted to find the man who had summoned her. The adventurers also chose to depart. However, as Shizu was leaving the village, her body suddenly transformed into her flame form. Cavil recognized her as Shizu Izawa, the conqueror of flames, and Eren had heard of her as a hero from the guild 50 years ago. Rimuru ordered Rigurd to evacuate the village and revealed that he had a plan. The fire spirit of Ifrit was released, and Ifrit began attacking the village, summoning little demons that set everything ablaze. Cavil decided to stay and fight alongside Rimuru. As Rimuru attempted to reason with Ifrit, Ifrit launched an attack at him. Rimuru dodged and retaliated with his water blade, but it evaporated upon contact with Ifrit. The demons attempted to attack Rimuru, but Eren used her magic to distract them. Rimuru summoned Ranga and instructed him to focus on evading attacks while he handled the demons. Rimuru needed to deal with the demons first before confronting Ifrit. He asked the sage voice if he could expel all the water in his belly at once. The voice confirmed that it was possible, but warned that it would cause a steam explosion when the water came into contact with a salamander, potentially causing widespread destruction. Rimuru observed that Eren's magic attacks were effective against the salamanders. He ordered her to continue her assault, and he analyzed her attacks to devise a strategy. Rimuru then used his ice shotgun to attack the salamanders. The remaining salamander resorted to self-destruction in a desperate attempt to harm the adventurers. Rimuru ordered Ranga to evacuate the adventurers to safety while he confronted Ifrit. Rimuru challenged Ifrit, who responded by summoning identical images of himself. Rimuru quickly dispatched the duplicates using his ice shotgun. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath Rimuru, and Ifrit launched a powerful attack called Flare Circle. Although Rimuru appeared to have been consumed by the flames, he felt no pain or burning because his unique abilities nullified fire damage. Everything was going according to Rimuru's plan. Ifrit, thinking that Rimuru had been defeated, began to retreat. However, as he stepped back, Rimuru ensnared him in steel threads. Rimuru revealed to Ifrit that he had underestimated him, but not as much as Ifrit had underestimated Rimuru. With that, Rimuru absorbed Ifrit using his predator skill, and Ifrit found himself within Rimuru's belly, where he encountered Veldora. Veldora warned Ifrit not to engage in battle with Rimuru due to their sworn friendship, as Ifrit realized that he was no match for Rimuru. Shizu expressed her gratitude to Rimuru for helping her cope with the guilt and pain she had carried for so long, especially after unintentionally causing the death of her friend. She recounted her journey and explained how she had been possessed by Ifrit after her summoning, serving as the Demon Lord's closest aide until the hero confronted her. During a battle between the hero and the Demon Lord, Shizu found herself abandoned by her master, who fled his castle, leaving her behind as the rear guard. The hero defeated Shizu and took her in, asking about her loyalty to the Demon Lord. Shizu confessed her past and cried in the hero's arms. In response, the hero provided Shizu with a mask that boosted her magic resistance and suppressed the influence of Ifrit within her. She accompanied the hero on various adventures, using her abilities to help people and earning her title as the Conqueror of Flames. However, the hero eventually disappeared, leaving Shizu behind. She continued her journey, but as she aged, it became increasingly challenging for her to control Ifrit. She eventually retired and became a schoolteacher in the Kingdom of Ingracia, teaching children from other worlds. Despite some of her students leaving to pursue their own paths, one of them became the Grandmaster responsible for establishing guilds in various countries. As time passed, Shizu found it more difficult to restrain Ifrit's power, leading her to embark on a journey to find the man who had originally summoned her. Shizu asked Rimuru for a favor before her passing, to absorb her into his being so she could find peace away from this world. Her final wish was for Rimuru to locate the Demon Lord and persuade him to return the children who had been summoned to this world and acknowledge Shizu's existence. Rimuru agreed to fulfill Shizu's last wish, and she was peacefully absorbed into him. The adventurers, Cavil, Iren, and Gaido, entered the room to find that Rimuru had completely transformed into a human, capable of mimicking Shizu's appearance. Rimuru apologized for not consulting with them earlier but explained that it was the only way to provide a proper burial for Shizu. Iren expressed her desire to bid a final farewell to Shizu, and after they paid their respects, the adventurers left the village, thanking Rimuru for everything. They later encountered Kaijin and the three dwarf brothers, who were already famous worldwide. After exchanging greetings, the adventurers departed, leaving behind the girl who had once lost everything to flames but had gained the power of fire during her travels, ultimately succumbing to its consuming nature. Rimuru created a grave for Shizu, but he knew that before he could seek vengeance against the demon Leon Cromwell, who had made Shizu cry, he needed to gather more information. As the story unfolded, Rimuru reflected on his extraordinary journey from an ordinary life, getting reincarnated as a slime, befriending a storm dragon, and forming a deep connection with a human woman named Shizu. Meanwhile, in a barren land, an orc named Geld fell unconscious due to hunger and thirst. An elf named Jelmut approached Geld and offered him food and a new name, designating him as the one who would take control of the great forest of Jura and become the orc disaster. The development of the goblin village was progressing well. With the help of Kaijin and the dwarves, they had manufactured clothes and tools for building more houses. Additionally, the goblin lords under Rigurd had been working on establishing a governance system for the village. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. However, Rimuru felt there was something important he needed to do. He entered a house when no one was watching and repaired Shizu's broken mask, deciding to keep it as a memento of her. Rimuru then transformed into Shizu to test the hearing, vision, and speaking capabilities of his human form. He also inquired if he could utilize Ifrit's skills. The Great Sage confirmed that all of Ifrit's skills had been analyzed. Rimuru used his body double technique to create a copy of himself and began analyzing it. During this self-discovery, Rimuru realized that he had no gender in his human form, just as he had none as a slime. He also discovered that he could control the age of his summoned form. While walking around the village, Rimuru suddenly realized that he could now taste food and decided to join the goblins for a feast prepared by Rigurd. During this time, he noticed Rigurd and a group of goblins preparing to hunt for a great bull deer, which Rimuru approved of. However, Ranga interrupted with a thought communication, informing Rimuru that they were being attacked by some orcs. Rimuru rushed to the scene to find Gobda injured. He healed Gobda with a magic potion, and Ranga was engaged in a battle with two orcs. Rigurd was fighting an orc lady who had put some goblins to sleep with her magic. Rimuru called back Ranga and Rigurd to assess the situation. The orcs were unlike any Rimuru had encountered in video games. They wore armor and wielded katanas, and there were 6 of them. Rimuru attempted to reason with them, but the orcs were enraged due to the earlier pig attack and refused to listen. They also realized that Rimuru was concealing his true identity. With no other option, Rimuru decided to fight the orcs. He instructed Ranga to take care of the pink-haired orc lady who had used magic to put the goblins to sleep. Rimuru engaged the other 5 orcs in battle, using various skills and tactics to incapacitate them. During the battle, Rimuru's arm was severed, but he calmly reattached it, shocking the orcs. When he finally unmasked himself, revealing the intimidating black flames, the orcs grew worried. Rimuru used this display of power to establish his dominance. As Rimuru attempted to explain the situation, the old orc, who had been observing, cut off Rimuru's arm to test his regeneration abilities. The Orc Prince, however, decided to continue the fight, driven by his pride as the next leader of the Ogre clan. Rimuru showed off his strength, causing the Princess Ogre to intervene and persuade the prince to cease the fight. The Princess Ogre believed that Rimuru was not the evil Magin who had attacked the Ogre clan with an army of pigs, slaying many ogres. Rimuru revealed his true form and provided the mask he had repaired as evidence. The Prince Ogre apologized for misunderstanding Rimuru and the goblins, and Rimuru invited them to share their story. As Rimuru asked for their names, the Prince Ogre explained that ogres didn't typically have names. They all headed back to the goblin village, where ogres and goblins reconciled and began to learn more about each other. As the goblins served the feast they had prepared, they were concerned about whether Rimuru would enjoy the food. For Rimuru, this was the first time he had tasted food in a long while, as he had grown used to being tasteless as a slime. Fortunately, Rimuru found the food to his liking, much to the relief of the goblin's cook. The ogres were also partaking in the feast, enjoying the meal alongside their new allies. Kaijin was baffled when the princess informed him that they had been attacked by orcs, as ogres were vastly stronger than orcs, and such an attack seemed unthinkable. The orcs had attacked their village out of nowhere, and they had come well armed and armored. There was a masked Magin among them, which indicated that the orcs might be aligned with one of the demon lords. The Prince Ogre explained that only 3 of his 6 brothers had managed to escape the orc attack. Rimuru joined the conversation and asked the prince about their plans, whether they intended to rebuild their village or relocate it to a safer area. The prince's decision would determine the fate of his comrades. After some contemplation, the prince decided that they would seek revenge against the orcs once they were strong enough. Rimuru offered his help, proposing to make the ogres his subordinates, providing them with food, shelter, and clothing in exchange for their cooperation. The goblin village wasn't entirely safe either, which is why increasing their numbers with strong allies would benefit them. Rimuru assured the ogres that he would fight alongside them and never abandon them. The prince needed some time to consider the offer and went off alone to think. Eventually, the prince accepted Rimuru's proposal, but he decided to form a contract that would last only until the orc leader was defeated. After that, they could do as they pleased. Rimuru felt sympathy for the prince, who had to make difficult decisions as a leader. Rimuru transformed into his human form and began naming the ogres. However, he fainted before he could finish naming them. When he woke up, he found himself in the lap of the Lady Ogre under the shade of her ample bosom. To Rimuru's surprise, the ogres had evolved into a new race called Kijin. The prince introduced himself as Benimaru. The great sage explained that Kijin were an uncommon race born from ogres. Rimuru continued to name the ogres, giving them the names Shuna, Shen, Hakiru, Sawe, and Kurob. The orc army, meanwhile, was on the move in the forest. In the middle of the Jura forest lay Lake Sis, surrounded by vast marshlands. This area was controlled by the lizardmen. The lizardmen reported the sighting of an orc army of approximately 200,000 to their king. This was twice the size of the lizardmen's army, causing concern among the king and his advisor. The advisor realized that only one entity could control such a massive orc army, the legendary Orc Lord, a unique monster that could even devour the fear and terror of its own allies. The lizardmen's chances of victory were low, so the king decided to call for backup. He summoned his son, Gabaru, who was irritated that his father had not called him by his name, which was given to him by Demon Lord Gelmud. Hakiru, one of Rimuru's new ogre subordinates, was teaching goblin children swordsmanship. Benimaru shared the legend of the Orc Lord with Rimuru and mentioned that shortly before the orc attack, a suspicious Magin had visited their village, wanting to name the ogres. However, Benimaru had turned him down, and the Magin, who was revealed to be Demon Lord Gelmud, had cursed him as he left. Sawe informed Rimuru that he had spotted some lizard men, which was unusual. Gabaru was on his way to fulfill his father's order to seek an alliance with the goblin village, although he was annoyed that his father sought help from others against mere orcs. With the addition of Benimaru and his ogre comrades to the goblin village, life was becoming more lively and bustling. Shuna, one of the ogres, was busy weaving skill cloths made from hellsmoth, a sturdy cloth rich in magicules that provided excellent protection. Rimuru entered the room where Shuna and the dwarves were working, and she rushed over to hug him, much to the chagrin of Shin, who was carrying Rimuru. The weaving loom that Kaijin had made was easy to use, and Shin declared herself as Rimuru's secretary, a role that Rimuru accepted with amusement. Both Shuna and Shin seemed jealous of each other and insisted on taking care of Rimuru. In the male ogre room, Benimaru and the others were making themselves at home. Shin offered to cook for Rimuru, which made Benimaru nervous since he knew that Shin was a terrible cook. When Rimuru tasted her cooking, he quickly realized why Benimaru was sweating with anxiety. Gobda also took a bite and promptly fainted. Rimuru decided that she needed Benimaru's approval for her cooking. Meanwhile, Gabiru, the lizardman prince, continued his efforts to gather the cooperation of various goblin groups. They had managed to gather nearly 7,000 goblins so far. One of his subordinates informed Gabiru about another village where goblins had tamed direwolves, and their leader was said to be a slime. Gabiru decided to head towards this village to seek their alliance. Rimuru spent some time watching Korub and Kaijin discuss technical matters, while Rigger reported the arrival of a lizardman envoy. Rimuru, along with Benimaru and other ogres, went to meet them. The lizardman envoy arrived with a dramatic entrance orchestrated by Gabiru. Gabiru introduced himself with an air of arrogance, calling everyone else weaklings. Rimuru had to consider the alliance carefully because Gabiru came across as rather foolish. Rimuru recalled a famous quotation by Napoleon, which stated that one should fear not a competent enemy, but an incompetent ally. Gabiru continued to boast about his strength, and Shin grew angry. She squeezed Rimuru, and he reminded her to take Benimaru's approval when cooking. Gabiru then laughed at Rimuru, claiming the credit for taming the direwolves. Rimuru summoned Ranga and told Gabiru that Ranga would speak for himself. However, Gabiru continued to disrespect Rimuru and challenged him to a fight. The other lizardmen began chanting Gabiru's name. Ranga was furious at a mere lizardman daring to insult his master. Suddenly, Gobda appeared out of nowhere, shocking Rimuru, who had believed Gobda to be unconscious after eating Shin's cooking. Ranga took Gobda and asked Gabiru to defeat him. If Gabiru won, Ranga would consider Gabiru's offer to become his subordinate. Rimuru motivated Gobda, promising to order Kaijin to forge a special weapon just for him if he won. On the other hand, if Gobda lost, he would have to eat food cooked by Shin. Hearing these stakes, Gobda suddenly turned powerful, striking Gabiru with a powerful kick to the back of his head. The lizardmen were in complete shock. Even Rimuru was astounded by Gobda's abilities. Gobda defeated Gabiru with a single blow, and the ogres and Ranga praised him. Rimuru told the lizardmen that he would consider their offer for an alliance, but emphasized that they would not serve the lizardmen under any circumstances. He also requested that they take the unconscious Gabiru back to their village for the time being. As the lizardmen departed with Gabiru, Rimuru and his companions contemplated their next steps. Meanwhile, the orc army was advancing toward the lizardmen's territory. Xiaowei had spotted the approaching army and reported it to Rimuru. Kaijin and others speculated that someone might be controlling the orcs, as orcs were not known for their intelligence. Rimuru wondered if the demon lord Jelmud might be behind the orc alliance, but it was just a possibility. Rimuru and his companions also planned to meet with one of the body doubles who had come into contact with a dryad and requested an audience. Dryads were tree spirits, and it had been several decades since the last time one had appeared. Rimuru ordered the dryad to be brought before him, and she materialized from a tree, introducing herself as Trainee. Trainee had come with a request. She wanted Rimuru to defeat the orc lord. As the conference with Trainee, the dryad, continued, Benimaru questioned her true motive for seeking their help. Trainee explained that she might have approached the ogres if their clan had survived, but ultimately chose to ask the goblins because of their connection to Rimuru. She acknowledged Rimuru's immense power and considered him a valuable ally. Trainee confirmed the existence of the Orc Lord, revealing that Dryads had knowledge of the events within the forest. She mentioned that the orcs were driven by the Orc Lord's unique skill called Starved, which compelled them to devour everything in their path, even their own dead comrades. This insatiable hunger for power led them to consume their fallen comrades, acquiring their skills in the process. Trainee emphasized that the Orc Lord's desire for power was insatiable, and his army would continue to rampage unchecked. Rimuru accepted Trainee's request after consulting with the Great Sage. They discussed forming an alliance with the Lizardmen to combat the orc threat. Xiaowei volunteered to take the message from Rimuru to the Lizardman chieftain. Meanwhile, Gabiru, who had been unconscious, awoke and started to believe that Gobta was the true leader of the goblin village. To his surprise, a masked magician named Laplace appeared before him. Laplace introduced himself as a servant of Demon Lord Jelmud and delivered a warning to Gabiru. Jelmud intended to groom Gabiru as the next chieftain of the Lizardmen. Gabiru left for the marshlands, leaving Laplace behind. The orc army continued its advance toward the marshlands, posing a grave threat. Xiaowei reached the Lizardman chieftain and delivered Rimuru's message, explaining that Rimuru Tempest had received a personal request from the Dryads to defeat the approaching orc army. The Lizardman chieftain, who had never heard of Rimuru, was shocked to learn that the request came directly from a Dryad. Xiaowei also informed them that the orc army was led by the formidable orc lord. The Lizardmen had no choice but to accept the alliance. However, one of the Lizardmen disrespected Rimuru, prompting Xiaowei to use his steel threads to admonish him, nearly beheading the Lizardman. The chieftain apologized for the behavior of his advisor. The chieftain had one condition: he wanted to meet Rimuru in person. Xiaowei agreed to make the necessary preparations within 7 days, allowing the chieftain to have an audience with Rimuru. Until then, the lizardmen were to refrain from engaging in battle or conflict. Saoi's fellow ninja, suddenly disappeared during this exchange. The chieftain felt a glimmer of hope and quickly gathered all the lizardmen who could fight, informing them about the powerful reinforcements and the impending alliance. Meanwhile, Gabiru had returned, boasting about the 7,000 goblins he had recruited. He insisted on fighting the orc army rather than waiting for reinforcements. Gabiru challenged his father's leadership, claiming him to be too old to make the right decisions. He seized the throne, imprisoned the chieftain and his sister, and took possession of his father's vortex spear trident. Gabiru was overconfident and decided to engage the orcs in battle, using a hit and withdraw tactic. The lizardmen fought valiantly, but Gabiru's lack of understanding of the true terror of the Orc Lord became apparent. Rimuru and his companions, including Saoi, Hakiru, Benimaru, Shin, Gobta, and some goblin students, were en route to the marshlands to assist the lizardmen. They remained unaware of the situation involving the imprisoned chieftain and Gabiru's engagement in battle with the orcs. Saoi reported that he was witnessing a battle between a group of lizardmen and high-ranking orcs. Among them was a personal guard to the lizardman chieftain who was struggling against a high-ranking orc. Rimuru immediately ordered Saoi to intervene and assist the lizardmen. Saoi, without hesitation, launched an attack on the orcs, brutally dispatching them. The injured lizardman guard was healed with a healing potion provided by Rimuru, who then introduced himself to the lizardmen. The lizardman guard pleaded with Rimuru to save her father, the chieftain, and her brother Gabiru. She explained the situation, including Gabiru's rebellion, to Rimuru. Shin comforted her, and Rimuru ordered Saoi to free the lizardman chieftain from imprisonment. Meanwhile, the battle between the orcs and lizardmen raged on. The lizardmen were terrorized when they witnessed the orcs devouring one of their own. The orcs' consumption of a lizardman allowed them to move faster and adopt lizardman-like traits. Gabiru ordered a close formation to retreat, but the orcs had already surrounded them. As the orcs closed in, an orc general appeared before Gabiru. His immense aura filled Gabiru with dread as he pondered the power gap between the orc general and the feared orc lord. Gabiru, determined to prove himself, challenged the orc general to a one-on-one battle, which the general accepted. The battle between Gabiru and the orc general began with exchanged blows. The lizardmen chanted Gabiru's name in support. The orc general unleashed a devastating attack named Chaos Eater, which Gabiru narrowly dodged before counterattacking. However, the orc general blocked Gabiru's attack with his shield and landed a powerful blow, throwing Gabiru back toward the lizardmen. Just as the orc general was about to finish off Gabiru, Gobta intervened to stop the attack. Using their shadow movement, Rimuru, Benimaru, Hakiru, and Shin appeared on the scene. Rimuru initiated a barrage of black flames, obliterating multiple orcs. Benimaru, Hakiru, and Shin joined the fray to seek revenge for their fallen comrades. Fear began to grip the orcs as Rimuru continued to rain down destruction upon them. Rimuru, now with wings, watched the battle unfold. Ranga summoned a massive tornado named Deathstorm that instantly killed the orc general. Ranga had evolved into a Tempest Star Wolf with 2 horns, becoming even more powerful. The orcs were overwhelmed by the combined might of the ogres and Rimuru's forces, leading to their swift defeat. Saoi freed the lizardman chieftain from captivity, and Saori swiftly dispatched any remaining threats. Jelmad, observing the battle from his magic globe, grew furious at his defeat and attempted to break the globe when Saoi warned him. Using the orc general, Jelmad realized he needed to take action before his plans crumbled. Rimuru, with determination, located the Orc Lord as the next step in their battle against the Orc forces. Jelmad confronted Rimuru and Benimaru's group, cursing them for thwarting his plan to create a new demon lord that would serve him. He explained that he had been sowing seeds, giving out many names, and creating ultimate pawns to achieve his goals. Jelmad then ordered the Orc Lord to attack, and the Orc Lord inquired about evolving into a demon lord. Jelmad revealed his intention for the Orc Lord to become Demon Lord Orc Disaster, a plan devised by Jelmad and his master. Jelmad launched an attack on Gabiru, but Gabiru's subordinates sacrificed themselves to block the attack. Rimuru intervened and provided healing potions to the lizardmen. He then used his sticky threads to immobilize Jelmad and delivered 2 powerful punches. Jelmad, in fear, stammered and asked Rimuru to join him. In response, Rimuru kicked Jelmad hard and inquired about his master. Jelmad ordered the Orc Lord to attack Rimuru, but instead, the Orc Lord beheaded Jelmad in a single blow and devoured his body, absorbing his skills and magical abilities. The Orc Lord then began to evolve into Demon Lord Orc Disaster and introduced himself as Geld, the Demon Lord. Shin rushed to attack Geld, and Hakiru beheaded him, but Geld quickly regenerated and reattached his head. Saoi used arcane thread fetters to bind Geld in threads, Benimaru unleashed black flames, and Ranga attacked with black lightning. Although they inflicted some damage, Geld proved resilient. Geld absorbed another orc, gaining further healing abilities. He launched an attack similar to one used by Jelmad, but Rimuru absorbed it using his powers. Rimuru stepped forward to fight, utilizing Great Sage in auto battle mode. Geld attempted to use Chaos Eater, but Great Sage cut off Geld's arm and began to overpower him. Geld moved swiftly, but Rimuru managed to block his attacks. Geld grabbed Rimuru's hand, but Rimuru retaliated with Flare Circle, which burned Geld. However, Geld was fire resistant. Rimuru took over the battle and asked Great Sage to rest. He figured out how to defeat the Orc Disaster. Before Geld could devour Rimuru, Rimuru initiated the process of absorbing the Orc Disaster. The two beings began a battle of consciousness while their physical forms clashed. Rimuru could see the memories of the Orc Disaster, known as the Orc King, who had suffered through famine, losing his offspring to hunger while under the control of Starved. Geld's tragic past was revealed to Rimuru. The Orc Lord, worried for his brethren, was assured by Rimuru that their sins would be forgiven. Finally, the Orc Disaster was absorbed, and the goblins began to chant in victory. After the battle, Rimuru informed the Kijin that they were free to go their own way. However, Benimaru requested to pledge their allegiance to Rimuru, wanting to continue serving him until their lives came to an end. After the epic showdown between the orcs and the Alliance, representatives from each race gathered to discuss the aftermath of the battle. In a surprising twist, Rimuru emerged as the chairman of the Jura Forest. Starting with the orcs, Rimuru decided not to press any charges against them, leaving the orcs utterly flabbergasted. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Rimuru explained that the root cause of the battle was hunger and famine, conditions that could have driven any race to the brink. He even cheekily declared that he had taken on the orcs' sins as part of a promise to Demon Lord Geld. The ogres, known for their stern demeanor, surprisingly forgave the orcs. Even after such a massive battle, a whopping 150,000 orcs remained. Rimuru, in his wisdom, decided to welcome them all into the fold. He devised a plan where the lizardmen would share their clean water source and fish, the goblins would provide housing, and Rimuru's village would supply goods to the orcs. In return, the orcs would contribute their labor. This arrangement formed the basis of a newfound alliance among all the races in the Jura Forest, resulting in mutually beneficial relationships. The orcs were deeply moved by Rimuru's generosity and swore their unwavering loyalty to him. Traini, the wise dryad, offered her protection and the bounty of the forest to Rimuru. She officially recognized him as the new chancellor of the great forest of Jura, prompting everyone to bow in reverence. And thus, the Jura Forest Alliance was born. Benimaru, ever the witty one, assured the orc representative that they were all servants of the same master, making them kindred spirits. However, he sternly warned that betrayal of Rimuru would not be forgiven. Rimuru, impressed by Benimaru's words, decided to give the orc representative a name, Geld, and entrusted him with the care of the orc community. This gesture led to Geld's evolution into an orc king. Over the next 10 days, Rimuru bestowed names upon all the remaining orcs. He also named the lizardman chieftain, Abaru, who experienced a significant evolution. Meanwhile, Gabaru, who had previously faced treason charges, was spared from a death sentence. Instead, he was exiled and excommunicated from the village. As Gabaru wandered away, he encountered his loyal subordinates, who chose to follow him into exile. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Clayman stewed over his failure, with Laplace taunting him mercilessly. 3 months after the battle, the High Orcs, under Kaijin's guidance, had developed new skills and become a dependable workforce. What was once a village had evolved into a bustling town with well-constructed roads, buildings, and a sewage system. One day, Sawi reported that several hundred Pegasus-mounted knights were heading toward their village. The formidable King Gazel Dwargo had arrived to meet Rimuru in person. King Gazel landed right before Rimuru, and as Gazel began to threaten him, Kaijin hurried to greet the Dwarf King. Rimuru, never one to back down from a challenge, introduced himself and accepted King Gazel's one-on-one battle challenge. The duel commenced, with Traini also arriving to witness the spectacle. They decided that Rimuru would win if he could block King Gazel's strike. After a series of intense blows, Rimuru managed to dodge the first strike and successfully blocked the second. The winner was declared, and King Gazel couldn't help but be impressed by Rimuru's sword skills. Rimuru humbly attributed his abilities to his master, Hakiru, who was also the mentor of the Dwarf King. Nightfall brought a grand feast, during which Dwarf King Gazel expressed his desire to establish a mutual relationship treaty with Rimuru's burgeoning nation. Rimuru gladly accepted the proposal but realized that he hadn't thought of a name for his nation yet. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he christened his nation the Rimuru Tempest Federation, a name that resonated with everyone present. The Goblin Town was officially named Rimuru Capital City, and as Rimuru and the Dwarf King shook hands, a new era of cooperation and friendship was sealed. After the treaty was signed between the Dwargo Kingdom and the Rimuru Tempest Federation, the nation of monsters gained a powerful and influential ally. Just 2 days later, they received an unexpected gift, Vesta, who was offered by the Dwarf King as a gesture of goodwill. The Dwarf King conveyed to Rimuru that Vesta could be used in any way he saw fit, and even ordered Vesta to immerse himself in studying within the village. Vesta, humbled and remorseful for his past actions, approached Kaijin and Rimuru to request permission to work for their federation. Kaijin, recognizing Vesta's talents, readily accepted and took full responsibility for his guidance. Rimuru, always open to new talent, agreed, and the Dwarf King left, satisfied with the arrangement. In the meantime, Gabiru had also joined the village, and even his sister came to gain valuable experience from their new allies. With the formation of their alliance, Rimuru bestowed names upon Gabiru and his brethren. The lizardmen had evolved into powerful dragonutes, and Rimuru entrusted Soka and other servants to Saui's care while assigning Gabiru and his comrades various tasks. As the lizardmen evolved, some of them began to resemble humans more closely. Rimuru established a laboratory for Vesta in Veldora's cave, where Gabiru and his associates worked as miners. Much had changed in a short span of time. However, a new challenge arose when Lord Milim, a servant of Lord Clayman, expressed her desire to attack Rimuru and the village. Initially, Clayman denied her request due to their non-aggression pact with the Jura Forest. Still, with Veldora's absence, Clayman ultimately agreed to Milim's plan. Lord Milim began preparations for an impending attack. Rimuru suddenly sensed an immense magical presence approaching the village at incredible speed. Lord Milim dramatically landed on a cliff before Rimuru, introducing herself as the one and only Dragonoid, also known as the Destroyer and Demon Lord Milim Nava. She had come to acquaint herself with the strongest entity in the Jura Forest. Lord Milim possessed unique eyes capable of assessing the magicules in anyone. She assured Rimuru that her visit was merely a courtesy call. However, a misunderstanding led to a heated battle as Shin and the others attacked Lord Milim, prompting Ranga to swiftly evacuate Rimuru to safety. Rimuru, with his quick thinking, used a jar of honey to distract Lord Milim. She found it delicious and demanded more, leading to a humorous negotiation where Rimuru proposed that she admit defeat if she wanted more honey. He taunted her playfully, and they eventually called it a draw. Lord Milim vowed not to mess with Rimuru again, and Rimuru rewarded her with a jar of honey. Lord Milim then asked Rimuru about becoming a demon lord, but Rimuru declined, as he found enjoyment in his current form as a slime. Lord Milim explained the allure of being a demon lord, but Rimuru insisted that he was content. They agreed to address each other as Rimuru-san and Lord Milim, respectively. Gabiru, not realizing who Lord Milim was, called her a runt, resulting in a powerful punch that sent him flying miles away. Rimuru revealed Lord Milim's true identity as a demon lord to Gabiru, leaving him in shock. Rimuru introduced Lord Milim to the entire village, marking the first time the villagers had seen a demon lord. They were initially apprehensive but soon embraced the idea of such a powerful ally joining their forces. Rimuru took Lord Milim to a hot spring bath, which she thoroughly enjoyed. Rigurd and others cautioned Rimuru about the potential complications of having Lord Milim as an influential ally, as it might not sit well with other demon lords. Rimuru agreed that they should do everything possible to keep Lord Milim happy, given her immense strength. Shin and Shuna, in the meantime, enjoyed playing in the water during the hot spring bath, adding a touch of lightheartedness to their eventful day. Fuse and his minister friend engaged in a discussion about Rimuru, who had played a pivotal role in saving the world from the Orc Lord. They contemplated whether Rimuru should be considered an ally or a potential threat. Fuse ultimately decided to meet with Rimuru, accompanied by Aran and Cavil. Meanwhile, Lord Milim was thoroughly enjoying the food in the town. Vesta was hard at work on a communication globe and various experiments. Rimuru decided to show Vesta his remarkable healing potion, purified from specific plants, boasting an impressive 99% efficiency. In contrast, using dwarven techniques, Vesta could only extract 98% pure healing potion. Rimuru's potion was classified as a high potion, and that mere 1% difference made a significant potency improvement. Vesta eagerly shared his breakthrough with Rimuru, who absorbed and analyzed the potion. It turned out to be equivalent to a full potion that Rimuru could create. Kaijin and Gabiru congratulated Vesta. Rimuru suggested selling the high-level healing potion as a source of income for Tempest. Kaijin, however, believed that such potent potions should be reserved for high-level champions in life and death situations. Vesta added that the healing potions typically sold in the Dwarven Kingdom were of lower potency, created by diluting high potions. Vesta proposed that Rimuru negotiate with King Gazel to produce low potions in Tempest City. Kaijin pointed out that if Tempest produced and sold potions, the Dwarven Kingdom would only need to acquire the necessary ingredients, benefiting both nations. As Rimuru and Kaijin exited the cave, they heard a massive explosion in the city. A warrior from the Beast King's Beastketeer's army had attacked and injured Rigurd. Lord Milim intervened swiftly, knocking the warrior unconscious. Rimuru arrived to heal Rigurd but was confused by Lord Milim's actions. He scolded her for her recklessness, which made her cry. She retaliated by delivering another powerful kick to the unconscious warrior, ready to blow him up entirely before Rimuru intervened. Rimuru began investigating the warrior and his comrades, pressing the warrior for their purpose in Tempest City. The warrior, however, displayed arrogance and disrespect towards Rimuru. Lord Milim silenced him with a menacing gaze, and Rimuru calmed her down. The warrior finally revealed that his lord, Carrion, had ordered them to scout a mysterious Majin to serve him. Rimuru instructed the warrior to leave and convey a message to Carrion. If he wanted to talk, he could choose a date and contact them again. The warrior departed with resentment towards Lord Milim. Rimuru then inquired about Lord Carrion, promising Lord Milim a new weapon in exchange for information. She explained that a few demon lords, including herself, had manipulated Jalmut in a scheme to create a puppet demon lord. The storm unleashed during her attack would grow in strength, potentially engulfing Rimuru's nation and people. One of the neighboring nations was the Kingdom of Falmouth, with barren lands, western provinces, and eastern plains. Tempest served as a major trade power known as the gateway to the western provinces. A rowdy gang led by a man named Yam roamed the region, drawn together by money. As Yam and his gang traveled, they heard screams and encountered adventurers facing a giant spider monster. Iran and his friend rushed to assist Yam. A colossal night spider appeared, which Yam managed to defeat after some struggle. Yam expected Fuse to pay him for his involvement. Unexpectedly, Gobta appeared out of nowhere, greeting Cavil. Gobta defeated the spider and claimed it as dinner. His actions left Fuse and Yam utterly shocked. They began preparing the spider meal while Lord Milim eagerly waited in line for her portion. Fuse and Yam finally met Rimuru, and Yam started hurling insults at him. Shin, annoyed by Yam's behavior, knocked him unconscious with a swift strike from her sheathed sword. Rimuru healed Yam and expressed his desire for peace. He explained that Tempest had already formed an alliance with the Dworgen Kingdom and aimed to make Tempest more convenient for merchants, a fact confirmed by Vesta. Fuse recognized Vesta and wanted to ensure that Rimuru was an ally to humans. Rimuru asked Yam to take credit for defeating the Orc Lord so that Rimuru could be known as a trustworthy monster who had assisted the champion in the battle. Yam contemplated the idea and, after witnessing the town's prosperity, began to trust Rimuru. He expressed his desire to serve under Rimuru and even contemplated faking his own death to avoid returning to his kingdom. Yam and his comrades decided to undergo training under Hakiru. Demon Lord Clayman, on the other hand, hired another Majin named Tyr to gather information about Rimuru the Slime. Tyr also informed Clayman about another Demon Lord's attempt to revive Charybdis. This news prompted Clayman to instruct Tyr to locate the sea and find out if they could tame Charybdis. Phobio, the warrior who held a grudge against Milim, was determined to seek revenge for the humiliation he had suffered. However, his desire for revenge wasn't realistic given Milim's immense power. His comrades suggested that instead of seeking revenge, they should consider establishing diplomatic relations with Tempest, as they possessed valuable skills and techniques that beastmen lacked. Despite the advice, Phobio's desire for vengeance persisted. Suddenly, a masked Majin named Footman appeared before them, a member of the moderate Harlequin Alliance, also known as Footman the Angry Pirate. Tyr, another powerful individual, also appeared alongside Footman. They explained that they had sensed a wave of hatred and anger, which had prompted them to inquire about Phobio's grievances. Phobio's fellow beastmen wanted to drive the Majins away, but Footman enticed Phobio with the prospect of gaining power, albeit with some associated risks. They proposed that Phobio tame Charybdis, a formidable monster, and become an equal to a demon lord. However, they laid down certain conditions for this partnership. Phobio decided to send his comrades back to their kingdom and resigned from his position to avoid causing any problems for his lord. Meanwhile, Shin, Shuna, and Milim were competing to see who could hold their breath the longest. Fuse, who had initially believed that Rimuru and Tempest were harmless, chose to stay because he found Tempest comfortable and desired an extended break. He had also laid the groundwork for spreading the word that Yam and his team were the ones who had defeated the Orc Lord, portraying Rimuru and his group as harmless monsters who had merely assisted the champions. Rimuru asked Fuse to help build a road leading to the kingdom of Belmond, as he intended to sell Tempest's produced goods to other kingdoms. Rimuru also requested that Fuse introduce some advisors to him. Phobio and the Majin were outside the cave of Charybdis, which had not yet been revived. They convinced Phobio to enter the cave, break the seal, and take Charybdis into his body, merging with it as one being. Unbeknownst to Phobio, he had fallen into their trap, and Tyr and Footman mocked him for being a fool. This was all part of Clayman's plan. Rimuru and Milim were in conversation when they sensed a strong presence. All of the Kijin joined them, and suddenly, Trainee's younger sister, Trya, appeared. Trya warned them about the approaching calamity and the revival of Charybdis. She provided further information, revealing that Charybdis was Veldora's child, a sky monster with no intelligence that summoned shark-like creatures called megalodons from the spirit world to join its rampage. Charybdis was heading towards Tempest with 13 sharks, and Milim expressed her desire to help. However, Shin and Shuna disagreed with her. Rimuru considered calling King Gazel for backup. After a conference, Rimuru shared his past and the story of Shizu with Fuse. They began formulating plans to confront and battle Charybdis. With an army prepared, Rimuru's forces consisted of orcs, dwarves, dragonclaws, and Kijin. The battle against Charybdis and its accompanying megalodons began. Rimuru managed to take down one of the sharks, but their attacks were proving insufficient to destroy the formidable creatures. This was due to Charybdis' unique skill, magic jamming, which reduced magic efficiency. Geld and his men, with some assistance from Gabiru, successfully took down another shark after a challenging struggle. Pegasus and Gobder riders utilized a tactic where some would divert the attention of the megalodons while others attacked. Hakiru served as the strategist for Rimuru's army. Milim expressed her eagerness to join the battle, but Rimuru refused her offer. Sawe used his strings to manipulate one of the sharks to attack another, while Ranga and Shin, demonstrating incredible abilities, took down 2 more sharks. Charybdis was the last remaining threat, and despite their best efforts, Ranga and Sawe's attacks didn't seem to work. Charybdis began attacking them with its scales, and Sawe and Shin struggled to defend against them. Ranga stepped in as a shield to allow Sawe and Shin to escape. They continued their attacks, but Charybdis displayed a rapid regeneration ability that disappointed Rimuru. It could regenerate all removed scales within 3 minutes. Rimuru decided they had only 3 minutes to deal as much damage as possible before the scales regenerated. The Rimuru ordered the monsters to attack Charybdis and prevent its regeneration. With the support of the Pegasus Knights, their combined strength increased tenfold, yet by sunset, Charybdis had only sustained around 30% damage. In a surprising moment, Charybdis muttered Milim's name and showed signs of life within. Rimuru realized that Charybdis had come to Tempest because of Milim. He called Milim and informed her of Phobio's involvement, urging her to engage in battle without killing him. Phobio attacked Charybdis with its scales, but Milim intercepted the scales and launched a massive attack called Dragon Buster, completely destroying Charybdis' body and ejecting Phobio. Rimuru caught Phobio and began healing him. Charybdis' magic ore was removed from Phobio and consumed by Rimuru. The Great Sage isolated it for appraisal. Phobio apologized to Milim for his grave mistake. Trainee and Tri arrived to investigate Phobio's discovery. Phobio revealed information about Footman and Tyr. Gabiru informed Rimuru about Laplace, the president of the moderate Harlequin Alliance, a jack-of-all-trades group. The pieces of the puzzle started coming together. While Milim had no knowledge of such an alliance, she suspected that Clayman was behind the scheme. Phobio took full responsibility for his actions, and both Milim and Rimuru forgave him. Suddenly, Demon Lord Carrion, Phobio's lord, arrived at the scene. Rimuru saw Carrion for the first time. Carrion punched Phobio into the ground but thanked Rimuru for sparing his life. Rimuru proposed a non-aggression pact with the Rimuru Tempest Federation, which Carrion agreed to. He then took Phobio, who was bleeding, and left the scene. After the battle, Hakiru was busy preparing a feast for everyone. He was chopping up the dead megalodons to be served for dinner, while the Kijin and Habaru were checking the scales from the megalodons to create new weapons, shields, armor, and accessories that could fetch high prices in trade. The monsters were having a lively celebration, reminiscing about the battle they had just fought. The Jura forest had become more peaceful after the non-aggression pact. Meanwhile, Rimuru was enjoying a relaxing time with Milim and other girls in a hot bath. Milim felt the need to make sure that other demons stayed away from causing trouble in Tempest. After the feast, the goblins were lying around, satisfied and full. Rimuru had a dream about Shizu, in which she told him to move to the royal capital of the kingdom of Ingracia. This dream led Rimuru to make a decision. He announced to everyone that he would be leaving the village for a while and entrusted them with the responsibility of taking care of it in his absence. Rimuru departed from the village with Ranga, embarking on his first journey to the kingdom of humans in the 2 years since his reincarnation as a slime. He was on his way to Freedom Academy, which had been established by one of Shizu's students, Yuuki Kagurazaka. Rimuru had sent an introductory letter through Fuse. 3 days later, Rimuru arrived in the royal capital of Ingracia, using the ID that Fuse had prepared for him without any issues. The city was massive, with modern architecture, and Rimuru entered the Free Union. There, he met the Grand Master and sought to meet with Yuuki. Upon seeing Shizu's mask on Rimuru's face, Yuuki attacked him. Rimuru managed to calm Yuuki down by using words that Yuuki had taught to Shizu. They began to talk about anime, manga, and updates about Tokyo. Yuuki expressed his wish to see those manga with his own eyes, which gave Rimuru an idea. He asked Yuki for some paper, absorbed it as a slime, and started creating manga for him. Rimuru gave Yuki a truckload of manga. Rimuru then explained the reason for his journey to the royal capital, and Yuki initially mistook it for Rimuru planning to return to Japan. Yuki mentioned the myths of ogres and orcs in Japan and speculated about the possibility of traveling between both worlds under certain conditions. Yuki arranged for Rimuru to become a school teacher at Freedom Academy, where he would be teaching Shizu's students. Yuki also asked Rimuru if he knew Hinata Sakaguchi, a student of Shizu. Rimuru remembered Hinata as the one who had left Shizu to walk his own path and had gained strength surpassing Shizu at the age of 15. Yuki shared this information difference between the otherworlders like Hinata and those who were spontaneously summoned, like themselves. Yuki further explained the summoning process, the creation of a body when traveling to this world, and the tragic fate of the 5 other summoned students who had been destroyed. He expressed his desire for Shizu to save those children. As Rimuru entered the classroom to meet his new students, he was immediately attacked by one of them, a student named Ken. Rimuru was introduced to the 5 summoned students, Kenya Misaki, Ryota Sekahachi, Gail Gibson, Alice Rondo, and Chloe Aubert, whom he would be teaching. Rimuru was determined to gain the trust of his students, and he began by taking attendance. However, none of the 5 students responded to him. Rimuru decided to use Ranga to scare the students into cooperating with him. He then attempted to start a lesson, but the students protested, explaining that they hadn't studied anything since arriving in this world. They were aware of their impending fate, and their situation had left them hopeless. Rimuru wanted to give them a glimmer of hope and asked the students to try to defeat him within 10 minutes using their chosen weapons. Ken was the first to step forward, but he struggled to land even a single blow. When the time was up, Ken left in tears. Chloe, who could use water magic, was the next to attack. She trapped Rimuru in water and launched water blades at him, but they had no effect on him. Gale followed, using magic bullets, which Rimuru easily absorbed. Ryota then applied the body enhancement technique Berserker and attempted to attack Rimuru, but he missed every strike. Lastly, Alice used puppets to fight, but the time ran out before she could make any significant progress. Rimuru pondered a way to save these children from their inevitable fate. He showed them Shizu's mask and told them that Shizu had entrusted their well-being to him. This revelation began to earn the students' trust. Rimuru used a warp portal, a technique taught to him by Vesta, to meet with Trainee and discuss the situation of the children and how to potentially save them. Trainee informed Rimuru about the location of the superior spirit's dwelling, known as the Dwelling of Spirits, but she was unaware of the current queen's identity or whereabouts. Rimuru made a promise to Shizu that he would take care of everything. He continued to work as a teacher for a month while also trying to locate a superior spirit but found no success. Rimuru decided to take the students on a picnic and discuss their training. He offered a manga as a reward for the student who performed the best. As he was about to distribute the manga, high-pressure winds started blowing, and the Great Sage informed Rimuru of the aura emitted by a sky dragon heading towards the capital. Rimuru followed the dragon, which was attacking the army with its force shield and lightning. Rimuru absorbed the dragon and flew away, saving the city. Later, Yuki informed Rimuru about a merchant named M. Jalmire, whom Rimuru had previously saved in his adult Shizu form. M. Jalmire invited Rimuru and his students to a dinner. Yuki assured Rimuru that M. Jalmire could be trusted, as he had conducted a background check on him. Rimuru and his students enjoyed a grand feast with M. Jalmire, during which M. Jalmire revealed that he knew Rimuru's true identity. Rimuru asked M. Jalmire to visit Tempest City and help them with trade and commerce, to which M. Jalmire agreed. As they were about to leave, Rimuru overheard M. Jalmire's servant mentioning the name of the Queen of Spirits. He approached the servant and asked if she knew the location of the Dwelling of Spirits, which she did. In exchange for a generous tip, she revealed that the Dwelling of Spirits was located in the Republic of Ulgrasia. Rimuru then began his journey toward the Dwelling of Spirits with his students. Rimuru and the children had reached the entrance of the Dwelling of Spirits, but their path wasn't straightforward. They started hearing laughter in their heads, attempting to scare them off. The labyrinthine path then suddenly lit up, leading them to a dead end. The room transformed into a battlefield, and Rimuru was asked to face a test in the form of a robot. Rimuru instructed Ranga to protect the children while he confronted the robot. The robot was a formidable adversary, made of magisteel and even stronger than the dragon Rimuru had faced in the capital. It launched attacks at Rimuru, causing concern among the children. Rimuru assured them and retaliated with arcane threads and a hellflare attack, which vaporized the robot. Rimuru then threatened to burn the spirit responsible if she didn't reveal herself. A fairy named Ramiris of the Labyrinth appeared before Rimuru, introducing herself as one of the 10 great demon lords. Rimuru playfully teased Ramiris, which irked her. Ramiris explained that she had wanted to have fun and then save them dramatically to earn Rimuru's respect. She scolded Rimuru for destroying her creation, the colossal robot, which she had built using spirit engineering. Ramiris revealed that the robot was the same project that Vesta's team had failed to complete. She had successfully finished the research and built it herself. Despite her eccentric behavior, Rimuru acknowledged Ramiris' abilities and asked for her assistance. After explaining their predicament, Rimuru asked Ramiris to introduce them to the Queen of Spirits. However, Ramiris disclosed that she was the queen he was looking for. She explained the reason why a demon lord held the title of Queen of Spirits and told Rimuru about Demon Lord Leon, a former hero who had become a demon lord. Ramiris, as the former Queen of Spirits, had many titles, including Guide to the Saints and Fairy of the Labyrinth. She agreed to help Rimuru with his plan to summon a superior spirit. Ramiris led them to the Dwelling of Spirits, where Rimuru would attempt to summon a superior spirit. If he failed, he could use his degenerate skill to create one using the gathered energy. Rimuru and the students were on their way to summon superior spirits. Ramiris led them to a location where they could call forth the spirits by using any word or phrase, such as help or let's play. Gale was the first to attempt the summoning. He began praying, but instead of superior spirits, inferior spirits appeared. Rimuru used his gluttony ability to absorb the tiny spirits and created a superior spirit with the earth attribute. He then transferred this spirit to Gale. Alice was next, and she received a superior spirit with the space attribute. Ken summoned a superior light spirit, and Rimuru transferred the spirit to him. Chloe began her summoning, and a superior spirit appeared. However, this spirit was different and seemed to possess incredible power. It kissed Rimuru and vanished into Chloe. Ramiris explained that the entity resembled a spirit and had come from the future. By inhabiting Chloe, the spirit had laid the foundation for its own rebirth. The students were saved, and they expressed their gratitude to Ramiris. Many other spirits appeared, and the students celebrated their newfound abilities. As promised, Rimuru gave Ramiris a new robot possessed by a demon. Yuuki was curious about how Rimuru had created the superior spirits but was silenced when Rimuru gave him a bunch of new manga. Rimuru reminisced about his journey over the past 2 years, making new friends, battling formidable foes, building alliances with powerful nations, befriending a demon lord, saving the students, and even inhabiting an entire town. Another demon lord observed Rimuru's activities through a magic globe. Rimuru resigned from his position as a teacher, and the students were emotional about his departure. Chloe didn't want him to leave, and Rimuru gave them coats crafted by Shuna as parting gifts. He also gave Chloe Shizu's mask, although he couldn't explain why he chose to give it to her. As Rimuru and Ranga continued their journey back to Tempest City, they were unaware that a mysterious warrior in a white coat was eavesdropping on their conversation from behind a tree. Rimuru looked forward to returning home. In the kingdom of Filtwood, a lady who had lost her husband sought to summon a demon to avenge his death. She was willing to offer anything in exchange for justice and to make the one who killed her husband pay for their actions. This kingdom bordered the forest of Jura, and Shizu received an urgent request to visit the kingdom and deal with a resurrected demon threat. Upon her arrival, Shizu encountered a group of heroes, some of whom were well known, while others were less familiar. The kingdom's minister explained the situation to them, detailing that the demon had been sealed away by a champion named Orthos centuries ago. 2 renowned heroes had already perished in attempts to confront the demon. The demon sought to reclaim its body, which was in the possession of the kingdom, to complete its resurrection. Shizu speculated that the demon might be a superior demon, possibly even an archdemon. She questioned the minister about the demon's name, but there were no records of it having one. This lack of a name puzzled Shizu, as it seemed unusual for a demon of such power to be nameless, especially if it had defeated a renowned hero like Silver Wings. The situation grew tense when a man attempted to leave the hall and was swiftly killed by the minister's general, who burned him to death. To everyone's shock, the deceased man turned out to be a lesser demon. The situation escalated, with paranoia and distrust spreading among those present. The demon responsible for stirring up trouble presented itself as an adventurer named Kuro. Shizu confronted him, urging him to introduce himself. Kuro attacked Shizu with flames, but her mask, which possessed the ability of infinite time compression, shielded her from harm. Shizu retaliated with an attack of her own, using inferno flames. Kuro eventually revealed his true form and engaged Shizu in a fierce battle. Despite Kuro's formidable abilities, Shizu ultimately prevailed. He retreated after realizing that Shizu had access to such a powerful item. The following day, Shizu remained contemplative about the demon and the events of the previous day. Lord Leon informed her about demons known as progenitors, but Shizu considered it unlikely that Kuro was one of them. Shizu was summoned by the minister's guard to meet with the minister himself. During their conversation, Shizu grew suspicious as she realized that the guard had not been present during the previous day's events yet spoke knowledgeably about her fighting style. The guard led her to a basement chamber with 3 thrones, 2 of which were occupied. To her surprise, the guard revealed himself to be the king, who was none other than the champion Orthos. Orthos admitted that he had never sealed the demon and had used it as bait to lure adventurers to their doom. Orthos praised Shizu's mask and expressed his intent to devour her. He effortlessly overpowered her in their confrontation. However, the demon who had previously fought Shizu intervened, decapitating Orthos and 2 of the kingdom's ministers. Orthos had underestimated this demon, known as Black Noir, a progenitor renowned for taking revenge. Black Noir had been summoned to avenge Silver Wings, the lady and her husband who were once celebrated heroes. Orthos was the one who had killed Silver Wings. Now, Black Noir sought the mask, and the kingdom believed Shizu had defeated the demon, leading to a case of mistaken identity in the records of the kingdom's events. As Rimuru is taking the junior class, he tells the students that he will be leaving the academy soon to return to his village. The students look a bit sad after hearing this, but the 2 bastards, Alice and Kenya, say that it's good to hear it. Rimuru further tells them that he is around for almost a month, and the finals are also coming, so the students should prepare for it. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door and it's Tis Sensei. She is the new teacher in the academy, and Rimuru says that he's busy, but Alice, knowing how Rimuru is, just knows he's trying to slip away to take a nap. Then Rimuru takes Ranga and sees the whole kingdom from a hill before teleporting to his home village, Forest Jura Tempest. Rimuru feels the fresh air and says it has been a long time. Then he starts his long life sob story of how he was stabbed and then got reincarnated as a slime with Riz. He made a nation of his own and saved the students of Shizu. Now, he's facing some difficulty with the Demon Lord Carrion, and luckily, the Demon Lord himself has asked for a delegation. Rimuru has chosen Benimaru as the leader and Rigger as his assistant. As a man there starts crying and looks like a complete loser. In the temple, Rimuru is taking various forms of vessels that are to be sent with the delegation when Shuna and Shin arrive. They greet Rimuru and offer him a bunch of dresses. He picks the first one, which looks like a hot wife, the second one looks like Elsa from Frozen, and the third one is a badass samurai. The girls love this, but these are not the type. So, Rimuru puts on a casual dress and goes to address the nation. Everyone starts simping over him when he finally shuts the crowd. He tells them that the nation is growing strong, but they are still inexperienced, so the delegation will make them stronger. He tells Benimaru not to look for a fight and come back like a scared little bitch. Everyone bid farewell to the delegation, and the preparation for the other kingdom's delegation starts. Shuna is looking after the cooking, Vesta is the dressing manager, and a bunch of other mess is going on when suddenly, the forest waifu trainee arrives. She tells Rimuru that the delegation from the kingdom is close and they will arrive within 3 days, but before that, others are coming as well. Rimuru is confused, as 2 little brats pick some berries when a cute mushroom arrives that suddenly turns into a giant-ass monster. A man named Yam comes and eliminates the mushroom in half. He and his buddies had previously defeated the Orc Lord, and now they spread positivity about the Tempest Forest. They arrive before the delegation and at night, taking a hot Suna with Rimuru when he tells them about the Demon Lord's delegation. The 3 are surprised when Rimuru finally reveals that it is just for some healthy relations. The next day, the party goes to greet the delegation while Rimuru sits under the melons of Shin. The demon's delegation comes on mighty tigers, and the girl introduces herself as Albus, the Golden Serpent. She is one of Demon Lord's breastfeeders. Suddenly, a cat, or you can say a cocky bastard, jumps from the carriage. Her name is Sophia, who is looking to get herself kicked. She disrespects Yam, and Rimuru can't withstand it, so he orders him to fight the biatch. But Shin is filled with anger. Moving with the speed of sound, the destruction was beyond anything. Albus orders her toy Grucius to take on Yam, and the 2 bastards start to fight. 2 fights are ongoing between the 2 kingdoms, and Rimuru is just watching them because he's the jerk who started it all. Sophia and Shin keep going to reach their limits. Sophia uses her lightning magic, but our Milky Mommy firmly believes in bare-knuckle fights. Sophia mocks Shin, to which Shin agrees and prepares her final blow that will destroy everything to the pits of Tartarus, the maximum magic bullet. Everyone tries to stop her, but she isn't listening. Suddenly, Albus turns into a serpent and intervenes. Turns out that it was all just a test to see whether the Tempest Federation is worthy of the Demon Lord's recognition or not. Everyone is happy, and Grucius and Yam also get along, except Shin, because her being a klutz has turned the energy blast to its limit and can't control it now. Everyone hesitates and tries to take shelter, but Rimuru tells her to redirect the blast towards him. Shin throws the mighty blow at Rimuru, and he absorbs it like he is inhaling some white powder from a table. Everyone mess their pants to see such an astonishing power, and Albus now knows that the Tempest are surely worthy of their delegation. At night, a great feast is arranged where the guests are served some delicious food in the reception hall, and they like it very much. On the other hand, Albus is drinking barrels on barrels of brandy using her thick tail, while Sophia is turned into a cat to drink it. Rimuru asks if Albus is comfortable drinking like this, and she says that it's not her secret. But Rimuru is concerned with the amount of barrels that they have drunk. He tells them that the fruit in the forest is scarce, so they can't make much of it and only use it for guests. Albus tells him that there are fresh and juicy melons and fruits in the animal kingdom, so she will arrange the fruits. Rimuru is happy, but the concerned looks of the demons tell him that the two girls want his water. So they agree to trade fruits and booze, but this is something that Rimuru doesn't know much about, so he calls the one and only Kobe. Kobe is a merchant and a shop owner in the Tempest Forest and represents all the merchants with experience in the demon castle, so Rimuru hands the trading to him. But the little dog is scared to death. However, Rimuru leaves and the three negotiate while the two demons are a little tipsy. After a couple of days, Sophia and Aldis along with a couple of people left for Euryzania, while some were left behind to learn the tips and melons of the Tempest people. The people from Euryzania are simple and good-mannered in that they were shocked to see hot water coming from the tap when all they used was a heating crystal in the faucet. Grucius, on the hand, is lazy as his leader Phobio ordered him to be useful to the great Rimuru, but all he's doing is playing with his dog. He goes on patrol while Yaum is about to leave when Master Hakaru grabs him to play with his sword. Rimuru visits the academy and he's happy to see that every young lad is working diligently. A couple of days later, Yaum and his buddies depart as well to spread the positive word of the Tempest people, and just after that, the delegation from the Demon Lord's kingdom comes back. Rimuru tells the team that the Knights of Euryzania are remarkable and they are trained by the Demon Lord himself, but the architecture and the craftsmanship are inferior to Tempest. Hearing this, Rigger's father starts crying like a pathetic loser. However, he further explains that one thing that stands above everything is their agriculture. There is a vast land with abundant resources that they have ever seen. Hearing this, Rimuru's next plan is to send the delegation to learn about the agriculture of Euryzania. After that, Rimuru is approached by Benimaru, who asks him if he can place Rigger as the leader of the delegation onwards, as he wants to protect the nation. Rimuru agrees, and Benimaru also tells him that he picked up a fight with the Demon Lord and lost spectacularly. He's just a sick, messed up bastard according to my data. The next day, Rimuru and the squad leave for Dworgen. The party includes Shin, Shuna, Ranga, and a bunch of dwarfs along with a couple of goblins and some special gifts for the king. Rimuru recalls that Shin is even a bigger klutz than Benimaru, since she somehow destroyed the whole palace room when he told her that he was taking Shuna along with him. Along the way, they meet Gled and reward them with beer before finally reaching the kingdom. There they meet Kaido, another dwarf, who is shocked to see Rimuru as he only knows his slime form. Finally, they enter the throne room to meet King Gazel of Dwargo. But in the meantime, we see Clayman spying on Rimuru by blackmailing Mulan. Rimuru and Gazel talk about some business stuff. Rimuru tells him how the dwarfs are doing well in the new kingdom and Vesta is there along with his freaky experiments as well. Suddenly, the happy bastard turns into a serious one, and Gazel asks Rimuru what magic he used to defeat the Charybdis during the war. The magic was so powerful that Rimuru had to tell the truth, so he told them that it was the Demon Lord Milim. Dorf doesn't believe Rimuru, but it's the actual truth. However, Gazel has an eye for facts, so she believes Rimuru. Meanwhile, Shuna arrives with the beer of Tempest. Rimuru tells them that it is a special beer from the kingdom with detoxifying magic. The two men suck the beer and they are amazed to see how tasty it is. Rimuru also chugs a sip when the system removes the alcohol instantly. Rimuru tells them that it is made from a special apple from the animal kingdom, which triggers the two men as they consider the Demon Lord a prideful bastard. They consider him a demon seducer, but still, we haven't seen any plot. Rimuru explains that they are just sending delegations right now, but Dorf and Gazel are concerned that this pace can make Tempest the biggest trade center. The two men then talk about some kingdom and boring mess when Shin disrupts them and she is high as heck. She is drinking beer like there's no tomorrow and suddenly falls. They are embarrassed to see this, but Gazel doesn't mind and the two takes her to her room. Then, Rimuru addresses the nation like a humble person, but it was just a practice, and Gazel tells him that it's too short and he's too humble, so the people will throw mess at him. Rimuru agrees, as he was dumb as heck at his previous job as well. Since the gang is in Dworgen, they can't miss the elf paradise. At night, the goblin gang and Rimuru sneak into the elf paradise without Shin or Shuna noticing, and inside is pure heaven. Milky elf mamas are everywhere and they are so happy to see Rimuru. The goblins, well, they might have some liquid coming from their nose as soon as they are indulged in the beauty of paradise. There, we see the dwarf brothers as well. Gobda shows his feats, but he is so happy to see the melons that he falls with blood coming out of every hole. Rimuru offers some beer to the bartender for free to see how much those are worth in the Dworgen kingdom. The bartender is happy to see a nation filled with different races. Now it's time to head back and all the bastards are tipsy. Rimuru tries to wake up Gobda, but the jerk is cold as ice. Suddenly, Shuna arrives from the darkness with a sinister smile. He is scared to death as Gobzo has told her everything because he can't withstand her seductive nature. To guarantee death, Shin arrives as well and now everyone is doomed for eternity. Rimuru can't do anything so he just apologizes and uses his slimy charm to seduce her, and the girls agree with the condition that he will eat Shin's dish for 1 week, which is even more brutal than death. After that, the party was set for home. Meanwhile, Yam arrives in town where he meets Isaac, who introduces him to his sister Mulan, who is working for Clayman, who is a sick mess. Yam and Mulan then engage in a battle to show how worthy she is, and she beat Yam with ease. Guess he is a thin stick after all. Yam is impressed by her feats, so he agrees to recruit her to their team. The next day, Rimuru goes back to the academy to announce the results of the final exams, and he melts down, making the lads mess their pants, but turns out that all of them passed successfully. This concludes his reign as a teacher, but he promises the students that he will show them the manga he promised that will make them happy. It turns out that these young lads are nerds as well, just like you. After that, Rimuru goes to Tis Sensei and thanks her for taking good care of the lads. Meanwhile, Yam reaches the Tempest land along with Mulan. Yam introduces her to Shuna and Shin. Some preparations are being made to welcome Rimuru for his return, so Shin suggests Mulan take a hot bath with me. Just kidding. Then Yam takes Mulan and the two explore the city. Yam shows her the blacksmith shop, the reception hall, and the market, but she notices a high amount of potions, which makes her think that the nation is a big threat, just like Shin's big melons. Yam then takes her to the training grounds where Hakiru has just finished up Grucius, Gobta, and Gobzo with a bunch of other goblins. Yam introduces Mulan to Grucius and he thinks that she is just a little sassy girl. He challenges her and agrees to call Yam his boss if he loses, and what can you expect from a pile of doggy mess, got dumped in an instant. Seeing this, Gobta comes up with an idea and thinks that they will use the magical girl to take on Hakiru. So, he provokes the old lad, and Mulan uses her magic, but he vanishes in an instant and beats the living crap. At night, the beat-up jerks take a bath, but Gobta is still determined to defeat the old guy. At the kingdom of Falmouth, the king is anxious as the traders are declining day by day, and they have heard about Yam, the orc dispatcher who is residing in the Tempest Federation. The priest there, Rayheim, tells them that the land of monsters is a potential threat to their god, so they will use this excuse to engage in a holy battle. The old guy suggests using the Otherworlders. The Otherworlders are also from some other world like Rimuru, and they are strong as heck. Shogo is the hothead who thinks that a mere slime is just a waste of time, but he doesn't know that Rimuru can kick his ass with wine. The others are excited to kick some butt as well, but the third guy is a sinister douchebag, so he can be a problem. The next day, Yam is lying in the lap of Mulan after getting his ass kicked by the bastard master. He jokes around saying that he would love to lay like this every day. But Mulan doesn't like the joke, so she tells him to get up, but Yam says that it wasn't a joke, so stay tuned as we can get some plot soon. She calls Yam stupid. In the town, everyone is preparing for Rimuru's arrival when suddenly one of the lizard guys looks strangely at Mulan. Next up, we see the two jerks, Yam and Grucius, practicing with each other, and as soon as Mulan arrives, she is contacted by the demon lord Clayman, who tells him that she is a good servant, so she just has to do one more job and be with the man of her dreams. Mulan is a simp just like you, so she agrees as her heart is controlled by Clayman. In the castle, news just arrives narrating that some armed knights from the Flammoth Kingdom are heading towards Tempest. In the meantime, the three Outworlders from the Flammoth Kingdom arrive in the Tempest, and the three cocky, arrogant bastards are shocked to see that even monsters are living in better conditions compared to them. They don't like the atmosphere here, so they decide to eliminate the wet slime to change the rule. Kurara hatches a plan to try to portray Gobzo as a pervert. She touches him and falls, making it look like monsters are monsters. Everyone is concerned. Gobdo arrives and elevates the situation, saying that Gobzo only likes Shin with her heaven-shaking curves. Everyone starts laughing, but the Otherworlders don't buy it, so the girl lashes a deadly spell, but the spell doesn't work. Suddenly, Shuna and Shin arrive at the scene, and Kurara wets her pants as Shuna scares the mess out of her. The other bastards try to pick up a fight, so Shin takes on Shogo and Gobda takes the other jerk. Meanwhile, Mulan is connected with Clayman, who tells her that her final job is to cut off the communication of the capital to the outside world. She continues to perform her mission when Grucius arrives, and seeing the weird looks on her face, he is concerned that she is being controlled by the demon lord Clayman. So, Mulan reveals her true form and turns into a Majin. But to her ill luck, Yam arrives as well and tells her that he loves her, so he will protect her. Mulan is moved by such words, and Yam don't miss the opportunity to grab her. Grucius doesn't like this grabbing, but Mulan sees this opportunity and starts her final objective. She blasts a barrier, and the Flammoth Knights from the outside cast a prison field on the Tempest that makes them locked inside. Suddenly, Shin feels her power leaving her body and Shogo is about to knock some sense into her. On the other hand, Rimuru is departing for Tempest. The students start crying, and they don't want their master to leave. So, Rimuru gives them some presents to cheer up the little brats. As Rimuru hops on Ranga and leaves, the students bid him farewell. Ranga and Rimuru travel a couple of miles to teleport back to Temps when suddenly a girl is noticed. Rimuru and Ranga feel it as well, so Ranga goes into Rimuru's shadow. In the meantime, Shui arrives to warn Rimuru, but he can't do much. A barrier is placed between Rimuru and the outside world. Rimuru uses the resistant ability, but it allows only a limited use of magic. Then we see the girl approaching Rimuru. In the Tempest Kingdom, Gobta is bruised and slashed by the freaking bastard, and when he's about to finish him, Master Hakiru arrives. He saves Gobta, but due to the barrier, the moments are slower and he also falls prey to the Otherworlder. Now, only Shuna and Gobzo left. On the other hand, Shin is getting her ass kicked by Shogo, but she is still giving a tough fight with her weak skills. Just at that moment, the knights from the Flammoth Kingdom arrive, and in the name of law, they start massacring and eliminating the innocent people, turning Tempest into a dungeon. The girl who trapped Rimuru is the captain of the Holy Knights and her name is Hinata. Rimuru remembers her from Master Shizu, but the little biatch doesn't buy it and she lashes on Rimuru. He tries to sweet talk with her, saying that he's Japanese as well, but nothing is working as the girl only seeks revenge. So, Rimuru pulls out his sword as well and the two start to fight off each other. Hinata uses a spiritual attack that attacks the spirit of the body instead of physical form, and now Rimuru can only take 3 more attacks like this. They battle each other to death, but now Rimuru has only one strike to bear that will eliminate him. Hinata is lost in revenge for her master Shizu. Rimuru senses that Hinata is beyond anything. With no hope, Rimuru summons a superior spirit, but he is of no use as the holy girl has the ability to take control of the spirits as well, just like his gluttony power. Suddenly, Rimuru remembers his gluttony power and tells Hinata that Shizu-sensei just wanted him to save Chloe and the other lads. Hinata also uses her final move, the color whatever sword, and pierces through Rimuru just before he uses his gluttony. Rimuru transformed into a specialized combat form, blending traits from different objects and monsters. Hinata launched a series of powerful attacks, including one that almost eliminated Rimuru with disintegration. Rimuru wasn't throwing down with Hinata, he had distractions to whip up a clone and dip out into the shadows. However, he has some serious doubts, thinking he would have taken the L against Hinata's disintegration move even without the barrier. After the fight, Rimuru tried teleporting back to the Tempest Nation but couldn't because of the barrier. They settled for teleporting nearby, where they met some side characters and explained the situation. The Great Sage breaks down the barrier, pinning it as an anti-magic zone. Kinda like Hinata's but not as hardcore. Rimuru dispatches to hunt down who's behind the barrier, while he hunts for whoever's throwing around powerful magic. Switching over to Benimaru, who's determined to find and confront Milan for sabotaging their magic. Yom tries to stop him. Rimuru arrives just in time to intervene and agrees to listen to Milan's side of the story. Milan confesses that she's ready to take responsibility for the damage she caused. Rimuru scratches his head at first, so Milan drags him to check out the aftermath of the attack, where a bunch of goblins get wiped out. Milan's trying to stir up some drama, pushing Rimuru to lay the blame solely on her, but he keeps his cool and opts to gather everyone for a powwow instead. After gathering all the details, Rimuru concludes that the Western Holy Church and the Kingdom of Falmouth were in cahoots from the beginning. Nair adds that the Western Church dislikes monsters, and Falmouth wants to monopolize trade. Rimuru asks Mare to go to the Kingdom of Blumen and warn them about the Falmouth's impending threat. Just then Milan confesses to serving the Demon Lord. She explains that Clayman's overall goal is to get the Tempest Nation and the Kingdom of Thalamus to go to war with one another. Rimuru decides to postpone Milan's punishment and instead imprisons her for now. Rimuru is then informed by Benimaru that Shin and Gobzo were both eliminated in the fighting while trying to protect the innocent. No more big melons resting on his little jello head. So, the 3 heroes spill the beans that, despite being far-fetched, there's some fairy tale floating around about bringing the dead back to life. Then they drop the bomb that the Western Holy Church's troops are all posted up around the city, each guarding some magic gizmo. But enough about that, let's circle back to the revival biz, where Eren starts spinning a yarn about this chick and a dragon. The girl, born of a human-dragon union, was raised as a dragon princess. Her companion, a baby dragon, met a tragic end when the king's attempt to control her resulted in its death. Fueled by vengeance, she seeks retribution against the king and his kingdom, channeling her inner John Wick. After she was done slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent people, she transformed into a true demon. When she had transformed, the baby dragon miraculously came back to life. The tiny drawback to that is the dragon had lost its soul in the process, so when it came back, it was an evil monster that destroyed everything in its path. So, this dragon dude turns into the Chaos Dragon. And get this, when the girl ascends to Demon Lord status, she locks away her old dragon buddy. Rimuru's like, why bother reviving him if he ain't got no soul? Erin's on a roll, though, explaining that the city's still tight in this barrier. She's guessing this barrier's trapping souls from bouncing. It's like a slim 3% shot that this plan pans out. But hey, Shin's got a rack that could stop traffic, so in anime logic, that's basically a surefire 99% success rate. We also find out the fun fact that Erin is Erin Grimwold and is a princess. Woo. After the talk, we learned from the great sage that Rimuru has already acquired the Demon Lord seed. He had acquired the seed when he defeated the orc disaster in previous moments, so now all he has to do is meet the conditions and he can evolve into a true Demon Lord. The minimum amount of nourishment required to have the seed sprout is around 10,000 human souls. That conveniently segues into Rimuru finding out that the Falmouth forces are marching on the Tempest Nation with 20,000 men. Rimuru comes in and tells Milan that she's gonna have to die, and so she gets up and kisses Yam and is prepared to go willingly. Turns out Rimuru is a prankster to everybody because he was never actually planning on eliminating her, but on the plus side, it was kind of an elaborate wingman, and because Yam did get a kiss, the artificial heart that Clayman gave to Milan to keep her alive was actually a bug. Rimuru pulls a slick move by smashing this thing, letting him peep on her. By wrecking it, Rimuru fools Clayman into thinking Milan's kicked the bucket. Sneaky, right? But Rimuru's not done yet. He whips up an artificial ticker and swaps it in for Milan, keeping her ticking and tossing Clayman's rule out the window. When she's asked what's next now that she's off the leash, she tells them she's gonna tie the knot with Rimuru. Rimuru tells everyone, laying out his plan to wipe out all the Falmouth forces heading their way. He's talking about taking down the king and his whole top brass. Once they're 6 feet under, he's looking for someone to fill the royal shoes. Yam gets the memo that he's the lucky guy in line for the throne. Yep, he's about to be crowned king of Falmouth once Rimuru's done cleaning house. Rimuru lays down the law, declaring he's handling the big guns coming their way, while the rest are tasked with nuking the magic gadgets cooking up those barriers. Shuna and Milan get the gig of slapping up a new barrier once the old ones toast to keep those souls trapped. In the final scenes, everyone's getting ready to play their part, and the plan's locked and loaded. Later on, the big reveal hits. Gabiru and others, they all hit up their spots as planned, wiping out the enemy grunts and smashing those devices to bits. Meanwhile, Geld, Hakiru, and Rigur are on a mission to crash the party where the 3 other worlders are chilling. Geld steps up to face off against Shogo, while Hakiru squares up with Kyoya. Now, Kyoya's got this move called the All-Seeing Eye, which lets him clock every move around him at warp speed, thinking he's got the upper hand. But guess what? Hakiro's still on a whole nother level of speed. He blitzes Kyoya, slicing him up real quick, and as Kyoya's taking his final breaths, he's forced to confront all the grim stuff he's done in his life. Talk about a brutal reality check. But anyway, we're gonna hop back over to Geld and Shagu. Geld uses his Wraith abilities, so Shagu is on the back foot, and as Geld goes to eliminate him, Hakiro appears. He shows Shagu that he had eliminated Kyoya already and that he's next. Shagu, of course, panics and then tries to run off to find who he eliminates to gain this survivor ability. This does nothing. He gets his ass kicked by Geld and then regenerates all the damage he took so he could get his ass kicked again. After dealing with a fair bit of punishment, Geld decides to proceed with his plan. But Ruzin intervenes to stop him. Ruzin prevents the attack and escapes with Shagu using teleportation. They have no choice but to let Ruzin go, as Hakiro reveals he has rigged himself with nuclear strike magic. With all 4 magical devices around the city destroyed, Shuna and Mulan replace the barrier with their own. Meanwhile, Rimuru prepares to unleash power and ascend as a true demon lord. Shogo and Ruzin confront each other, with Ruzin claiming he will help Shogo but instead destroys his soul. Ruzin then performs a soul swap, taking over Shogo's body and acquiring his powers. In the final scenes, Rimuru goes on a rampage, accumulating eliminates and nearing a 10,000 soul count. As the army's all gathering up, and then bam, the king's freaking out, thinking about what's gonna happen next. Revenge time kicks in, and here comes Benimaru, strolling up in front of the army like, "Wake your up, before I crisp breezy you." One of the knights spots Benimaru rolling in, then of course, Benimaru's being the annoying person he is, charges in, taking them all out with crazy precision and super speed. In no time, Benimaru efficiently and with much ease gets rid of the entire army and is left standing there alone, surrounded by trees. On the other hand, Gabiru proceeds to take out another army, and at the same time the other party members carry out their assigned tasks, and successfully get rid of the remaining armies. Somewhere else, Shogo is seen excited to get into a fight. The useless person explains to Kyoya, another useless person, how his hands are itchy. Kyoya then explains to Shogo that he can understand his temperament. That is when a knight notices some enemy movement coming their way and alerts Shogo and Kyoya. They quickly jump down to confront the incoming enemy. Turns out that the enemy is none other than Hakiru, the old loser, along with his army. Hakiru and his men easily manage to defeat the knights. There, Shogo decides to finally interfere and show off his skills. Geld then volunteers to fight off Shogo with his big-ass armored suit, and their battle begins with Shogo punching right straight through Geld's shield. Meanwhile, Kyoya heads into the forest and bumps into Hakiru, who's been chilling there, waiting. They start hurling some seriously nasty insults at each other, and Kyoya decides to throw the first punch, but Hakiru totally shuts him down. Meanwhile, Geld and Shogo are still duking it out, but Geld's basically invincible, taking no hits at all. Shogo even tries to pull a fast one on Geld, but he ain't falling for it and keeps his guard up like a boss. Shogo then uses all his strength to defeat Geld, but all his attempts are in vain as Geld doesn't even flinch while fighting with Shogo. Geld then uses his rot skill and Shogo begins to get rotten little by little, and it appears to not come to a stop. Soon, Hakiru arrives and throws the decapitated head of Kyoya towards him, prompting him to run from there to save his life. Shogo then goes over to Kiara and proceeds to eliminate her to gain her powers, and succeeds in doing so. After gaining new powers where he can regenerate himself if needed, Shogo begins to get a bit cocky, and since no one likes cocky people, Geld once again volunteers to deal with Shogo on his own. Geld then proceeds to get the better of Shogo in the fight and manages to bring him to the ground, gets on top of him, and punches him repeatedly with no intention of letting him go. Geld then decides to end Shogo's life and continues to swing his machete towards Shogo, which is then countered by Raisin, who has arrived there all of a sudden. Shogo seems to be relieved to see that Raisin is there to save his life. Raisin then provokes Geld, who soon begins to charge towards Raisin but gets stopped by Hakiru. An energy blast occurs and Gled is sent to where he came from, so Raisin's kinda impressed by how Hakiru sniffed out his trap so fast. Hakiru gives him a heads up about facing the wrath of our leader, Great Rimuru, but Raisin really couldn't less. He takes Shogo back home and straight up annihilates his soul. Raisin's got his plan all laid out, and then he busts out this crazy reincarnation move of his. He kicks the bucket in his own body, only to pop up in Shogo's. Next up, King Edamales. Raisin and Fulgen are hauling ass to check on King Edamales, but Raisin can't zap out Falmouth's king thanks to some anti-magic crap in the area. So, Fulgen steps up, saying he'll use his spearhead skill to turn the rest of the soldiers into freaking human shields to get King Edamales the heck out of there. Just as Fulgen's getting ready to roll with his plan, bam! Rimuru puts a bullet in his head. Raisin steps up to confront Rimuru, but before he can even get a word out, Rimuru plugs him too, no questions asked. Rimuru consults with the king and the king proposes formal relations, mentioning that it was the church's fault who declared the kind of Rimuru as their enemies. Moreover, King Edamales lies to Rimuru and mentions that he wanted to talk things out with the demonic realm in the first place, but while he is trying to explain all this, Rimuru grows bored and is uninterested in whatever Edamales is saying. Rimuru then proceeds to shoot off Edamales' arm. After that, Rimuru acquires a new unique skill and uses it to execute the now surrendering soldiers, leaving only the king and the archbishop alive. Out of nowhere, Rimuru starts feeling totally drained, like he can't keep up his human guys anymore. He's spinning, feeling all woozy, and he knows this is the worst possible time for it. So, quick thinking, Rimuru calls up Rangan and tells him to get him home safe and sound, and to snatch up Edamales and the archbishop while they're at it, making them prisoners of war. Someone's been playing dead nearby, so Rimuru tells Rangan to sniff out the survivor. Meanwhile, the Word of the Worlds announces that the Harvest Festival to level up Rimuru Tempest into a demon lord is kicking off right now. And once the Harvest Festival's done, everyone riding Rimuru's wave is getting hooked up with some sick loot. Shortly after, Ranga rushingly brings Rimuru to the harvest and she is quickly covered in a cloak. There, Benimaru wishes to himself that once Rimuru turns into a demon lord, he hopes that she won't become a different person and lose all control. Soon, the harvest begins and in no time it gets completed. After the harvest, Rimuru transforms from a slime race to a demon slime race. Moreover, Rimuru is now capable of freely changing his material and spiritual bodies. On top of all these, Rimuru gains new skills such as infinite regeneration, universal detect, Lord's ambition, enhanced replication, and universal threat acquisition. The new resistances that Rimuru acquires include natural elemental nullification, ailment nullification, spiritual attack resistance, and holy attack resistance. Most importantly, the Great Sage receives one of these gifts as well, resulting in the birth of the ultimate skill Raphael. Meanwhile, Raisin tries to fight Diablo and thinks that he can easily take him out or at least go head to head with him. However, the dumb loser has no idea what he is getting himself into, since Diablo has plans of toying around with Raisin, since he is already aware of the fact that Raisin is nothing but a mere piece of mess in front of him. The fight begins and Raisin does everything in his power to try and at least inflict a scratch on Diablo, but Raisin even fails to do that. Raisin then begins to mess his pants when Diablo comes closer to him, and Raisin soon passes out. Now that the harvest is wrapped up and Rimuru is waking up the crew, telling them to catch some sleep cause it's gift-giving time. Rimuru then heads over to revive those who bit the dust, but the sage informs that this current body doesn't have enough magic. Then out of nowhere, Diablo rolls in with Raisin, offering up his 2 sidekicks as magical fuel for Rimuru, and manages to pull off the resurrection. Benimaru approaches Rimuru and proposes to come up with a password to test whether or not he has retained her reason after becoming a demon lord. Later, Rimuru awakens and questions if the harvest was successful and immediately receives confirmation. It is then shown that Shin has successfully been reborn and has Rimuru in her lap, where Rimuru shows his gladness after seeing Shin alive. Shin then announces in front of everyone that the great Rimuru has succeeded in bringing all of them back to life and has not left a soul behind that needs to be resurrected. Soon, Rimuru gets told by Raphael that everyone seems different to her, since everyone who was connected to her received gifts after the harvest which caused them to evolve. Soon, as everything gets settled, Benimaru tries to carry on with his plan of pulling out a not-so-funny joke on Rimuru. He mentions how Rimuru's reason still needs to be tested, and since he already guided Rimuru earlier on what to say, Benimaru believes everything will work fine. Benimaru then tells Rimuru the phrase, "Shin's cooking," is in hopes of Rimuru finishing the sentence. Rimuru then quickly turns to seek help from Raphael, who claims that she has answers to all the questions. At first, Raphael tells Rimuru that there is nothing he can do or say now that would save him from Shin, but later suggests something to say. Rimuru proceeds to turn the table and shift all the blame towards Benimaru, and reveals to Shin how Benimaru advised him to comment how Shin's cooking tastes like our ex's cooking. This deeply angers Shin to an extent, so much so that she is now hooked on filling Benimaru's belly with the food cooked by her. Soon after everyone leaves, Benimaru explains to Rimuru how something drastic happened in the animal kingdom of Eurazania. Later, Milim Nova declares war on the Beastmaster, the demon Lord Carrion, and mentions that the war will begin in 1 week. Lord Carrion then tells his subordinate to seek the help of Slime to evacuate the citizens, and mentions that he will fight alone with Milim and assures that he will emerge victorious. Carrion then asks his 3 subordinates to stay and protect the city while he is away fighting with Milim. Rimuru gets told about the situation as well, and later we see the battle going on between Carrier and Milim. Even though Carrion shows off his beast form, he gets easily defeated when the fight is interrupted by Frey, another demon Lord BH. Rimuru then finds out about the involvement of Frey and soon discovers that she started heading toward Demon Lord Clayman's domain along with Milim. This seems a bit strange to Rimuru, as she is now skeptical of what could be the reason for this happening. Later, Rimuru is seen with Ranga, who are then soon approached by Diablo. Diablo then gets the worst vibes of being a loser after finding out that Rimuru doesn't even remember him and what he did to help her. Diablo then requests to serve Rimuru, which he accepts, and soon the process of evolution begins, which occupies 10 times more magicules than Rimuru used last time. Rimuru then begins explaining how they are having so many problems, all at the same time. He also gives some tasks for his men to carry out and decides to go visit where Veldora is trapped. As he transforms into a human form, he also proceeds to create a body double for him. Rimuru then wakes Veldora up and he occupies Rimuru's body double to use it as a host. The next day, our hero finds out from the dragon that Faust has been upping his game in the Inquisition, thanks to a little gift. That dragon's already achieved more than you did with your last year's resolutions. With a little help from Lady Luck, Rimuru scored some sweet new abilities like Raphael, Veldora, and even infinite poisoning. He's like that ex who used you, but instead of heartache, he's leveling up with every move, culminating in a brand new power called Uriel. Now, Veldora is all flexing his new muscles and showing off his shiny new body to Rimuru at dusk. They have a heart-to-heart about Veldora's adventures, and it's like watching the birth of a beautiful friendship. Rimuru then takes Veldora out to meet the gang. Everyone knew Veldora was coming back, but they were shocked when they saw him in the flesh. Veldora tells Trainee to keep an eye on Rimuru, making him totally red-faced as Veldora introduces him as his buddy, his other half. Next, we've got Benimaru and Rimuru, all hyped up and waiting for Shin to cook. They dig into a meal that looks as appetizing as our ex's cooking, but they chow down anyway. To everyone's surprise, the food actually tastes good, and Shin discovers she's a cooking prodigy. Gabiru gets a promotion to head of development during their next meeting, probably because they figured he couldn't mess things up any worse than before. After that, Rimuru declared that he was a demon lord and would be fighting Clayman. He lays out his strategy, including rescuing Demon Lord Carrion, cleaning up the Kingdom of Falmouth, and controlling the Western Holy Church. Rimuru has appointed the following individuals: Rigurd to represent the Western nations in negotiations, Benimuru to interpret the results of everyone's evolutions, Shin to question captives, Yaum and Emjurin to assist Shin, and the 6 Basketeers to also assist. To face Clayman, he tells them to regain their strength. Out of nowhere, Fuse walks in and informs Rimuru about the bodies he discovered. They are not dead but merely sleeping, and the dim-witted Fuse has no idea. Like a puppy searching for its owner, Fuse assumes everyone is dead when they're simply taking a nap. Fuse, the drama queen, pulls off her classic trick. Then Fuse tells Rimuru about the 50 armed soldiers he's brought to battle the enemies. Still, Rimuru and others reassure him that Rimuru has effectively wiped off the Kingdom of Falmouth, and Fuse's rage turns to perplexity. Now, the Dworgen Knights, whom they later learn are visiting, are among the guests. One of them, Gazel Dworgen, congratulates Rimuru on becoming a demon lord. When Rimuru mentions that they are discussing the future, Gazel expresses his desire to join him. Brother, it's the same as when our relatives meddle in our affairs. Suddenly, some more men come there. They are from Thalion. One of them, named Irald, informs him that he has made his body using a homunculus while the elves' descendants arrive and mock him. Emerald has an epiphany during the formal introduction. He begins to yell at Rimuru, accusing him of enticing his daughter, and then he unleashes a mighty spell using his abilities. Making a dramatic entrance, Irald accuses Rimuru of wooing his daughter. His daughter arrives just in time to stop him and force him to apologize to the Demon Lord before he can destroy anything. Following a proper introduction, he informs Rimuru that he has come to see him in person and will now be an active participant in the meeting. A vermin named Laplace and a vampire mock duel at Lubelius's inner sanctum Holy Empire on a starry night. Eventually, the vampire attacks the Joker, sending him running. We find Laplace in a room, conversing with someone about the church and how that person has deceived Rimuru. The person is Yuki Kagurazaka. After that, Yuki gives Laplace the go-ahead to keep working because he has transferred his president's soul into an undeniably attractive homunculus. Despite Laplace's laughter as he observes his leader in this starving figure, he eventually goes down to welcome the president. He informs him about the other people waiting for him after receiving a scolding from the president. Kazarium continues by saying that his new body is weak and not his type while they drink tea. Is Kazarium complaining about his changed physique? It seems like someone was demoted. Once again, Laplace finds him amusing, and after Yuki grills him, he reveals that his search operation at the church had started typically with nothing out of the ordinary until he reached the sacred mountain and was attacked by the vampire. Kazarium describes the red beam as the signature attack of the demon Lord Valentine, transforming blood into magic. After that, he starts questioning the act of choosing a vampire to protect and defend humanity. Laplace devises a scheme to remove Valentine from the church with the assistance of other demon lords and Walpurgis so that they can continue their investigation of the church. Veldora shows up at the gathering, showing off his new threads, just as Iren introduces the guests and members of Tempest. Upon learning he is Veldora, Rimuru's new subordinate, every guest is taken aback. As Veldora and Rimuru enjoy quality time together, Gazel expresses his desire to speak with Rimuru. So, the meeting was cancelled due to all these intense moments. Gazel and Irald have gathered in a room to question Rimuru about Veldora, who told them his entire story. Irald informs Rimuru that, technically, his daughter made him a demon lord and that he wishes to have a friendship with Thalion after personally judging him. After a brief discussion, Gazel and Irald agree with Rimuru's decision. The main concern now is establishing Rimuru's relationship with Thalion. After that, they have a conversation about changing the Demon Lord's reality after he eliminated 200,000 men. In the meeting hall, Fuse regains consciousness and they get back to business as usual. Rimuru fills them in on his encounter with Veldora and his reincarnation. After thoroughly examining the Hinata, Rimuru concludes that she will align herself with the church if they denounce her as an enemy of God. When Diablo and Shin decide to confront Hinata, a power struggle ensues. They are interrupted by Rimuru, who then ends the meeting. After revealing that only Iren knows about his eliminating of Shizu-san, he wonders what he is doing now. Now that Ramirez had arrived, they were about to discuss the agenda when he interrupted them again. The statement by Ramirez, "She heard everything, the country Tempest is doomed to fall," shocked everyone. However, Diablo interrupts her mid-sentence. As everyone looks at Ramirez's diminutive stature, they are startled to learn she is a demon lord. Following this, Ramirez begins fabricating tales of her defeat of Dragon Veldora. However, Rimuru passes out after Rimuru entrusts Veldora with his care. At this point in the discussion, Rimuru explains his plan for making his public debut. He devises a false narrative about the Falmouth army's defeat in a war, how the high number of casualties led to a breach of peace, which in turn awakened the dragon Veldora, and how he and Yam collaborated to persuade the dragon to control his anger and recognize him as a protector. Once he finishes, Gazel extols the virtues of this scheme. Among the additional benefits of this scenario that Rimuru outlines are his ability to act quickly, and the fact that everyone will be terrified upon learning about Veldora. Everyone is so grateful to Gazel for coming up with the idea that they refuse to oppose the plan. Yam is proclaimed King of Falmouth by Rimuru, who also decides to free King Admaris and have him pay reparations for invading Tempest, which started the civil war in Falmouth and led to its new development. Yam speaks to everyone and impresses them. Grucius and Emjurin stand up to support him, and Gazel begins to test Yam to see if he is fit to be king. After hearing that Gazel and Rimuru desire to work with him in the agriculture sector, our Yam is appointed King of Falmouth and feels a sense of duty. Faze also stands up in support of Yam and informs everyone how he will get backed by Marquis Muller and Count Herman. Rimuru expresses his strong wish to contact them both right now. A person's nasty chuckle, which sounds more like a horse's, starts up out of nowhere, and everything goes wrong from there. Irald steps forward and demands to know how anyone can accept a monster as the head of the nation. He then explains to Fuse how he would behave in his position. After that, Fuse reveals the truth, saying that he has come to Rimuru's aid with his leader's blessing, but is beginning to regret his decision to take this task. Irald expresses his gratitude to Fuse since he now comprehends Blumen's motives. After hearing Irald's question, Rimuru chills out and tells him he's all about creating a world where everyone can live in freaking peace. Gazel's cool with Rimuru, but Irald's got some question that really gets under Rimuru's skin. Irald hears Rimuru out, then bows down, declaring that he wants to be buddies. His daughter and crew do the same, and Rimuru agrees. They all sign on the dotted line. Rimuru itches to take down Clayman, and we learn at Clayman's crib that he's planning to attack Eurazania. Laplace tells him to watch out for Milim. As night falls, Rimuru reappears, repeating his earlier warning that the storm will fail. She informs Rimuru about the upcoming Walpurgis feast, which Fuse explains is a gathering of all demon lords to start a war. Still, Rimuru points out that it's just an ordinary gathering when the demon lords sip tea and discuss various topics. She continues by saying that the subject mentioned at Walpurgis is unrelated to the Tempest's demise but is relevant to what will be discussed there. During their conversation, the new leader of the Jura Power explains to Rimuru that he will face many challenges in the future but will be able to overcome them with his abilities. So, according to her, this screwed up industry has this unspoken rule where you can basically screw over anyone you please. And the main reason. Lord Carrion's two-faced ass is hosting this damn feast. Once all the pieces are in place, Rimuru finds out that Clayman's on his way to take over the forest of Jura. When Rimuru tells Rimuru he didn't off him Jurin, but she tells him, of course, since Clayman is probably just spewing lies to make himself look good. Rimuru tries to squeeze some info about what the other demon lords are up to, but Rimuru is clueless. The clock's ticking, though, cause the banquet's in 3 days, and that's all the time Rimuru has to take out Clayman. Rimuru jumps on board, saying she's in 2. During a break, everyone hits the damn hot tub, and Irald pitches this idea for a road connecting his nation to Tempest for easier travel. Rimuru's cool with it, as long as they pay tolls for using the roads. At dinner, Rimuru asks Shin about the interrogation team's plan to mess with Tempest on their god's behalf. Shin spills the beans that the Cardinal's cooking up a scheme to do just that when Rimuru starts considering talking with the Western Holy Church. Everyone's like, hell yeah, let's do this. Then, they're all praising Diablo for snagging that messy raisin, the magician from Falmouth. Rimuru decides to send Diablo with Yam to kick off the conflict. So he gets a call from Rimuru, who's like, what's the deal with Clayman? Rimuru tells Yamza, the ice-wielding, immortal magic swordsman, is leading Clayman's army. After some hardcore brainstorming, they figure out Clayman's targeting Eurazania, not Tempest. Rimuru puts his detective hat on and figures out Clayman's plan to become a demon overlord by wiping out an entire nation. The 3 Beasketeers are losing their mess, knowing they've only got 2 days to stop Clayman. Everyone's on edge as Clayman's evil scheme unfolds. According to Raphael, the odds of that rat bastard Clayman's success are 78%, which Raphael points out is way more than pi for some reason. After that, Rimuru declares he's gonna stand up for the Eurasian folks. He tells Minimaru to go kick Clayman's ass, and suddenly everyone's throwing in their 2 cents on the plan. But time's ticking, and they realize they're running out of it. Using Rimuru's proposed transport magic to move such a massive army would be risky as heck. But Rimuru's learned a new trick from Raphael called Control Space, which lets him command a massive army through magic. But his troops believe in him, and he isn't worried about losing. Rimuru effortlessly shows off his new skill, and then decides to take it up a notch. He's gonna confront Clayman face to face at Walpurgis to get the scoop on Milim and himself. He's taking Shin and Ranga with him, while Beretta and Trainee will roll with Ramiris. We now find ourselves in the city of the Forgotten Dragon, where two of Milim's subordinates are conversing about the care of bases. They mention that Milim has a written order to destroy Europe. When Yamza approaches them, the older man informs him that they cannot provide him with more food, which angers him. He then demands that they transport their supplies. The boy tries to question him, but he loses an arm. Was Yamza's arm severed simply for posing a question? They are perplexed why Lady Milim has not yet returned, but the older man arrives to rescue him from imminent danger and proceeds to heal his arm. Afterward, Rimuru uses his skill to move people from Europe to Tempest or Eurasia. Tossing armies about like a deck of cards, Rimuru pretends to be a wizard who can transport enemies. After a few days, his army of 20,000 men prepares to confront Clayman. From disruption to their respective destination, Rimuru transports his army with strength. The armies of Rimuru are preparing for combat as if it were the Super Bowl of monster fights. Hopefully, they're supported by more than simply a sense of camaraderie. News of Veldora's return, the desolation of Eurasinia, and the falsehood that Rimuru concocted find its way to Clayman. He then begins to plot his strategy for defeating Rimuru after deciding to conquer the dragon and use him as a pawn. A stunning woman named Frey is shown in a mansion. During her flashback, she recalls Milim telling her that the weather outside is breathtaking. Showing Frey the new knuckles she received as a gift from her best friend Rimuru, she appears ecstatic. In addition to the pendant, Frey gives Milim a necklace, which she puts on, paralyzing her. The necklace was a trap set by Clayman, who had utilized the magical demon Marionette to turn Milim into his puppet. When Frey saw Clayman's trap, he fell for it like a child in a candy store. After that, he promises to make Frey queen of the sky world and warns her not to meddle with him. Returning to the present, Frey is preoccupied with thoughts of the banquet as he stands dumbfounded before Milim. Meanwhile, Leon is at an unknown location where a voice informs Guy Red that Leon has shown up. After Leon rejects Crimson's kiss attempt, the two decide to converse elsewhere. After hearing that Clayman and Milim had summoned the Walpurgis, Crimson convinces Leon to investigate Carrion's elimination, Milim's new behavior, and Clayman's plans in greater detail. Leon agrees. After that, they begin to bring up the fact that Rimuru and Ramiris are demon lords. One of the four dragons, Velzard, shows up to listen intently as Leon informs Crimson about Veldora's return. Our witty protagonist, Rimuru, makes up the story Leon tells him, but then they start to think about the other side of the page. Their best guess is that Veldora has gone to hyperspace and used his seal to create someone, most likely the slime. They decide that going to Walpurgis will help them figure out their questions. After that, Leon leaves, but not before telling Crimson that someone, our very own Rimuru, interrupts him whenever he tries to accomplish his goal, gathering young lads from various nations. They can't wait to meet Rimuru at Walpurgis now. When Veldora turns down Leon's request to accompany him to Walpurgis, Crimson asks if she would want to go with him. According to Crimson, significant changes are on the horizon. In the wondrous Great Jura Forest, Rimuru decides to play Sorcerer's Apprentice, combining Beretta's holy demonic chaos core with Trainee's soul to make a shiny orb. Ramiris shows up, probably just happy she can finally leave the forest without a chaperone. Rimuru begins getting ready for battle, with Shuna playing the loyal sidekick. Benimaru pops in, acting all confident with his born leader powers, claiming he knows exactly what the enemy's up to. He's so sure they'll nail Clayman that he promises to nab him single-handedly, making Shuna all gung-ho to join the party. Despite the obvious danger, Shuna insists, and after some convincing, Rimuru caves and lets her tag along. Rimuru makes a big show of entrusting Shuna's safety to Benimaru and the gang, making it sound like she's some precious gem. Meanwhile, Benimaru keeps an eye on Clayman's army, chilling with Albus, Sufia, and Phobio, probably plotting their next move over a cup of tea. Albus asks Benimaru for permission to confront the commander, leading him to question if that was their intent in making him the leader. Benimaru, having already planned to send them to face the commander, agrees and allows the three to engage the enemy commander, cautioning them about the influential figures in Clayman's army. As Clayman's army continues its advance, Geld's forces emerge from hiding and use their powers to create a powerful earthquake, causing the ground to collapse beneath Clayman's troops. While some manage to fly out, they are attacked in the air and prevented from escaping back to the surface by Geld and his forces, who then finish them off. Benimaru realizes that victory is within reach and sends his man into battle. Elsewhere, a father and son observe Clayman's army falling into Benimaru's trap. The father remarks that he will handle them himself, seeing Sufia charging towards him. As Yamza and his crew realize they're way in over their heads, Yamza tries to summon Clayman's right-hand lackey, but that doesn't work. Instead, he finds everyone around him kicking the bucket, and in walks Albus. They start this epic one-on-one showdown, both thinking they're hot stuff. Albus dodges Yamza's swings and gives it right back, but Yams is all slippery like a snake. It's a stalemate until Gupta shows up, blocking Yam's sword like it's sword's play. Yamza, being surprised, Gupta struggles and eventually bails with his crew. Albus, unfazed, gets ready to kick Yamza's sorry self all over again. Gabiru's army is defeated, facing Clayman's forces. However, Tempest's main forces comes back with the milk and attacks Clayman's remaining army. Meanwhile, Sophia battles Midray, who is much stronger and seems to ignore her, frustrating Sophia. Gabiru arrives, witnessing Midray's immense strength. Midray reveals he evolved from a dragon to a human, similar to Gabiru's evolution from a lizard to a human, making his power hard to gauge. They prepare to resume their battle. Albus, the monster warrior, comes face to face with Yamza, Clayman's right-hand lackey and the middle finger of the 5 fingers. Yamza tries to pull a fast one by creating a clone with his fancy bracelet, but Albus ain't having it. She transforms into her ultimate form, showing Yamza who's boss. She smashes his bracelet to pieces, and when he begs for mercy, Clayman tells him to shut up and eat this, and forces him to swallow Charybdis, turning him into a mindless, beefed-up version of himself. Charybdis starts evolving, scaring the living daylights out of everyone on the battlefield. The situation becomes so messed up that even Gabiru and Midray join their 2 forces to defeat Charybdis. Midday asks them to heal each other quickly so Charybdis won't feed on anyone. At the same time, Albus tries to stop Charybdis but fails to do so after realizing that she is not that powerful. Shortly after, Benimaru arrives there and swings his sword, leading Charybdis to cut it into 2. Seeing this tremendous display of power, the entire battlefield is left with their jaws wide open. After Benimaru defeats Yamza, Tempest makes peace with the Dragon Faithful, and Midray is one of them, the people who live in Milam's domain. The moment shifts to Footman and Tears telling Geld and Phobio how they picked a fight with them for nothing. They then mention how they will have to go and inform Clayman about the demise of his army. We then look at Geld and Phobio, who are seen to be badly defeated. Geld is left in disbelief after discovering that Footman and Tears are this powerful. Tears tell Geld that he should be relieved that their orders are not to eliminate them or that the battle would have ended some other way. Hearing this, Phobio becomes infuriated and proceeds to charge towards Tears. In response, Tears begins to charge towards Phobio as well and performs a brutal blow on his stomach. Phobio is sent flying back. Footman goes on the offensive against Geld, but Geld blocks the attack with his shield. Footman decides to tease things up and unleashes an energy blast at Phobio. Quick as lightning, Geld rushes to shield Phobio, but the attack is too much for his shield, and it shatters. Undeterred, Geld stands protectively over Phobio, ready to take whatever comes their way. As the clowns start to overpower them, Geld and Phobio struggle, but the clowns aren't even trying and decides to spare them. Meanwhile, Gabiru and Midray's armies join forces, showing that even in the face of danger, allies stand together. Benimaru, ever the wise one, remarks that Rimuru will have the final say in what goes down next. As Rimuru gets ready for the big showdown at Walpurgis, Shuna and Shin can't help but comment on how dashing he looks. Shuna announces she's heading out, which prompts Rimuru to bug Veldora about the other demon lords. But Veldora's too busy reading manga to care. Rimuru jokingly threatens to spoil the manga for him, which gets Veldora talking about Dino, a demon lord he thinks he can take down easily if they ever cross paths again. Meanwhile, Hekuro and Sawe are on a mission to the puppet kingdom of Justin, Clayman's turf. They run into Adalman, one of Clayman's undead minions. Shuna, Hekuro, and Sawe gear up for a fight, but Shuna's all confident, saying she can handle herself. Adalman, being the overconfident undead dude he is, decides to challenge them. Shuna uses her holy magic to wipe out the undead, proving she's not just a pretty face. Seeing this, Adalman is quite surprised, so he decides to get back at Shuna, but Shuna quite efficiently defends every attack thrown at her. Adalman questions Shuna how she knows he can use the holy magic, leading Shuna to reveal that she noticed Adalman wearing the remains of a priest's robes. She shows him that even monsters can wield holy magic, creating a barrier for them to fight in. Impressed by her magic, Adalman asks about her deity. Shuna explains her magic is a manifestation of her respect for someone. As her magic purifies the land, the binding curse on Adalman and the undead breaks. Adalman, desiring to serve Shuna's master, pledges his and the undead army's loyalty to Rimuru. She compares Adalman to Diablo, a fanatic, and clarifies they serve a master named Rimuru, not a god. Adalman eagerly pledges allegiance to Rimuru. He plops down on the chair reserved for the big shots, feeling pretty important. Crimson, radiating with the most aura, plops down right in front of him, probably trying to show off or something. As the other demon lords start to roll in, Rimuru's eyes land on Frey and he's think that she's the hottest demon lord ever. But before he can daydream too much, Shin butts in, snapping him back to reality. Leon strolls in and introduces himself, butting heads with Rimuru. He starts blabbering about Clayman's imminent arrival, trying to spook Rimuru. Just when things couldn't get crazier, Millis shows up, looking like she's been brainwashed by Clayman. Rimuru, feeling all heroic, decides he's gonna take on Clayman himself. During Walpurgis, the maid introduces the demon lords and allows them to present their views. Clayman falsely claims that Carrion influenced Falmouth to attack Tempest, with Milim and Frey only punishing Carrion for creating a demon lord without consent. Clayman calls for Rimuru's destruction. Rimuru refutes Clayman's lies, revealing Emjurin as a witness and presenting evidence of Clayman's manipulation of Falmouth. Clayman tries to frame Rimuru for manipulating events but fails. Rimuru makes the table under Clayman disappear, leading Clayman to accuse Rimuru of violence and breaking the Walpurgis rules. Rimuru then goes on to emphasize how Clayman is the one who broke the rules of the Walpurgis by trying to make him say things without his will. Rimuru then shifts his focus to the other demon lords, mainly Crimson, and asks them if they see what Clayman is trying to do. Seeing this, Clayman mentions how he will have to get his hands dirty now since nothing is going his way, and soon, the head of the Demon Lord Council, Guy Crimson, tells them to fight it out. He wants the matter resolved simply and quickly. Clayman agrees to fight Rimmer one-on-one, but like the coward that he is, Clayman uses Milim as a ploy and mentions that if he wants to fight Rimuru first, then he won't stop her. Crimson agrees to this, and soon Shin arrives and begins punching the mess out of Clayman like he is nothing. Clayman becomes infuriated after witnessing this and proceeds to have Milim fight with Rimuru's subordinates, leaving Rimuru's side unbalanced. Milim begins to fight with Rimuru at first, and Rimuru finds it very difficult to dodge her attacks. However, he refrains from attacking back. Ramuru's sidekick, Beretta, decides she wants in on the action and tries to convince Crimson to let her join the fray. At first, Crimson's isn't up for it, but Beretta plays the I've been loyal forever card and Crimson caves, probably just to shut her up. So, Beretta gets the green light to fight for Rimuru, at least for this one time. Meanwhile, Rimuru is busy analyzing Milim, trying to figure out if she's playing for the wrong team. Raphael, the ever-helpful advisor, suggests Rimuru should just absorb Milim's power like it's no big deal. Rimuru goes for it, only to realize it's a total setup by Milim. Just as Milim's about to unleash her fury, Veldora swoops in, ready to throw down. Rimuru, ever the gracious host, asks Veldora what the heck he's doing there, and Veldora, with all the subtlety of a wrecking ball, admits he's there to bug Rimuru for more manga. Rimuru, probably wondering why he's friends with this dragon, is taken aback by the audacity. Not content with just manga talk, Rimuru decides to put Veldora to work and has him go toe-to-toe with the brainwashed Milim. Because, you know, why not add a giant dragon versus powerhouse demon brawl to the mix? In the midst of all this chaos, Rimuru manages to free a fox demon named Kumara from Clayman's clutches and hands her over to Ranga for safekeeping. Because nothing says trusted guardian like a giant wolf. Meanwhile, Beretta goes on a rampage, smashing the puppet Clayman conjured like it's a pinata full of disappointment. She then dramatically pledges her allegiance to Ramirez as if she's auditioning for a role in a fantasy epic. She explains that this was her one shot to fight alongside Rimuru, as if it's the ultimate honor or something. Shin proves to be too powerful for Clayman, mocking his abilities as a demon lord. Clayman, feeling humiliated, transforms into his crazed clown form. Despite this, Shin easily defeats Clayman, exposing his weaknesses and plots. Clayman tries to fight back but is once again defeated by Shin. Shin asks Rimuru if she can eliminate Clayman, but before she can act, Clayman orders Milim to activate her stampede form and attack them. However, Milim reveals that she was never under anyone's control and was playing along the whole time. She explains that they are all her friends, so she has no reason to attack them. Carrion, who was thought to be dead, is revealed to be alive and working with Frey, who was also not on Clayman's side. This revelation angers Clayman further, and he threatens to make them all pay for their betrayal. However, Clayman is severely beaten, injured, and unable to get up, indicating that the tables have turned against him. Carrion confronts Milim about her actions, and after confirming that she was not under anyone's control, Carrion acknowledges that building a kingdom is not an easy task. Rimuru promises to help Carrion build another kingdom and agrees to ally with him. He tells Shin and Carrion not to interfere as everything is going according to plan. This suggests that he has a larger strategy in place for dealing with Clayman. Clayman, refusing to give up or spill the beans about his boss, begs for more power from his higher-ups. He goes through some sort of weird transformation, becoming a true demon lord. Rimuru reveals that this was his plan all along, to take on a real demon lord. The room lights up like a disco ball because Clayman's aura is so darn bright. And so, the epic showdown between Rimuru and Clayman, both true demon lords, begins. In a frenzied state, teetering on the edge of becoming a true demon lord, Clayman concocts a plan to eliminate Rimuru and secure his own lofty status. The showdown kicks off, and it's clear from the get-go that Rimuru is cruising through the fight. Despite Clayman's best efforts, he's no match for Rimuru, who not only deflects all his attacks but also ends up devouring him, literally showing him what he's made of. Through this decisive victory, Rimuru achieves his long-held goal of clashing with a true demon lord, cementing his own claim to the title. Crimson, witnessing the entire ordeal, recognizes Rimuru's immense power and deems him genuinely worthy of the demon lord accolade. As the dust settles, Rimuru discovers that the moderate Harlequin alliance, of which Clayman was a part, actually served the former demon lord Kazelem. It turns out Leon had killed Kazelem's body to usurp his position. Before meeting his end, Clayman regrets not heeding Laplace's advice sooner, realizing too late that his focus was misplaced. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Roy Valentin, who had been skeptical of Rimuru's status, is exposed as a stand-in for the real demon lord Luminous Valentine, the mysterious maid Rimuru had earlier suspected. Forced to abandon her disguise because of Milim's indiscretion, Valentine sends Roy back to the Holy Empire, visibly annoyed at Milim for ruining her stealth. Adding to the tension, when Veldora approaches Valentine, he fails to recognize her, further fueling her frustration. This cascade of revelations and confrontations weaves a complex tapestry of alliances and power plays in the tumultuous Demon Lord saga. Valentine mentions to Veldora that they fought many times. Carrion and Frey, realizing their weakness, give up their seats as Demon Lords and request to work for Milim, to her initial dismay. They assure Milim that their friendship will remain strong even as they work under her, and she reluctantly accepts. With the group down to 8 members, Veldora suggests Rimuru pick a new name, but Rimuru declines at first. Crimson, sensing the tension, insists that Rimuru choose a name, and Rimuru, understanding the situation, agrees. Rimuru decides to call them the 8-star Demon Lords, Octogram. In the Holy Empire, Laplace is chased off by Hinata, believing the Demon Lord's absence meant a lack of security. Roy returns early from Walpurgis due to Luminous feeling uneasy, and Laplace learns of Clayman's death. Roy mocks Clayman, angering Laplace, who swiftly eliminates Roy by tearing his heart out, leaving him to turn into ashes. Back in Rimuru's homeland, Rimuru is welcomed by Benimaru and the others, who have emerged victorious after a long battle. Rimuru concludes by narrating that he is Rimuru Tempest, and he is a slime. Rimuru's back from the Walpurgis. After schmoozing with the big bad demon lords and showing Clayman who's boss, our slime boy decided to grace Tempest with his gelatinous presence once again. As he struts down the streets, the townspeople can't help but bow down to his majesty, congratulating him on joining the Octogram's elite club of demon lords. Now Diablo, sweeping in with a deep bow and expressing his utmost joy at Rimuru's safe return. The man's been binging telenovelas during his lord's absence. After some gentle reminders to take it easy, Haruna whips out her latest culinary creation, matcha pudding. Now, while she may not be a master chef like Princess Shuna, the girl's definitely leveled up her cooking game. Even Veldora gets a taste, having snitched on Rimuru in exchange for some of the sweet, green treats. Honestly, that dragon's as easy to bribe as a toddler with candy. Shin wastes no time in grilling Diablo about the task Rimuru had assigned him. Turns out, he timed his return to perfection thanks to a little heads up from Veldora. Rimuru, understandably miffed, threatens to cut off Diablo's snack supply as punishment. Hey, sometimes you gotta play hardball with these subordinates. As the gang catches up, Rimuru asks Diablo about the situation in Falmouth, but Miss Shin swiftly reminds him that he's a tea server, not a war correspondent. Diablo, ever the overachiever, insists everything's under control. After all, he did restore the prisoners to their original forms. In a flashback that shows how Falmouth's issue was tackled, we see Diablo transporting the prisoners in a carriage straight out of a horror flick. Poor Admaris has been reduced to a lump of flesh, and even healing magic can't fix her up. Diablo had to get a little creative, shall we say. Then there's Raisin, begging Diablo to show King Admaris some mercy. Diablo, being the smooth operator he is, drops some ominous hints about a certain Noir and an even more terrifying demon lord with mind-boggling power. Raisin, realizing he's awakened a slumbering beast, practically throws himself at Diablo's feet, swearing eternal loyalty. The Archbishop and King Admaris quickly follow suit, sensing an opportunity to stay alive. Diablo assures his new servants that as long as they behave, he'll treat them well. But if they even think about betraying him, well, let's just say they might want to invest in a casket. Back in Falmouth, the situation's a hot mess. The royal army's gone poof, and the men are left scratching their heads, wondering what the heck happened. Raisin spins a yarn about battling monsters, awakening a dragon, and getting saved by none other than Rimuru himself. The Archbishop backs him up, adding some juicy details about Veldora's grand entrance and Rimuru's heroic dragon taming skills. Sir Yam steps forward and tries to calm the lords down, reminding them that Rimuru's a friendly guy, unless you know, declare war on his nation and send assassins after him. In the end, the lords have no choice but to submit to Diablo's terms, abdicate the throne, become a vassal state, or continue the war. King Admaris gets a special healing potion and a rude awakening, learning that he'll have to choose between giving up his crown or his life. Diablo, the ultimate power move extraordinaire, demands a whopping 10,000 stellar gold coins as reparations, nearly giving poor Rimuru a spit take while he gives his mission report. But our slime boy needn't worry, Diablo's got it all planned out. With the royal knights gone and the nobles breathing down the king's neck, Admaris will have to abdicate and join forces with Tempest to avoid further conflict. And just like that, Diablo solves the Falmouth crisis with a few well-placed threats and some good old-fashioned intimidation tactics. Who needs diplomacy when you've got a butler with the negotiation skills of a mob boss? It's a rainy evening, and a bunch of clowns are having a pity party. No, seriously, they're all decked out in full clown regalia, complete with frizzy wigs and red noses. The elf, Kigali, in the group is particularly distraught, lamenting the loss of her connection to the dude she called her son. Laplace, looking like a rejected member of the insane clown posse, chimes in, saying he never thought things would end up the way they did. Laplace brags that he's not as dumb as Clayman. Apparently, Clayman got too big for his britches and ignored all the warnings about his weaknesses. Way to kick a guy when he's down, Laplace. The clown crew continues to lament their losses, bases, armies, funds, treasures, the whole shebang. One of them suggests they could still make a comeback, but the elf ain't having it. She's still salty about the slime's sneaky tactics, using the battlefield as a decoy while his minions took out their stronghold. Talk about a sucker punch. Yuki suggests they rethink their plans for world domination. Hugh, on the other hand, wants some good old-fashioned revenge on the slime for ruining Clayman's evil empire. Meanwhile, in the holy empire of Lubelius, where true equality means letting gods run the show, we find out that the god in question is none other than the demon lord Luminous Valentine. Hinata, our resident badass, is having some deep thoughts as she strolls through the city streets. Turns out, she's realized she can't rely on anyone but herself, so she's joined the Western Holy Church and climbed the ranks. But as she rose through the ranks, she discovered the church's true nature, a bunch of vampire worshippers. Yep, the Holy Emperor himself is a vampire named Louis, who just so happens to be the twin brother of Demon Lord Roy Valentine. Talk about a family reunion from hell. After a fierce battle against Louis minions, Lady Luminous herself shows up and offers Hinata a chance to prove herself. All she has to do is defeat the 7 luminaries in a week. No biggie, right? Hinata, being the overachiever she is, passes the trial and challenges Lady Luminous again, only to get her butt handed to her. But hey, at least she tried. Turns out, Lady Luminous and her vamp crew don't actually eliminate humans for sustenance. They're more like energy vampires, taking tiny sips of life force here and there. And the happier the human, the tastier the blood, who knew? Of course, Lady Luminous has strict rules about not draining too much energy, because she's all about order and fairness in her nation. Hinata meets up with Louis, who's none too pleased that his brother Roy got eliminated the night before. Someone snuck in and did the deed, leaving the followers shaken and questioning their faith. But hey, at least the great forest of Jura is stable, thanks to Hinata letting the slime Rimuru escape. Louis figures the Western nations will band together to take down the new threat in the forest, and with Roy's death, they've got a perfect common enemy to rally against. Nothing brings people together like a shared hatred of someone else. When Lady Luminous returns and hears the news about Roy's demise, she regrets not being there to revive him. Hinata apologizes for letting the intruder escape. But Lady Luminous is more concerned about the bigger picture, the return of the evil dragon Veldora and the rise of the new demon Lord Rimuru. Hinata offers to take down Veldora, but Lady Luminous shoots her down faster than a clay pigeon. Veldora, she explains, is the embodiment of natural energy, a force of nature that can't be stopped by swords or spells. If he goes on a rampage, the whole world is in trouble. As for Rimuru, Lady Luminous advises against making an enemy of him. He just wants to chill and enjoy life in his nation, protecting humans and minding his own business. Unless you mess with his plans, in which case he'll declare you an enemy. So, for now, the plan is to keep an eye on things and hope for the best. In Falmouth, the nobles are having a grand old time debating the terms of Tempest's peace offering. King Admaris tells them they'll have to pay 10,000 stellar gold coins, equivalent to 1,000,000 regular gold coins. The nobles nearly faint at the thought of dipping into their national treasury for that kind of cash. But wait, there's more. A letter arrives from the Kingdom of Bluemund, condemning Falmouth's actions and siding with Tempest. The nobles are sweating bullets, knowing that if the armed nation of Dworgen joins in, they're really in trouble. Just when they think it can't get any worse, news comes in that Rimuru has declared himself a demon lord. Clayman is dead, and the octagram is a thing now. King Admaris, realizing he's holding a losing hand, decides to abdicate and recommend Edward as his successor. And just like that, the great historical kingdom of Falmouth and the Rimuru Tempest Federation bury the hatchet and become besties, with Falmouth officially recognizing Tempest as a nation. Who knew a few clowns in a slime could cause such a ruckus? The scene opens with Rimuru, our gelatinous overlord, asking about the whereabouts of Hakuna, his right-hand man. Benimaru explains that Hakuna is off handling the post-war cleanup, divvying up the spoils from Clayman's castle and keeping an eye on the freshly captured war prisoners. Rimuru then turns to Benimaru and asks why he's still hanging around. But Benimaru ain't having none of that. With the war over, he hung up his general hat and handed the reins to his trusted aide. After all, why stick their noses in when they can leave the dirty work to the Beastketeers? Speaking of the Beastketeers, Rimuru inquires about the whereabouts of Gabiru. Benimaru tells them, Lady Milim went a little too wild and practically obliterated the capital of Eurazania, but Rimuru's got it covered. The refugees and prisoners are all shacking up in Tempest, just in different locations to avoid any awkward run-ins at the water cooler. As for the lycanthropes, they're keen on learning Tempest's sweet tech, so they'll be working under Geld's supervision to develop the land that was once Eurazania. Benimaru warns that some Majin prisoners are also coming along for the ride, but rest assured, they'll be under tight guard. Fast forward a few days, and Diablo is reporting to Rimuru that the negotiations with Falmouth have gone swimmingly. They've even scored 1,500 stellar gold coins as the first installment of their reparations. Rimuru's pleasantly surprised, but Diablo's not done yet. Turns out, the majority of the payment came straight from King Admaris' personal piggy bank. With no knights to protect the royal family, the nobles had no choice but to force the ex-king to take out a loan for the remainder. Talk about a raw deal. Rimuru's got a plan. He knows that if the new king tries to abandon Admaris, Yaum and his crew will be there to keep him in line. And if the king gets any funny ideas about dishonesty, well, let's just say there might be a revolt brewing. Rimuru then instructs Diablo to keep a close eye on things but also ensure that the ordinary citizens don't suffer. And if funds run low, Diablo can dip into the stellar gold coins. But Diablo replies that it won't be necessary. However, he does request permission to throw down if necessary. Rimuru, being the wise leader he is, decides to arrange a combat force for Diablo instead, telling him to keep a low profile. Satisfied with Diablo's report, Rimuru turns to Shin and tells her to take a page out of Diablo's book. Diablo then tells them the Western Holy Church is trying to get in touch with Rahim to learn more about the Falmouth battle. Diablo suggests sending Rahim with a message crystal so they can watch the church's reaction. Just then, a messenger bursts in, announcing the arrival of the refugees and prisoners. Rimuru heads out to greet them, meeting Albus and Sufia, who thank him for letting their people crash at Tempest. When Rimuru asks about Phobio's whereabouts, they explain that he's keeping an eye on the remaining prisoners to prevent any Majin uprisings. Rimuru assures his guests that temporary housing is all sorted, and they're working on distributing jobs. Cue Gabiru's grand entrance, greeting the Demon Lord and handing over a note from Milim. In the letter, Milim requests that Rimuru teach her new crew about the wonders of cooking, as the Dragon Faithful have been living on a strictly raw diet. Shin suggests that Milim could just order them to cook, but Rimuru knows better. Our girl Milim is a softie at heart. So, it's decided, Tempest will roll out the red carpet and show them some real hospitality. Fast forward another month, and it seems like the new guests have settled in nicely. That's when Geld-san arrives, looking like he just went 10 rounds with a pack of angry orcs. Rimuru demands to know what happened, and Geld spills the beans. Organizing the prisoners has been a nightmare. High orcs can communicate telepathically, but that doesn't fly with the lycanthropes and Majin. Some Majin are straight up refusing orders, and even the ones willing to work aren't exactly productive. Rimuru reminds Geld that managing people ain't easy, it's like herding cats. And in times like these, there's only one solution: drinks on the boss. That night, Rimuru and Geld hit up the bar, downing strong drinks served by the lovely trainee Sam. The next day, as Rimuru strolls through Tempest with Shin, a fellow comes running with some exciting news. The merchants are back. With fews safe and sound, more traders than ever are passing through. But that's not all. The Empress of the Sorceress Dynasty of Thalion, Elmesia Elru Thalion, has declared that she'll establish diplomatic relations with Tempest. Fuse reports that this has many nations concerned, and who can blame them? Tempest is quickly becoming the hottest spot in town. Later, Rimuru learns that the Great Forest of Jira, which falls under his jurisdiction, borders the Kusha Mountains, home to the elusive Tengu village, according to local gossip. Benimaru volunteers to check it out, reasoning that a demon lord strolling in might raise a few too many eyebrows. As the discussions continue, Shuna can't help but notice Benimaru's sudden closeness to Albus. But our Benimaru insists it's just a misunderstanding, winking slyly. Rimuru dismisses them with plans to reconvene the next morning. The following day, Hakuro reports on the puppet nation of Distave, formerly under Clayman's rule. The Dark Elves who maintain the castle have sworn loyalty to Rimuru, claiming that an elven kingdom once stood on those lands. They call themselves Gravekeepers, and Clayman's wealth might have come from artifacts he dug up there. Hakuro mentions that only a few ruins have been found, but Rimuru decides to keep it under wraps for now. He wants to see the place for himself before making any decisions. Finally, Rimuru gathers all the lords and demons to announce that, as the new demon lord, his domain will encompass the entire forest of Jura. Benimaru reminds him that the area across the river isn't under the Dryad's influence, so the emergence of a new demon lord might ruffle a few feathers. Gabiru chimes in, saying that even the lizardmen would give anything to be under Rimuru's protection. After some thought, Rimuru suggests throwing a big announcement party to let the world know about their bustling city in hopes of attracting new citizens. The council members unanimously agree, because who doesn't love a good party? Rimuru Tempest holds a meeting with the crew and begins by informing them that the festival idea will be put on hold. So he is asked about the changes he noticed in the monster ecosystem, and he replies by saying that the team who went with him to investigate found nothing of serious concern. However, he adds that he eliminated a sword grizzly in the northwestern region of the forest, but says that it is just a minor issue, even as Gobta argues that the sword grizzly is quite dangerous. Rimuru acknowledges that the real problem is the occurrence of monsters and that they need to deliberate on ways to handle them. There is a suggestion from Vesta that an anti-magic barrier be set up, as Kaijin informs Rimuru that they just finished setting up a fully automatic magic generator prototype. Rimuru is impressed by the fact that it was done within a very short period. The team gathers to see the newly developed magic generator, which they would use to put up an anti-magic barrier. Kaijin tells Rimuru that the anti-magic barrier isn't the only advantage of the device, adding that the device is capable of bringing down the amount of magicules in the atmosphere. Rimuru is even more thrilled as more advantages of this device are being explained, as well as how it is going to be used to their advantage, and notes that the device is easy to use and is also pretty versatile. Rimuru then approves that the device be installed. The team meets again as Rimuru hands out the task of being in charge of the construction of the castle to Geld, adding that he believes Geld would make it magnificent. Geld hesitates a bit to accept the tasks, but Kaijin cuts in, saying that he and Mid would assist Geld with the task. Geld is worried that he might not do so well as the task is immense, but Rimuru assures him that he would do just fine, adding that they can always make up for any mishaps. Gobta agrees, and mistakenly spills out the fact that he had made a mistake himself not long ago, and Rimuru orders that Gobta report to his office and explain himself afterwards. Before Rimuru dismisses them all, he asks Diablo to report the progress of his plan and is confident that it won't fail so long as the Western Holy Church doesn't do anything. Shuna reminds them of the time when Rimuru was battling with Hinata the Saint while they were being attacked, saying that both events were definitely connected and someone was definitely behind all of it. They decide that whoever it was should not be overlooked, and Rimuru agrees, adding that if the said person ends up playing a part in the battle, Hinata might make a move as well. Rimuru isn't very convinced and asks as he considers the possibility of Hinata being ordered by someone to attack him. Rimuru adds that Hinata is not the type of person that would take orders from anyone, and Kaijin agrees, adding that the only person Hinata might listen to is the god Luminous. They deliberate and agree on the fact that it was unlikely that Hinata might have taken orders from the unknown person. Rimuru also adds that Hinata isn't dumb enough to antagonize Tempest and believes she launched her attack for some other reason, maybe because the Western Holy Church does not acknowledge coexistence with monsters. After some thought, Rimuru figures out and tells them that there might be more than one mastermind behind the attacks. Diablo then asks if he thinks the unknown person is conspiring with them, and Rimuru answers, saying that it would be dangerous to act based on assumptions as they have very little information. Diablo decides that he will conduct one more investigation, mentioning that he was told that the merchants gave information to Admaris and the others. Rimuru again considers the possibility as the merchants might be looking to make profits behind the scenes and instructs Shuna to check the ledgers recovered from Layman's castle. He also asks Diablo to look into all merchants who have done business with Falmouth. Benimaru is asked to rescreen their reinforcements and make sure they're ready for anything. Rigord is asked to get everything ready for the grand festival which they would throw. Rigor is asked to review the city's security measures, and with the tasks being given out, the executive meeting is concluded. At the meeting venue of Rimuru's opponents, Hinata arrives late and Sar verbally attacks her for it, calling her a loser not until some others intervene on Hinata's behalf. Hinata finally responds to Sar's abuses, saying to him that she would give up her position for him if that is what he wants, but she would test his skills first. This time, Sar does not push further but only hisses. A report about the Great Forest of Jura is brought up by an informant who adds that many merchants have been seen entering and leaving the monster nation, which has progressed more than expected. The informant, a female, goes on to say that it seems Rimuru's desire to establish friendly relations with humans is genuine. Hinata asks her about Veldora and she responds informing Hinata that entry into the sealed cave is forbidden, so she could not confirm his presence. The meeting continues as Hinata calls for more reports and it gets to Sar's turn. Sar reports that King Edmure has abdicated the throne and adds that the abdication happened peacefully. He goes on to inform Hinata that Edward, the new king, is gathering a lot of talented mercenaries, causing the nobles to panic. Sar adds that he suspects all these happenings to be signs of an imminent civil war. He also lets Hinata know that the information gathered is not enough to determine if Rimuru is involved, but adds that he figured out that the new king was in contact with the leader of the council, the top brass of the Free Union, and merchants from the east. Hinata is particularly interested in the king's contact with the merchants and asks if these merchants were engaging in suspicious activities. Glenda and is asked if she heard anything about the merchants from the east, and she responds, saying that she heard nothing fishy, also adding that she would look into it again if Hinata is still concerned. Hinata instructs that on no account should anyone initiate any aggression with Rimuru, as that was what the oracle had said, which makes some others a bit triggered as they are against the idea of letting a demon lord have his way with a human territory. Hinata stresses that whatever Rimuru does should be overlooked, as there is no reason to take hostile action since it is likely that he already sees them as enemies. She gives the reassurance that Rimuru does not intend to fight them, as he is trying to avoid any form of conflict. Hinata adds that she is thinking of talking with Rimuru and might even go as far as apologizing if necessary. As they continue their deliberations, Rahim, the Archbishop of Falmouth, arrives and walks in. He introduces himself, saying that he is there in response to their summons. Hinata proceeds to tell him that she wishes to know the details of Veldora's return, but before Rahim responds, 3 members of the 7 luminaries appear before them. Sar, as usual, who doesn't know who they are, casually asks, and after he is told, he alongside everyone in the room realizes and stands up as a sign of respect. Hinata goes on to tell them more about the 7 luminaries and afterwards asks the 3 luminaries of their mission there. One of the luminaries responds, saying that they are also interested in the information that the Archbishop has come to reveal. The Archbishop relates the information about the Demon Lord, emphasizing the chaos he caused. Sar is furious because they had been instructed earlier to overlook whatever the Demon Lord does, but on hearing this information from the Archbishop, he now thinks it would be too dangerous. The room is divided as some believe there is no need to attack the Demon Lord while others believe he is a clear threat. The Archbishop also delivers a message from Rimuru which said that he wants to battle Hinata one-on-one. Hinata agrees to go even as everyone else considers it too dangerous. The 3 luminaries also inform her of the dangers and grant her the Dragon Buster Sword, saying they expect her to be successful. Rimuru gets a report of Hinata headed their way alongside 4 holy knights. The informant, Soka, also adds that it is unlikely that she is just coming to talk, as she carries a large sword. Diablo appears and informs Rimuru of Rahim's death, adding that he suspects that he was eliminated. Soe again informs Rimuru that a group of 5, including Hinata, the Holy Knight Captain, are headed for Tempest. He emphasizes the fact that they seem to be of superior abilities as they manage to evade Soka's tracking. Soe also informs Rimuru about the Temple Knights from the surrounding nations headed towards Falmouth to slay the demon who eliminated the Archbishop. He adds that the demon who is providing Sir Yam's backing is that very killer. Diablo immediately regrets sending Rahim out as a messenger. Shin tries to blame Diablo for making the mistake, but Rimuru scolds her and tells Diablo that the important thing is how one bounces back from a mistake, urging him to take responsibility for his mistake and carry out the plan as they had discussed already. Shuna suggests to Rimuru that they talk to Adalman since he was a high-ranking priest in the Luminist cult. Gabaru also adds that Adalman is currently at work in the sealed cave, saying that he would use thought communication to get to him immediately. Adalman arrives and expresses his appreciation to be in their midst. Rimuru cuts him short as his word of thanks is just too long. Shuna tells Adalman that they don't have much time and urges him to go straight to the point. Adalman starts by saying that he once served as a cardinal in the Western Holy Church. He proceeds to tell Rimuru that the Holy Empire Lubilius is a religious nation that has established Luminous as its god, and that the nation is run by a group called the Imperial Agency. Adalman adds that when he was there, the Western Holy Church was only just a branch of the Imperial Agency, further saying that the Western Holy Church's only goal is to proselytize Luminism. Adalman also talks about the Master Rooks, formed when friction began to rise between Lubilius and other countries. He adds that the situation in Lubilius changed and they gained a new military force called the Crusaders, increasing the power of the church. Adalman believes the 7 luminaries were the cause of all of it, as their authority was second only to the cloistered emperors. Adalman is asked about the 4 other people accompanying Hinata, and he says that it's likely that they are members of the 10 great saints. He asks that he be allowed to remonstrate with Hinata, but Rimuru says no. Afterward, they plan and strategize countermeasures countermeasures as they have now gotten some important information from Adalman. Roles are handed out and the next issue is Hinata and her crew. Soe informs Rimuru that Hokuso, who was watching the kingdom of Ingracia, reported that 100 mounted troops just departed and were also headed for their location. Rimuru is a bit worried about the whole situation but decides that they should all do their best to avoid any deaths among the Holy Knights. Shin suggests that they take on the Crusaders with her Yamagiri team, but Rimuru rages at her, saying that her team is of a much lower rank and skill. However, Benimaru thinks her plan could work as the Yamagiri members have extra skills, which means that it is unlikely that normal attacks would eliminate them. Rimuru asks Soe if there are other dangerous members of the Holy Knights apart from Hinata, and he informs her that they are all above rank but none of them seem to have a massive presence. As Rimuru is still giving out roles, Albus and Sophia burst into the room, with Albus asking that Rimuru allow them to help in the battle as well. Rimuru agrees and gives out the final pieces of instructions before dismissing the meeting. Granville discusses his evil plans with Demrata, the arms dealer, and other cabinet members. Demrata mentions to Granville that they should control the economy of the West together after the Empire takes over, but Granville rebukes him. At the same moment, Glenda takes out her gun and points it at Demrata for making such a statement, but Granville orders her to stand down and they proceed to discuss their plans again, which include taking out the demon working behind the scenes in the kingdom of Falmouth. Hinata, Sakaguchi, and the 4 Holy Knights arrive at the kingdom of Bloomund and they set off to explore the place. They notice that its inhabitants move about happily and the place is even more developed. They stop by at a restaurant to eat, and as they are served ramen, Hinata tastes and is impressed by how rich the pork is. The others, however, have no clue of what is in front of them, but seeing that Hinata is enjoying her food, they decide to join in too and are also even more impressed by its taste. Hinata believes that Rimuru had recreated the flavors of their old world. A plate of gyoza is brought to their table, and just like the other food, it tastes so awesome, so they decide to order more as they finish the ones brought to them initially. Unfortunately, the waitress informs them that the restaurant has run out of gyoza, and adds that the meal was a new product sold to them wholesale by Demon Lord Rimuru. Afterward, they pass through the great forest of Jura as they get closer to Tempest. The forest usually turns away human invaders, but the travelers notice that nothing has happened as they go through the path. They believe anti-magic barriers had been set up there to ensure safe travel. The travelers stop nearby to camp for the night, and as they have dinner, they discuss how competent the Demon Lord is, seeing the state of the road which they pass through. Arnaud acknowledges the fact that Rimuru is more than just a Demon Lord, but a good ruler, and they hope he does accept their captain's apology. Hinata wonders why Rimuru wishes for a coexistence of monsters and humans and is even more confused as to why he called for a one-on-one fight. Soe reports to Rimuru that Hinata and her group would arrive by evening. Benimaru is also present as they discuss the possibility of Hinata using herself as a decoy while the knights launch an attack on them. Rimuru also does not rule out that possibility but still decides to be positive. Renard calls out orders to the assembled knights. He orders that a siege be initiated and adds that henceforth, each unit must deploy to its assigned post. The troop moves to carry out the order, but almost immediately, they are ambushed by Shin's Yamagiri team and intense combat ensues between both troops. Rimuru gets ready to face Hinata and instructs Albus and Sophia to help the Yamagiri team in the fight, as the Crusaders might be too powerful for them. Rimuru arrives at the battle scene with Albus, Sophia, Benimaru, and Soe, and is surprised to find out that the Yamagiri team did a good job of wiping out almost half of the enemy troops, even though the order was for them to slow the knights down. Hinata, Sakaguchi, and her team also arrive at the chaotic scene, and they cannot believe their eyes as they notice that the Crusaders are being pushed back by the Yamagiri team. Hinata is furious as she thinks that a negotiation would not stop the hostility that had already begun. Hinata and her team are even more stunned as they see Rimuru's team alongside Rimuru a few yards away from the battle scene. Hinata now believes Rimuru was there with a team to match her team and then concludes that if Rimuru wants to go one-on-one with her, then she would do just that. Rimuru, on the other hand, is pissed at Shin as the plan was never to cause this much chaos. Hinata Sakaguchi then makes her way down to the battleground and stands face to face with Rimuru Tempest. Troubles brewing in the vampire nation of Lubelius. Louis bursts into Lady Luminous's chambers with some juicy gossip. Hinata has gone rogue and taken matters into her own hands when it comes to dealing with Demon Lord Rimuru. But before Louis can spill all the tea, Gunther swaggers in and tells Lady Luminous not to worry her pretty little head about such trivial matters. Louis, not one to be easily dismissed, insists they could lose Hinata if they don't intervene. But Gunther ain't having it, declaring it's nonsense to trouble themselves with the imprudence of humans. Louis fires back, claiming he's only there to offer advice. Lady Luminous shushes the bickering duo and leads them out. Meanwhile, a full-blown rumble is unfolding between Rimuru's crew and the Holy Knights of the Western Church. Just when things are getting heated, Shin comes swinging in like a wrecking ball, her powerful aura leaving the knights slack-jawed. girl knows how to make an entrance. Shin wastes no time introducing herself as Rimuru's #1 secretary and relays her boss's message: surrender or face the consequences. The knight in charge, Renard, ain't having any of that talk, though, and orders his crew to activate the holy field. Somewhere nearby, Rimuru and his gang are having a chat with Hinata, reminding her that any military action in his domain will be seen as hostile. Hinata, however, claims she had no idea her second-in-command Renard went rogue and violated orders. Rimuru's not buying it, especially after Hinata's people eliminated Rahim and tried to frame his crew. Hinata plays the innocent card, but Rimuru insists he wants her to call off her goons and send them packing before things get ugly. But the knights have other plans and start unleashing holy cannons at Shin. Big mistake, fellas. Shin swats those suckers away like they're nothing, leaving the knights gobsmacked. Holy cannons are supposed to be an instant monster fatality, but Shin just batted them back like it was a game of tennis. As Hinata and Rimuru throw down, our girl realizes Rimuru's skills have leveled up massively since their last tango. Homeboy's now on par with Lady Luminous herself. Hinata decides to go all in, transforming into her ultimate form with some fancy holy armaments. It's a straight-up power struggle now. Rimuru, caught off guard by Hinata's sudden glow-up, wishes he'd asked Kurobe to hook him up with a special sword. But he's gotta roll with the punches, so he whips out his substitute and gets ready to rumble. Back at the night brawl, Shin offers the gents a chance to surrender while she's feeling generous. But one knight, clearly lacking some manners, yells that holy knights don't negotiate with monsters. Big mistake, buddy. Shin flicks her finger and the poor sap's right ear takes a beating. The other knights, realizing they're outmatched, start listening to Shin's proposal. They hit her with their best shot, and if she withstands it, they surrender peacefully. The knights gather their power and unleash a massive inferno flame at Shin. She slices it in two like a hot knife through butter. The dude named Guard, sporting a freshly broken ear, knows they're outmatched but stubbornly refuses to give up. That is, until Shin jumps up and shatters the holy field, forcing the knights to drop their weapons and surrender. But the real showdown is between Hinata and Rimuru. As they clash, Hinata reminisces about her training days with Shizu-sensei, and how she left out of fear of losing her mentor. Their battle is a relentless dance of techniques, with Rimuru suddenly gaining the upper hand and predicting Hinata's every move. Shin and the surrendered knights arrive just in time to witness the climax. Hinata proposes one last round, and Rimuru agrees on the condition that she leaves his country alone if she loses. Hinata summons the power of the Holy Spirit, but Rimuru deflects her attack, leaving her on the losing end. Hinata admits defeat and promises to back off, but then something bizarre happens. Her sword comes to life and aims straight for Rimuru. Hinata, being the hero we didn't know we needed, takes the hit herself, the blade piercing her heart. Now imagine a world where news spreads faster than a sneeze in a crowded room. That's exactly what's happening in Falmouth, where everyone's buzzing about Champion Yaum and former King Idmar supposedly pocketing money meant for Demon Lord Rimuru. Shots in Falmouth are fuming mad, their faces turning redder than tomatoes. The common folk are shouting from the rooftops, demanding Idmaris's head on a platter. King Edward, not one to miss out on the action, decides to gather an army. Meanwhile, Demrada is rubbing his hands together, thinking this is the perfect time for war. He's also got his eye on getting rid of Hinata, because why not add more chaos to the mix? Demrada's trusty sidekick is all ears as he rambles on about their next big task, taking down the demon who eliminated Archbishop Rahim. Demrada's got a hunch that this demon is tougher than a $2 steak, especially since the Majin Raisin is loyal to them. He figures if this demon can beat Raisin, they must be strong. Over in Idmaris's neck of the woods, King Edward is lost in thought, pondering what will happen if Rimuru sides with Yaum, but then remembers Hinata's off to slay Rimuru. Edward's feeling pretty chuffed about all this, but there's one tiny problem: how to justify invading Nidal's domain. The Eastern merchants swoop in like caped crusaders with a plea for help from Count Nidal. And as if by magic, a team of demon fighters are also provided. Suddenly, Edward jumps up from his throne, barking orders to launch a sneak attack on Yaum, sending Garston with an army of 5,000. Sar, not wanting to miss out on the fun, offers to send his right-hand man, Grigori, along for the ride. But Diablo, the sneaky demon, is floating around like a nosy neighbor, eavesdropping on Edward's plans. He shares the information with Hakuro, and they start plotting to stir up trouble. Diablo then decides to crash Edward's little powwow, landing in front of the table. The guards surround him, but Diablo couldn't care less. He tells Edward to call off the troops and make nice with Yaum. Edward laughs and accuses Diablo of being the one who took out Rahim. Not one to back down from a challenge, Diablo dares the human demon hunters to a test. Edward's feeling cocky, thinking his demon hunters will make mincemeat out of Diablo. But surprisingly, the demon hunters are about as effective as a chocolate teapot against him. With one swipe, he knocks them all down like bowling pins, except for one lucky duck. This last demon hunter begs for mercy and promises to do Diablo's bidding. Now it's down to Sar and Glenda, the last one standing in this. Sar steps up, suspecting Diablo's more than just your average demon. The fight gets intense, Glenda joins in, but seeing Diablo's power, she makes like a banana and splits, leaving Sar to face the music alone.
私に物理攻撃は通用しません。おい、グレンダ！グレンダ！
Meanwhile, the troops heading to Nidal run into Rimuru's gang, led by Ranga the wolf. Ranga's taken out all the troops and is playing with Grigori like a chew toy. Gobd is fuming, worried that Ranga's enthusiasm might land them in hot water with Rimuru. Salka orders Garston to retreat. Garston, not needing to be told twice, tells everyone to run. Back at Admaris's place, Sar is still going at it. He's throwing magic spells at Diablo like confetti, but they're not really that effective. Finally, the penny drops and Sar realizes Diablo might not be the demon who took out Rahim after all. Just when you think things can't get any weirder, the 7 days old man shows up. They attempt to burn the evidence and attempt to finish off Hinata for not following the order given to her. Rimuru stands his ground, refusing to bow to the pressure mounted on him by the 7 days clergy and tries to save Hinata. But these clergy folks are very stubborn. They're also bent on delivering their punishment, saying Hinata has crossed the line. Renard tries to stick up for Hinata, but before he can finish his statement, Guard instantly stabs him. Rimuru smells something fishy about Guard. He puts 2 and 2 together and figures Guard might be the traitor who injured Hinata. Without wasting any time, he tells Shin to take off Guard's disguise, but warns her to watch her step, as Guard might be one of the 7 days crew. But before Shin can make a move, Guard decides to spill the beans himself, proving Rimuru right. Just then, Diablo reaches out to Rimuru. He has cracked the case of who might have eliminated Archbishop Rahim. Turns out, the 7 days gang had their fingers in it, and 3 of them stand right there in front of Rimuru. Diablo is itching to let loose on the traitors at where he is as well, but Rimuru wants to make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. He asks Diablo if he's got the goods to back up this claim. Diablo is very confident, so Rimuru gives him the green light. Rimuru then tells Benimaru and Soi to team up with Shin and put the squeeze on these 7 days troublemakers. They are not backing down, so Rimuru gives them the go-ahead to use force if they have to. The 7 days crew, realizing the jig is up, decide it's time to go for broke and take everyone out, including the demon lord Rimuru himself. And just like that, it's showtime. Magic spells are flying left and right. But Rimuru is not breaking a sweat. He is so powerful that it leaves the 7 days gang gobsmacked. Even Shin and the others are trying to figure out how the demon lord is able to pull off these spells. The 7 days clergy finally decides to back down. But just then, a door appears out of thin air with a bright light pouring out. And who should step out but Demon Lord Valentine herself. She exchanges pleasantries with Rimuru while the 7 days crew hit the ground, bowing. Rimuru's jaw drops when he realizes Valentine is actually Luminous, the big kahuna upstairs, all along. Meanwhile, over at Admaris's place, the other 7 days goons are gearing up for a bloodbath. The people are shaking in their boots, but Diablo tells them to keep their cool, that he has got their backs. He gives the reporters the lowdown on the Archbishop's murder and promises to keep everyone safe if they spread the news about it the world. Except for that pain in the neck, King Edward. Edward's knees start knocking as he asks what he did wrong. Diablo's not pulling any punches. He tells Edward he made Rimuru look like a chump, so he's not getting off scot-free. Edward hits the dirt, begging for mercy. He says he will do anything, even hand over his crown. Diablo then says he wants to make Champion Yam the new king. Edward is all too happy to oblige, turning to everyone and declaring Yam his heir apparent. Diablo, pleased as punch, turns to face the 7 days rabble-rousers. They are all revved up and ready to unleash holy hell. But with just a snap of his fingers, Diablo puts the kibosh on their spell and wipes them out.
Despair time.
Back at Rimuru's showdown, as Emperor Louis makes his grand entrance with Demon Lord Valentine. He introduces Demon Lord Valentine as Lady Luminous and everyone's eyes bug out, including Rimuru's. Lady Luminous strolls over to Hinata and brings her back from the great beyond. Then she meets out some divine justice on the 7 days clergy. Right on cue, Rimuru gets the latest from Diablo about his victory over the other 7 days clergy. In the meantime, Demrada's taking care of business. He pays a visit to the last of the 7 days crew and then gives him a one-way ticket to the afterlife. And through all this hullabaloo, Luminous and Rimuru patch things up, clearing the air about the whole Hinata misunderstanding. Demrada meets up with Granville's lair. He does not appear happy at all, as he's got a bone to pick with Granville, whose schemes nearly got him eliminated. The whole Hinata fiasco, not only did that plan go up in smoke, but it ended up making her and that slime Rimuru all buddy-buddy. Granville takes it all in stride, cool as a cucumber. He still has his eyes on the prize. Falmouth is definitely going to crumble, and a shiny new nation will rise from the ashes. But there's more. He spills the beans about Rimuru's grand plan to turn the Jura Forest into some kind of economic wonderland. Granville's not having it, and he wants Demrata to team up and squash Rimuru's dreams like a bug. But Demrata's not biting. He cuts Granville, mentioning that his people have no beef with Rimuru. Plus, now that Hinata knows about him, he can't exactly waltz around the western provinces like he owns the place. So, he's hitting the road, heading back to his homeland, and sending some other poor sap to deal with this mess in his place. Granville keeps his cool until Demrata is out of sight. But then he lets loose. He's madder than a wet hen, ranting and raving to Marable about how Demrata's trying to pull a fast one on him. Meanwhile, somewhere else, there is an important meeting going down. Hinata's gang and Rimuru's crew are trying to bury the hatchet. Lady Luminous and Emperor Louis are present there too. They're all putting their heads together, trying to figure out who bumped off Rayhan. Rimuru plays detective, connecting the dots between this and that, even dragging the Eastern merchants into the mix. He's got a hunch about Yuki Kagurazaka being involved, but can't quite figure out why the guy would have set up that throwdown with Hinata. Hinata pipes up, warning everyone not to count their chickens before they hatch. The big bad behind all this might still be out there. Rimuru is on board, telling everyone to keep their eyes peeled and their wits about them. With all that heavy stuff out of the way, it's meal time. But they're not just stuffing their faces, they are talking reconciliation between bites. Lady Luminous suggests they play nice for now and just maybe, in 100 years, they'll be all good. The conversation keeps flowing, with plans being hatched left and right. Rimuru, ever the thoughtful slime, even offers to build a new church for the Western Holy Church. But there's more. As everyone is leaving, Rimuru has a sweet surprise. He whips out Hinata's old rapier sword, the one he gulped down like a tasty snack during their last tussle. But this isn't just any old sword. It has been pimped out and ready for action. Hinata is all smiles and thank yous. Rimuru suggests Hinata crash at his place. She is game, and so is Lady Luminous, who is practically drooling at the mention of sukiyaki for dinner. Before you know it, it is turned into a full-blown shindig, with everyone eating, drinking, and making merry. Rimuru raises a toast to their newfound friendship, probably hoping they don't all wake up with monster hangovers. But Rimuru's not done yet. He has big plans. He is going to make Yam the new king, birth a whole new nation, and turn it into something epic on the Western Provinces block. The first step would be to get their name out there in human society, and he is already on it. Seems like words spreading faster than gossip at a tea party. And because Rimuru is clearly an overachiever, he's also cooking up some fancy schmancy communication system between nations. After all this hoopla, Demrata and Yuki have a little tete-a-tete. Seems like their evil schemes have gone belly up, so it's back to the drawing board. Demrata brings up Diablo, but Yuki shuts that down real quick, saying that going face to face with the demon is crazier than a soup sandwich. Yuki tells Demrata to lay low for a while, and Demrata is all too happy to skedaddle back home. But he is not leaving them high and dry, he is sending Misha to pinch hit. However, as soon as Demrata's out of earshot, Yuki is singing a totally different tune to Kagali. There is a lot happening in Tempest, and everyone is running around trying to get things ready. Rimuru, being the big cheese, is zipping around making sure everything is going great. Meanwhile, over in the Kingdom of Bloomund, Lord Kazak, who thinks he's hot stuff, is chatting up merchant Mjalmile, trying to rope him into some shady business involving slaves. However, Mjalmile is no dummy as he tries to steer Kazak towards paying these folks, but Kazak is not having any of it. Mjalmile's brain is working overtime, trying to figure out how to tell Kazak to take a hike without actually saying those words. But before he can open his mouth, Rimuru walks in. Kazak is not thrilled about this party crasher and decides to poke the bear. Mjalmile's had enough of this nonsense and shows Kazak the exit. After Kazak's dramatic exit, Mjalmile spills the beans to Rimuru about the whole slave situation. Rimuru is not impressed, to say the least. But the subject is changed to something more appetizing, fast food. Rimuru has this brilliant idea for a restaurant, and Mjalmile's eyes light up like it's Christmas morning. They are chatting about staff and whatnot when Rimuru says he also wants Veldora to run his own shop too. There's more. Rimuru has other big plans for Tempest. He wants to turn it into a resort town, complete with all the bells and whistles. Fishing tournaments, forest tours, hunting. He's picking Mjalmile's brain for more ideas, and the merchant does deliver, initiating the idea for a theater and a martial arts tournament. Rimuru is so excited about the martial arts tournament idea, he's practically bouncing off the walls. He asks Mjalmile to set it up, and the poor merchant thinks it is a lot of work. But Rimuru has that sparkle in his eye, and before you know it, Mjolnir's on board. Rimuru is still not done. He pulls out the big guns. He wants to build a coliseum that can fit 50,000 people. Mjolnir's jaw hit the floor so hard, like he is trying to dig to the center of the earth. This thing's gonna be 5 times bigger than the one there in Ingracia. It's like Rimuru is playing SimCity, but in real life. These two are on a roll now. They're bouncing ideas off each other like a pair of caffeinated ping pong balls. Healing potions for the fighters, sell weapons to adventurers, gambling, renting out the arena to rookies and a couple others. Mjolnir's practically salivating at the thought of all the cash he's gonna rake in. Rimuru's no fool. He knows he's got a golden goose in this merchant. He's buttering him up, telling him how much faith he has in him. It's working, too. Mjolnir's puffing up like a proud peacock. Rimuru also suggests that Mjolnir could move to Tempest if this whole project is a success. The merchant could dip his toes in commerce, publicity, or even manage the country's finances. Mjolnir's eyes are so wide, like he just saw a ghost made of gold. He jumps up, knocking over a chair or two, and swears he will make this project work by all means. He's ready to pledge his allegiance to Rimuru. But Rimuru's not done making the rounds. Next stop, Fuse Place. After a bit of chit-chat about past drama with the 7 Days clergy and Hinata, Rimuru gets down to brass tacks. But it's not just about him. He wants to use this as a chance to put Tempest out there on the map. A bunch of important folks are sitting around, discussing the drama involving Rimuru and Hinata. Gazel, Dwargo, and Henrietta are there, probably wishing they were anywhere else. Then Henrietta finds out that Lubelius wants to be buddies with Tempest. Everyone's eyebrows shoot up, and they wonder what to do about this shocking development. Meanwhile, Rimuru is wandering around town with his fluffy buddy Ranga, brainstorming ways to make Tempest the hottest tourist spot. He is dreaming up wild ideas to lure visitors. As they stroll, they bump into a motley crew, mid-student Gobkyu, trainee Beretta, and the pint-sized troublemaker Ramiris. They chat about the chaos trainee and Ramiris stirred up. To Elmesia's fancy pad, Grimwald shows up, looking all serious with a letter from Rimuru. It's an invite to party with the monsters in Tempest. Grimwald is not really excited about it, but Elmesia has other plans. She starts gabbing about some dude named Yoshida who makes sweets. Apparently, he's getting top-notch ingredients from a mystery supplier and wants to move to Tempest. Elmesia mentions to Grimwald that she has tried throwing money at him like confetti, but he is still so bent on leaving for Tempest. Grimwald tries to steer the conversation back to Rimuru's letter. Elmesia gets all serious and says they have to keep an eye on this Rimuru person. She recalls and expresses her annoyance to Grimwald about the fact that Rimuru agreed to maintain the road to Thalion without a fuss, making them look like amateurs in the negotiation department. In the end, she decides they need to go to this event because Rimuru is not someone to mess with. It's like being invited to the cool kids table. You don't say no, even if you're terrified. Back in Tempest, Rimuru is holding court with Gobkyu, trainee, Beretta, and Ramiris. Ramiris, being the drama queen she is, immediately asks about their fate. Rimuru turns to Gobkyu and starts yammering about building an underground bunker beneath the arena. Gobkyu, being the voice of reason, suggests not putting it directly under the arena in case the upper part decides to take a vacation. Rimuru agrees and adds that he wants a door so big and heavy, one which a stone slab could be fitted into. Then Rimuru tells Ramiris he wants her to build an underground labyrinth and Ramiris is over the moon. He continues rattling off ideas for the labyrinth, training for newbie adventurers, potion shops, and even a bar for post-adventure drinks. It's like he's planning the Disneyland of monster towns. Rimuru promises Ramiris some cash for her troubles, and she nearly explodes with excitement.
それってどのくらいになりそうなのよさ。金貨2枚になればいい方じゃないか。
She's probably already planning how to spend her newfound wealth on fairy-sized bling. Rimuru, being the buzzkill he is, tells her to keep her expectations low, as he's not sure if this crazy scheme will actually work. Now it's time to decide where to mount this arena. Rimuru is thinking of expanding the town square outside the west gate, but Ramiris has other ideas. She suggests building it where the lycanthropes live, casually mentioning she can just move them to the labyrinth. Rimuru is stunned and he is impressed that Ramiris has a useful skill, which is probably the nicest thing he has ever said to her. Rimuru Tempest finds himself in the middle of a whirlwind of activity. The arena construction project is buzzing with excitement as more and more people eagerly jump on board. It's like watching a colony of ants building their hill, but instead of tiny insects, it's a throng of enthusiastic volunteers. The pace picks up so fast and before anyone can blink, the project is nearly complete within a month. Gobkyu, the overseer of this grand endeavor, can barely contain his glee. His face lights up like a child who's just been told they're going to a candy store. He's practically bouncing with joy, convinced that at this rate, they'll be cutting the ribbon on the arena before the festival even begins. Meanwhile, Ramiris is playing a game of real-life Tetris with the lycanthropes in their homes. She's been busy moving them all into the labyrinth. The lycanthropes are over the moon about their new digs, wagging their tails with delight. Rimuru is so impressed with Ramiris' efforts that he decides to pile on even more work for her. Next on Rimuru's list is a visit to Kurobe, who's been waiting for him. Kurobe throws open the doors to a room that's practically bursting at the seams with weapons and shows him around. Kurobe explains that the weapons aren't the run-of-the-mill butter knives. They are temperamental beasts that won't play nice with just anyone who tries to wield them. Rimuru's eyes widen as he takes in the sight. Kurobe has been busy as a blacksmith during wartime, churning out magic armor and swords like they're going out of style. Rimuru can't help but shower Kurobe with praise, reminding him of the unique skill of mastercraft he received when he leveled up to Demon Lord status. It's like Kurobe got a cheat code for crafting, and every item he makes is top-tier loot. The Demon Lord's mind starts racing with possibilities. He sees these items filling up the labyrinth's treasure chests, luring adventurers like moths to a flame. In his mind's eye, he pictures hordes of treasure hunters descending upon the underground facility, each one determined to dive deeper, slay stronger monsters, and claim better loot than their rivals. He is envisioning the birth of a new extreme sport. Rimuru's imagination runs wild as he thinks about these adventurers spreading tales of the labyrinth far and wide. In his daydream, the town becomes a household name. Kurobe breaks Rimuru out of his reverie by presenting a special piece to him. He brags about the sword's strength, claiming it's more unbendable than a stubborn mule and tougher to break. As a bonus feature, Kurobe adds that the sword will adapt to Rimuru's magic capacity with time. Rimuru examines the sword, his eyes sparkling as he lavishes praise on Kurobe, declaring the weapon truly magnificent. But Kurobe says the sword isn't even in its final form yet. He hints at a hidden feature, explaining that holes will appear in the blade as it evolves and adapts to Rimuru's magic over time. Rimuru heads back to the arena construction site, Veldora in tow. Ramiris, playing the role of eager tour guide, offers to show him around. Earlier, Rimuru had approached Veldora with an exciting proposition. He painted a picture of a grand labyrinth being built under the arena, with Ramiris as the architect moving to Tempest. He suggested that such an impressive dungeon needs a ruler, like a king presiding over his underground kingdom. A special door on the 100th floor leading to Ramiris' main residence, which would need a guardian. And not just any guardian, but a strong one. Rimuru offers Veldora the opportunity to be this guardian. He sweetened the deal by telling Veldora that if he accepts, he'll have free reign to unleash his aura and even transform into his original dragon form within the labyrinth. Veldora, realizing the gravity of the role, takes all of 2 seconds to accept. His mind races with all the possibilities. Fast forward to the present, and Rimuru fills Ramiris in on his offer to Veldora, explaining why the dragon is tagging along. Ramiris' face lights up like she's just had the most brilliant idea ever. She points out that Veldora's high-density magicules will act like miracle grow for monsters inside the dungeon. Veldora gets the VIP tour of his new digs in the dungeon. Rimuru creates a magical spell that provides a sneak peek of how the completed room will look like. Ramiris then brings this vision to life with her magic powers, turning the preview into reality. Veldora is more pleased. After the grand tour, Ramiris reports to Rimuru that the dungeon framework is complete. They all head back to Veldora's room for the main thing. Veldora unleashes his aura and transforms into his dragon form. His magicules spread through the dungeon like wildfire, exactly as they had hoped. To cap off this whirlwind of events, Rimuru performs a ceremonial changing of the guard. He transfers the title of master to Ramiris. Beretta, now Ramiris' loyal subject, stands at attention. Rimuru, playing the role of a protective parent, urges Beretta to guard Ramiris with his life. And so, the stage is set for new adventures, with a labyrinth teeming with monsters, a dragon guardian unleashed, and a fairy in charge of it all. A bustling construction site where the air buzzes with excitement and possibility. Great Rimuru and the others chat animatedly about the grand building project when Milim bursts into the room, distracting them. However, she only claims she is just passing by. But her eyes sparkle with mischief as she eyes all the fun unfolding before her. Milim tries to put on her best pouty face and is ready to scold Rimuru for leaving her out of the excitement. But before she can even open her mouth to spew a word, Veldora jumps in, waving his hands dramatically and telling her to knock it off. He stresses on the fact that the project is no place for kiddos to frolic. Ramiris, not one to be left out, as he pipes up in agreement, suggesting that Milim find some other playground to play in and not in this Colosseum project, which is a very serious one. But Milim, being Milim, plants her feet firmly on the ground and announces with a grin that there is absolutely nothing that would drag her away from this construction party, adding that she is staying put. And that is that. Rimuru, ever the clever cookie, sees an opportunity to get Milim to do some work and reminds her of those dragons she once bragged about capturing,
ドラゴンだよドラゴン。
やはり怒られるのか。
mentioning that he would fancy capturing these creatures and bringing them to the dungeon there at the Colosseum. Milim's eyes light up like fireworks as she buys the idea almost instantly, and afterwards she's off on a dragon wrangling adventure, and now they have a wind dragon, an ice dragon, a fire dragon, and an earth dragon. Monsters also start popping up left and right inside the dungeon, courtesy of Veldora's magical mojo. Traps spring to life, adding an extra dash of danger to the mix. Enter Mjalmile at the site, who is late but full of apologies. He exchanges pleasantries with Sir Rigard like they're old pals at a tea party. Rimuru welcomes him with open arms. Mjalmile is super stunned as he takes in the rapid progress of the project. His eyes bulge at the sight of newcomers flooding into town, drawn by the promise of adventure and opportunity. Gobkyu is over the moon to see Mjalmile involved in the project. When Rimuru says that he plans to make Gobkyu the nation's chief financial manager, the fellow is even more thrilled, convinced that it is the best idea. Mjalmile steps inside the building and his eyes nearly pop out of his head. The place is so beautiful, like stepping into a fairy tale. He suddenly remembers to thank Rimuru for sending a guardian angel in the form of Gobuman to protect them on their journey. Apparently, they had a run-in with a nasty monster, but Gobuman had everything under control and sent that beast packing before anyone got hurt. The Demon Lord, being the thoughtful leader he is, tells Gobuman to stick to Mjalmile and continue protecting him. However, later on, the Demon Lord is quite concerned as he thinks about the news of the attack. He thought Shuna's barrier was tougher than a fortress, but clearly it needs a little boost. Rimuru decides it is time to beef up security on the highway too, just to be on the safe side. An audience ceremony takes place, with Rimuru holding court like a benevolent king. Entourages from far and wide come to pay their respects, turning the place into a melting pot of cultures and characters. On the second day, Chaos decides to crash the party. Shuna's barrier bursts open, and she reports feeling a mysterious energy wave coming from it. She suspects a Majin might be behind this mischief. Rimuru, never one to sit on his laurels, orders that they all head out to check on this issue. Lo and behold, they stumble upon 3 intruders who strut in like they own the place. These cocky fellows declare their mission to give Clayman the boot and snatch his Demon Lord title. Shin, itching for a fight, steps up with fire in her eyes. But Rimuru decides to take this fight to the arena. The intruders eye Shin like she's a kitten trying to take on a lion. But to their greatest surprise, Shin unleashes a bit of mastery so spectacular that it leaves everyone, including Rimuru, with their jaws on the floor. She knocks the mess out the troublemakers out real quick. After the dust settles, it's time for a little question and answer session with the intruders. Turns out, these troublemakers are the spawn of Demon Lord Dagrol. Their father kicked them to the curb and told them to go learn a thing or two from Demon Lord Rimuru. The kind-hearted slime accepts and decides to put them under Shin's watch. With that drama out of the way, the ceremony continues smoothly. More entourages pour in, eager to kiss the ring of the great Rimuru. As the final day of the ceremony dawns, Rimuru welcomes back Geld and Diablo like long-lost friends at a reunion. He's itching to get the inside scoop on the Falmouth situation from Diablo, but he knows he's got to put on his game face for the toughest audience yet. With the Tengu clan arriving, Rimuru took a moment of back and forth with his auto-corrector to figure out the identity of his Tengus visitors until a girl named Momoji came in to announce that she was representing her elders. A month ago at Kusha Mountains, Rimuru sent Benimaru as an envoy to the Tengu village as his envoy. Once he got there, he was welcomed by a hostile Tengu asking about his purpose of visiting their town. Instead of taking the low-tier god approach to answer the villager, he spoke formally about his background as an envoy from Tempest. Hearing this, the guard allowed only Benimaru and one more person to enter, so Albus followed his lead. Once inside, they were amazed by the beauty of the serene village. The villager took them to the royal palace so they could meet with Momoji. It was there that Benimaru remained on guard, as he figured that Momoji's strength could be on par with Karen, if not stronger. He made it clear that Tempest Federation has no intention of conquering the village and adding it to their vast realm. Instead, he came here on behalf of King Rimuru to request digging a tunnel through the mountain where the village is, just so they can pass through. Initially, Momoji was fine with her counterpart claiming the mountain, but when she realized the goal of the tunnel to be dug in it, she promptly refused. To add insult to injury, she began to insult Rimuru and his envoys. Albus couldn't sit idle, as she was called out as a smelly snake. Before Benimaru could interfere to calm things down, Albus tried to cast a spell on Momoji. It proved to be a terrible mistake, as not only did it have no effect on Momoji but got her to retaliate against her. With things spiraling out of control, Benimaru finally decided to put an end to this and force everyone back into the negotiations table. To make matters worse for Momoji, her mother Kid arrived to continue the negotiations on her behalf. He was taken aback to learn that Kid had learned the Haze fighting style from Araki by Akuya himself. It all began about 300 years ago when she did train with a nameless beast under Byakuya's supervision, until he passed away eventually, without giving a name to the talented beast he was training. That beast, who will become known as a savant, managed to get Kid to be so smitten with his sword techniques that she decided to learn more from him. It was only then that Benimaru figured that Kid was talking about Hakuro. Now that Kid learned that Hakuro has gotten a name and is still alive and kicking, she decided to agree to all his previous demands in exchange for marrying Benimaru to her daughter. The request was so absurd that Momoji refused it immediately, but Kid still had the final word on the matter as she was willing to swear allegiance to the demon lord Rimuru. Once she was done talking, Momoji got into the conversation, making it clear that she wouldn't marry him until she won his heart first. After all, a good woman is one who makes her man turn toward her, she said before leaving the guest room. As they were about to leave the mansion, Benimaru apologized for not being able to give an immediate answer to her condition, which Kid was fine with, giving him the time he needed to think about it. On his way back, Benimaru had already figured out that Kid had lost all of her strength to give birth to her 15-year-old daughter, while Kid was left looking at the sunset, as she kept on thinking that Benimaru was her last hope. Back to the present, Momoji made it clear that she doesn't want Rimuru's federation to interfere with her village's business. This answer was about to trigger a bad chain reaction if it wasn't thanks to Rimuru coming in time to stop Shin from doing anything reckless. Back to the negotiations, Rimuru pointed out that he has no intentions of meddling in Tengu's affairs, as he just wants passage through the mountains only. Momoji, however, couldn't swallow the idea that he wanted nothing else in return, as she suspected that he did associate with Frey. It was then that Rimuru demanded a timeout to further address the issue with his advisors. It turned out that Frey and the Tengu village are on bad terms, and that a conflict may occur at any given moment between the two. It's then that Momoji pointed out that Frey wants their submission so she can control Tylon. It was then that everything made perfect sense as to why Momoji was still uneasy about allowing him passage through the mountains. With him clearing out the situation is a massive misunderstanding, and that Frey wants Rimuru to take hold of Tylon himself, Momoji finally relented, and signed a treaty of mutual assistance with him. With this issue out of the way, the Tengu envoys gave a letter from Lady Kid to Rimuru, where she wanted to know about Benimaru's answer to her proposal from last month. Momoji was so taken aback by it that she scrapped the letters in a panic. It was then that Hakuro himself showed up to read the letter sent by Kid, where she did want him to train his daughter to become stronger. It was then that Momoji learned that her father had arrived, except that he came back empty-handed, with no milk. Still, that didn't stop her from hugging him passionately, so much that she didn't hesitate to accept Hakuro's demand of her marrying Benimaru, despite the latter's initial reluctance of course. To make matters worse, Albus left a message to Benimaru, telling him that she aims to defeat Momoji just so she can marry him instead. The man was so confused that he fainted, just for the rest to engage in a chaotic discussion about how much simps they actually are towards certain women, while 3 of Gabiru's retainers kept on cheering for their boss in the background. None of them were girls. Thankfully, Shuna was able to get Rimuru to get the conversation back to a serious tone, where Benimaru admitted that he needed a good spouse. That sounded like an acceptance from him to Momoji, so much so that she decided to agree to challenge Albus over who to be his bride. Of course, the meeting wasn't over without having Shin and Shuna butting heads over who to win Rimuru's heart as well, much to the latter's confusion. The next day, Rimuru gathered everyone for a meeting over the festival that will be held soon in the town. For that reason, he did invite some new people to help, such as Jalmail. Rimuru was so confident in him that he wanted to put him as the new Minister of Finances if the festival turned out to be a massive success. With the introductions out of the way, Jalmail proceeded to give a full rundown of the festival to everyone in the room. The plan did include Shuna taking part in making the feast for everyone there, as well as Rimuru having a speech to deliver at the festival. The former was glad for her position there, while the latter wasn't so eager to perform his part. But that aside, there will be an opera performance, technology workshop, martial arts tournament, a hot spring to enjoy, and many more activities that made everyone in the room excited. That was just part of the first day of the festival. After all, there's more to the second day, because there will be a reveal of a new dungeon. Initially, everyone seemed to be okay with this plan, until Ramirez announced that there was a problem. There's a dungeon where its floors got consumed by the woods, so much that no monsters fit to be bosses have been generated. As such, there was a pressing need to clean this forest and restore the dungeon. Just as he learned of this, he was also informed that the Mystic Fox had awakened. Rimuru was so delighted by this news that he decided to name the mystic fox Kumara, despite it taking a toll on his own energy. Now that the schedule of the festival had been discussed, Sawe had to bring his report, where Viscount Kazak of the Kingdom of Bloomund had been arrested, much to Mjalmal's shock, as he never thought that the Viscount was part of a slave trading organization that used to wreak havoc. As for the past tense, it was because they have been wiped out by the Lightspeed hero Hanjo. At the moment, Yuki was talking to other friends of his, Jiwoo, Janari and Bernie Sanders. But who's this Hanjo? As it turned out, just like Rimuru, he was from modern-day Japan, when he suddenly found himself one day in this world. Unlike Rimuru, however, he maintained his human form. His first encounter there was with Janari as he tried to save a girl that he tried to attack. Trying to body block Janari gave him the ability to choose his skills and such, thus making him turn Janari unconscious by accidentally hitting him with the back of his head. Janari was so impressed that he swore loyalty to Hanjo. Hearing this, Bernie wasn't as hyped as other people about Hanjo's abilities at first. It would have been much wiser for him to talk after bearing witness to Hanjo's might though. Inspired by his strength, Bernie Sanders decided to abandon being a socialist and decided to join the blonde blue-eyed Hanjo. At the Kingdom of Ingracia, Hanjo and his duos have met Jiwoo. The girl initially despised Hanjo, calling him a scoundrel. Shame on her though, his actions won her over instantly. And that's how their team is formed up. All of this success that Hojo got was thanks to the very rare Chosen One skill that he recently earned. According to Yuki, for all his deeds and presence, Hanjo still couldn't recognize himself as a high-ranking hero. It was because of his modesty that he got the mission of taking down the slave trading organization Orthrus, to which after hearing more about the details of the job he got, Hanjo accepted with his teammates. Once they reached the Kingdom of Balaisha, their mission began. After the greetings and warm welcome, Hanjo felt the need to relieve himself, just to find himself lost in the mansion. To make matters worse, he found himself in the middle of signing a new slavery contract. The organization couldn't let him escape just like that, so the big guy there, Kazak, decided to get rid of his partner in crime and called on the guards, hoping that he would frame Hanjo as the criminal here. However, his plan backfired spectacularly, because the rest of Hanjo's party rushed into the scene, healed the injured witness and got him to testify against his companion. And that's how the slaves company got wiped out, with all the slaves being freed as well. So in case you thought it was due to a flashy adventure, it was all due to pure luck. Unbelievable luck. All have ended well for Hanjo, except for one unexpected turn of events. The Balaishan king asked him for help to bring all of the freed slaves to the great forest of Jura on his behalf. It might sound weird at first, but when he learned that Rimuru was in charge of that territory, things became crystal clear. So with great persistence, Hanjo agreed to take on the mission. What could possibly go wrong? As it turned out, the news became the talk of the kingdom, causing an eruption of praise for Hanjo as the hero who would take down Rimuru. Hanjo himself had no will to fight with Rimuru, as he heard that the latter wanted to become friends with other humans. With Sae giving his report, everyone in the room became so eager to fight the Lightspeed hero, until Rimuru decided to deal with him personally. But how will things turn out to be? Just as the festival's date drew closer, Rimuru's schedule became busier. From meeting other kings to reassigning old treaties, Rimuru seems to be running the Federation well. He intended to turn the Kingdom of Bloomund into a distribution hub in the future, and with a perfect vision to execute this plan, the king couldn't help but be impressed at Rimuru's foresight. His meeting with the king of the Dwarven Kingdom didn't go as well as the former, especially due to the far-reaching consequences of an old deal that Rimuru struck with the Western Holy Church coming back to haunt him now. But aside from some initial backlash, Rimuru managed to convince the fellow monarch that he's on his side, thus ending up with a fortuitous meeting. Next comes the new king of Falminus, Yaum, who's a great friend of Rimuru, have come alongside his wife to pledge his support for him after he became the new monarch of an old bitter enemy of Rimuru, despite a ridiculous display of buffoonery from Yaum for a moment. With all that out of the way, Rimuru could finally head to Ingracia. He went ahead to meet with Yuki, where despite his relief of his kingdom being saved, he still couldn't help but feel rather scared of Hinata's unpredictable behavior, even though she had been largely pacified by now. When Rimuru brought up the topic of the incoming festival, Yuki made it clear that he had already packed his things and that he was so eager to go there, accompanied by the Vice Master of Free Guild, Kagali. Yuki was also excited about Kagali's presence, so much so that he got her to talk about her business in selling ruins. This is a crime in our world, but for the sake of this show, please turn a blind eye on it. I digress. Kagali's latest visit to Soma's sites has its own fair share of trouble since it's located in an awkward location that makes no one want to bother entering it for such a purpose usually. This reminded Rimuru of a similar problem in Clayman's HQ, as he believed that Clayman had harnessed the things he found there. Rimuru's biggest problem though, as rude as it may sound to Kigali, is that he doesn't like the idea of plundering ancient ruins just for the treasures. Instead, he's much more interested in the archaeological aspect of these ruins to ensure that the past survives and is recorded. Surprisingly, Kigali liked the idea and decided to embrace it as part of her profession now. Of course, Rimuru couldn't help but check on how his young students were doing in Yuki's care, and he was relieved to see for himself that they were all in good shape. Unfortunately for the students, they couldn't get to fight with Yuki this time, because Rimuru came in specifically to invite them to visit his nation. The news got the students to be so excited that they rushed to pack their bags. The same applied to their homeroom teacher Ms. Tis, who wasn't sure if she could teach them much more, but Rimuru was confident that she was the one who could get them to grow as people. She was convinced of his words when she heard her students asking her to accompany them to the festival, to which she agreed. Unfortunately, Rimuru couldn't stay with the kids for a long time every day. So as a compromise, he gave them a tool to get them to play and eat for free, and that they'd get coins for every time they won in a game, which the kids were excited about. His happy moment couldn't last for long, however, as Rimuru was informed that Honjo reached the outskirts of the capital by now. Once there, Honjo's party did all the talking for him. Despite Rimuru's best attempts to de-escalate the situation, the trio kept on talking in an increasingly threatening tone, until Yuki arrived at the scene to explain to them that Rimuru was in no way an enemy. Still, the boneheads interpreted this as a downplay of Honjo's strength. Unable to get them to talk in a peaceful approach, Rimuru proposed to them that they should participate in the martial arts tournament tomorrow if they want to fight him, to which they managed to agree to, and of course, get Honjo to accept it against his will, thus securing a hero's participation in his tournament. That night, everyone was gathering in the town's mansion and having a cozy time, when Rimuru arrived to make a welcoming speech for everyone. Rimuru was impressed, just like everyone else, by how great the food tasted. That was the case, until Rimuru's staff got into the hall with a fearsome-looking swordfish, for Hakuro to make an impressive display of his swordsmanship. Basically, he was flexing how cool he is in cutting sushi. To further bolster his ego, Rimuru advanced to try out eating this raw fish and rice and express how great it was. The arrival of Hinata didn't even shake Rimuru's resolve to enjoy having a delicious meal, so much that he refused to try a variety of other foods as well as this raw tuna. It was only when she tasted it that she changed her mind, despite her refusing to drop her ego. Another person that came in to give it a shot was Yuki, and since he was a grown-up he decided to eat sushi with wasabi, leaving Hinata in an awkward position. It was then that Yuki learned that Hinata has been disappointed for a while that her requests to get some fish from Free Guild has been declined time and time again, thus explaining why she was such a party pooper. Just as they kept on discussing how they got to bring such a massive beast of a fish to the town, Rimuru was paying attention to the conversation, becoming aware of the constant problems of transportation in this world. It was fortunate for him to learn though, since solving this problem was one of the main topics he's already working on. Much to his delight, an increasing number of the noble ones had begun to come in droves to try out this new dish and enjoy it too. Unfortunately, it was then that a messenger stormed into the room to inform Rimuru of a massive flying object coming into the town. It was Tylon's Emperor Elru, his wife Elmesia and their entourage that arrived on their sorcerer's guardian dragon. This was great news for Rimuru since he was looking forward to meeting them. Even though he was warned about how powerful Tylon's dynasty is and how sly their empress is. Rimuru, however, remained confident and well composed in her presence, despite her attempt to use her heroic aura against him for a moment. As she entered the hall, she whispered to Rimuru that she wanted to discuss some private business with him later in a more relaxed environment, to which he didn't mind in the least. In fact, Empress Elmesia was so powerful that she could hear the Dwarven King talking about her behind her back, much to his shock. It was then that Mjalmail arrived to inform Rimuru that everything in the festival was going according to plan, except for one problem. It's only a few of the local merchants that have decided to participate in this festival, but he didn't think much of it after a closer inspection. After all, he thought that the task he was in charge of was so huge that he needed to be a tad high-strung. At long last, Rimuru noticed a commotion at the gate of the hall, so he figured out that Demon Lord Milim had finally arrived, with all her entourage. The latter was so excited to get to the festival so she can try out food that in her own account will make Midray knock his socks off. She also ensured Rimuru that she convinced Frey that she did develop a better sense of awareness as a ruler, and that she's now capable of protecting her own territory. Joke's on her, Rimuru thwarted her ego by reminding her that she was just protecting a dungeon. Noticing that Frey had caught up on their whispers, they were frightened as the latter approached to talk to them. Frey in particular couldn't even hide that she was not pleased with Milim as their new master, even though she couldn't do anything about it. Rimuru tried to ease the mood for a bit, only to slip up and mention that they do have chicken to serve on their menu. That offended Frey and her entourage, as they believed that Rimuru did assume that they're nothing but livestock. Before the situation could get out of control, Rimuru was eloquent enough to sincerely apologize for being disrespectful, even though he didn't intend to offend them in any way. Frey accepted the apology, but she couldn't let go of Carrion, who had laughed at Rimuru's carelessness a second ago. Now with that out of the way, Shuna came in with other servants to serve the dishes. Everyone seemed to be enjoying it, except for Midray, who couldn't help but get worked up at how steaks were covered in some mysterious liquid, much to Rimuru's disappointment. It was only thanks to Shuna's intervention that Midray changed his mind and relented to try out the dishes. Naturally, he ended up loving the food. But more importantly, everyone else was impressed by the way that Shuna did demonstrate her dishes, making them enjoy the meal even more, leaving them even more ecstatic with the taste. Now with the first day ending well, the second day of the festival began. Rimuru came in front of the populace and the nobles, humans and monsters to address how glad he is for their presence, and how much he wants them to have a great time, despite how wary they may feel towards him. He concluded that he'll do his best to keep this town a place where everyone could consider as their home, making the people erupt in joy. During his speech, the kids and their professor were taken aback to learn that Rimuru is the town's king, so much that Ms. Tis passed out. Just as Rimuru began to think of someone to take care of her, Hinata popped right in front of him. The kids couldn't believe that Rimuru fought Hinata and ended up in a draw, until Hinata herself did pull out her sword against Kenya to convince him. It was then that they figured out who Hinata, the captain of the Crusaders, was. But back to business, where Rimuru tried to ask her out to take care of the kids instead of Tis, to which the kids agreed to not say intimidated to agree to that, while Hinata didn't mind either, as long as Rimuru keep an eye on Luminous in her stead too. In the opera house, Rimuru was surprised to learn that Tact is also present there, to lead the orchestra in their delightful performance. Just as Rimuru stood up to applaud for the performance, however, the lights were shut down, only to light up on Shuna and Shin before they would begin their own performance on the violin. Initially, Rimuru was worried about Shin being able to perform, knowing that Gordon Ramsay might have reported her to authorities for her atrocities against food. He couldn't be more wrong, however, as she was a splendid violinist. The duo's performance was great, so much so that left everyone deeply touched by it. Moving to the scientific presentation, everyone was just as impressed by the scientific progress that Rimuru's kingdom has reached, be it in fixing swords, transport, or anything of the sort, so much so that the scientific demonstration was unbelievable at first, until they witnessed the results, leaving even Rimuru impressed. Although the scientists did admit that they might not have questions for everything for now, they'll do their best to reveal new answers to their questions. That evening, the kids met up with Rimuru, where they have been in good hands. Unfortunately for Rimuru, however, he was informed by Hinata that he had to meet up with Luminous immediately to further discuss their non-aggression pact. Apparently she was not pleased by it and she's now demanding Rimuru to offer more concessions to her faction. It turned out that her demand is just an exchange, thus making it an offer instead. But since Luminous cared more about her grandiose appearance, Rimuru didn't mind it and agreed to it. Even though he misunderstood it as a trade agreement at first, it turned out to be a cultural exchange, where both people of both factions would exchange students and scholars to learn about one another. An idea that Rimuru was even more excited about, although he didn't expect that Luminous would be granting him a skill called the Secret Skills of Faith and Favor in exchange for such a deal. Just as he thought the meeting was done, Luminous informed him that there are people that disagree with him among the invited dignitaries, to which he made it clear that he's aware of their presence and that he does have plans over how to deal with them. But let's keep serious matters aside, as everyone else was enjoying their dinner tonight, with Hinata and Yuki talking out what they found interesting in this event. Yuki in particular was taken aback when he learned that Rimuru had nothing to do with the direction of the scientific expo. Even though he admitted that he does regret not being aware of any of that earlier, Yuki and Hinata couldn't help but be impressed by how great of an administrator he is, only to learn that they went bankrupt later that night. In fact, not even their funds could solve this issue, since they cannot be converted into cash. That means that even though they have the money, they have no possible means to get to use them in this event, threatening to jeopardize the entire festival. Thinking of how the merchants collectively demanded their payment in common coins, they realized that this crisis has been plotted by someone to ruin their reputation. But who could it possibly be? Sadly, they can't even enforce their own will on the International Council this time, because that will make them lose all of their allies. But with Shin realizing how invaluable Tempest's location is to its western allies that they won't be able to meddle in their business, Rimuru and his council concluded that the target of this conspiracy was to jeopardize the co-prosperity alliance that they struck with other western kingdoms. But instead of crushing them, Rimuru had his own approach to this crisis. Fortunately for him, paying the merchants is still doable, as they have time for that. However, they can't pay them in golden bars as that will weaken their position among the merchants. As such, Rimuru concluded the meeting that they will enforce their own rules on the merchants if worse came to worst. Just as they were about to leave though, they were abruptly stopped by Shuna. The next day marked the beginning of the martial arts tournament. Will it go as well as the previous day though? The next day, Soka announces the tournament to become the 4th strongest warrior in Tempest. In those great 3 strong warriors, there are Shin, Benimaru and Diablo. The 4th is yet to be selected and warriors from all over the world are gathered today to battle against each other, and with that said the tournament begins. Before the battles commence, Rimuru turns to Shin, Benimaru, and Diablo with a wry smile and firmly instructs them not to participate. If you 3 join, there'd be no competition. You'd win without a doubt, he says, earning a mix of smirks and nods from his formidable subordinates. The truth is, Rimuru had hastily created the Big 4 designation not long ago, naming Shin, Benimaru, and Diablo on the spot. However, he hadn't thought through who should take the final spot, and now he's left with a dilemma. This tournament is his solution, an opportunity to identify a warrior worthy of joining Tempest's elite and solidifying the Big 4. The crowd roars with excitement as the first matches begin, and Rimuru watches intently, eager to see who will rise to the challenge. Soka introduces the first opponent, Masayuki the hero, who is also the most popular, and to add on to it, he hasn't even pulled out his sword but yet has won every battle. However, Rimuru begins to think, if nobody has even seen his sword skills, how the heck did he even manage his way up here? Then, Soka introduces the next warrior, Jinrai, who is Masayuki's right-hand man. And well, he's basically the reason why Masayuki hasn't used his sword, because he would beat everything before Masayuki had a chance. The third warrior is Gai, and his power is dancing like a seasoned performer during battles and stealing the hearts of whoever watches. The 4th competitor being the head of Boyoids, Boyix, and the 5th being Boyix's rival, the head of Equinoids, Equix. Rimuru remembers that these 2 are the ones who he named because he wanted them to serve as dungeon bosses. Next up is, as Soka says, a masked man who showed incredible strength yesterday, Lion Mask. Rimuru spits out his drink as he looks at the lion mask. But Soka quotes that she got from a stranger, Lion Mask, "You better do well in my place," by which Rimuru realizes that it is Milim, but she sent one of her subordinates. Now, 6 competitors have been introduced, which leaves just 2 more. Soka announces the coming of the next competitor, who is probably the closest to being in the Big 4. It is Gobta, and Soka says he is a total elite genius, and that is sort of hard for Rimuru to believe, but he knows that Soka said that to engage with the audience. Now, the 8th competitor being the guardian angel of the Tempest, the savior of the higher orcs, Geld. Now, they have all the 8 competitors in the ring, so now it is time to hear an opening speech from Master Rimuru. As soon as she says that, a big gate appears in front of the audience and Rimuru walks out of it as it opens. He grabs the mic and says to the fighters that if they win through today's match and win the final round tomorrow, he will grant them the glory of his nation. Be it the seat of the Big 4 or the right to challenge him, if any of them wins that tournament, it is all theirs. Then, Rimuru wishes them luck and the crowd cheers them up. With that said, all matches have been set. But when Rimuru sees the matches that have been set, Mayasuki's first opponent is his own friend, Jinrai, and all the strong opponents are facing each other. So all of this is too good for Mayasuki, which makes Rimuru think that how is he supposed to gauge his true strength? He wonders if Mayasuki was able to manipulate destiny somehow. Then, Soka announces the first match between Equix and Boyix. Both of them are given special powers by Rimuru and are ranked monsters. Then the match begins, and it seems like an equal tie between the 2 of them, and the match starts with a harsh beginning. After a good while, Boyix ends up winning the first match, but Equix says he will definitely win the second one. The second match is between Mayasuki and Jinrai being a total bootlick forfeits the match and Mayasuki by default wins the match. Rimuru thinks that this is unacceptable but has to follow the rules too. Since the second match didn't even happen, the next match starts between Gobta and Gai. Gobta is shivering like a little baby, but Gai turns to Rimuru and says that he is stronger than the previous hero, and if he wins right now, he will have a match with Rimuru. With a very proud look in his eyes, he says that whether it be the Demon Lord or a hero, he will make everyone bow before him. Diablo gets really angry because this looks like a direct disrespect to Rimuru, and Soka calms him down and tells him to wait because Gai has to fight Gobta first. The match starts with Gai's sharp attacks towards Gobta, and Gobta is just defending himself. Then, Gai observes how much fine armory Gobta is wearing. Rimuru thinks that Gobta could do a lot better if he was putting up a fight against Gai, and not just running away from his attacks. Soy, who is behind Rimuru, says that Gobta is very observant and wouldn't be able to dodge for so long unless he could keep up with how he moves his weapon. So, Rimuru gets up and loudly says to Gobta to fight against Gai and show him his true strength, and he will give him the fishing rod he always wanted if he wins. Gobta now seems pretty motivated and pulls up with his trump card, and Gai laughs at him and tells him to not be so cocky. But with one attack of Gobta, Gai falls back and loses the match. This brilliant attack knocked down Gai in just one hit, and Gobta is probably just happy about the fishing rod. Now, the next match is between the two strongest fighters, Lion Mask and Geld. The match begins with a very fierce offense and defense. Geld is taking all the punches like they are literally just fence and defense. And then Lion Mask asks, why is he not using his true powers on him? Smart enough, Geld knows that even Lion Mask has not shown his true potential to him just yet, hence he is holding back. Lion Mask laughs and comes up with all his strength and knocks out Geld in one punch, and Geld falls back, making Lion Mask the winner of the match. Lion Mask says that Geld is still standing after taking his strongest punch, and he would love for them to fight someday. Geld agrees with that, and they both respectfully end the match. The noon fell, and now Soka announces that it is time for the semi-finals. The fifth match begins between Masayuki and Boyx. But before Soka could complete her statement, Masayuki takes the mic from Soka and begins to speak. He says to Boyx that he did wonderful in his earlier match, and that throws off Boyx because that was the least he was expecting. Masayuki tries to gaslight him and says that Boyx used most of his strength in the match earlier, and Masayuki is likely to win against him. So, Masayuki asks him to save all this strength and face him in the dungeon where he belongs, when Boyx is at his peak, and they can have that match then. What everyone least expected, Boyx shakes hands with him and forfeits the match, making Masayuki the winner of another match. All the girls are drooling over Masayuki and his kindness and think how generous he is, and Rimuru just wondering what the heck is even happening. So now, it is time for the final match, Lion Mask vs Gobta. Soka creates the hype in the final match by saying whoever wins the match will have a final match tomorrow. Some are supporting Gobta and some are in favor of Lion Mask. Gobta says to Rimuru that he wants the fishing rod, so he better keep that deal straight if he wins the match, and Rimuru says to him that he will give him an improvised version of the fishing rod if he wins it. At some point, Rimuru is relieved that even if Lion Mask wins, he will be able to see Masayuki's real strength, so it is a win-win situation for both of them. Then, the match finally begins. Gobta is now with Ranga, who sneaked to be with Gobta, and now he is riding Ranga to attack Lion Mask, and Lion Mask just laughs at him and calls him a little kid with all his attacks. Lion Mask grows out his nails somehow and attacks Gobta, and Gobta again begins to run. The crowd tells him to fight, and Gobta exclaims that he is fighting, and that is his version of fight. Then, Ranga attacks Lion Mask, but Lion Mask flies up in the sky and begins to attack Ranga with aura shots, and Ranga begins to run away from him, like Gobta was. Then, Ranga accidentally steps out of the ring and Lion Mask smirks. But what he did not see coming was, Gobta resummoned Ranga, and Diablo laughs that of course nobody could stop him from resummoning because it is not against the rules. Even Rimuru is shocked that Gobta thought of it this far. He must want a fishing rod really bad at this rate. But even after resummoning and attacks from Gobta, Lion Mask dodges that as well like a pro. But Lion Mask thinks that he should have thought more of the wolf because now Ranga has exposed a part of his face, and Lion Mask begins to hide it from everyone. Since Lion Mask can't use both of his hands, Gobta makes use of this situation perfectly and throws icicles at Lion Mask. Lion Mask manages to somehow defend himself from the attacks of Gobta without using his hands. Soka is giving out commentary that Lion Mask has nothing right now to do except for defending himself and hiding his face from the crowd. The crowd starts to boo. While Lion Mask hides his face, Gobta keeps attacking, and the crowd says that it is a very cowardly way to fight. But Gobta screams that Rimuru himself said that as long as you win in this world, you are right, and yeah, Rimuru just says to not get him involved in any of this. But after a while, Lion Mask asks Gobta to stop attacking and he will forfeit the match, and walks away while he hides his face. Soka is great at creating the hype and says that the table has been flipped upside down because no one really expected Gobta to win against Lion Mask. The victory has been announced in the favor of Gobta, and everyone is now looking forward to the final match tomorrow. At night, a feast is held for all the nobles, and everyone is talking about how unexpected the results of today were. Meanwhile, Rimuru is in his room with Guard, who tells him that the stores are brimming with customers, and even the kids look like they are having a lot of fun. But Rimuru is a bit worried about the Gobta vs Masayuki match because it is after all Gobta, but other people do see potential in him. Raphael wanted to say someone to Rimuru but disappeared again. Gazel walks in the room and asks if they were waiting for long, but Rimuru says to him that they just arrived too. Guard stands up as he sees Gazel, and Rimuru says he surely can't have Guard pass out thinking about money so much, so he consulted King Gazel. He figured that the king of the nation who manufactures dwarven gold coins could help. Gazel sits down and says he can only provide 15 gold coins this urgently. He asks if they would be enough to pay the merchants, but Rimuru says a few hundred more would be needed. Gazel taunts that Rimuru calculates that before, but Rimuru says that he just takes things with the flow. Then, an unexpected voice asks if she could make up for the difference that is coming for the gold coins. Everyone turns to the voice, and it was Ms. Elmesia. But Rimuru says that they will manage without her help, but he still appreciates that she wanted to volunteer. But Elmesia says that she was only offering support because both of the countries have friendly relations and nothing more than that. Rimuru tries to deny it, but Gazel, being a wise man, knows that once a woman makes her decision, she will not back down from it, so Rimuru now has to give up. Elmesia calls Gazel her Gazel boy and how he's taking her side. But Gazel asks her to stop calling him that and asks what is her aim behind this. Elmesia tells him to not be that hasty and sits down in front of them. She takes a sip of the drink she got offered and says that in exchange for her support, she has one request. Then, she says that she did not like that they planned such a fun festival behind her back. So, the request is, if they promise to invite her to future events, she will be very happy to help with this monetary exchange. Then, both of them stand up and finalize the deal and shake hands. After that, Elmesia empties her purse on the table, 1,000 gold coins, which were a mere loose change for her. Rimuru gets nervous and says thank you to her, and this probably would be enough for him. Then, he says that he would give her 10 stellars in exchange for 1,000 gold coins. Diablo praises how great Rimuru is, but Elmesia looks at Diablo with a weird look. But Elmesia asks Rimuru what he would do if nobody came forth to help him with the gold coins, to which Rimuru says he couldn't quite grasp what she meant when she mentioned there were 3 ways to make someone work for you. The first approach is to dominate and make the person your servant. The second is to instill fear to bend them to your will, and the third is to overwhelm them with kindness, compelling them to work for you out of sheer obligation. Diablo catches on and suggests that Elmesia might be implying someone is trying to deceive them. Elmesia responds with a sly smile, acknowledging that Diablo isn't entirely wrong, but adds that the person in question already serves another master. She artfully manipulates the conversation, dropping hints and leading them to believe she's playing her own games. Meanwhile, Rimuru contemplates the situation, suspecting that someone else might be trying to lend a helping hand, only to ultimately use them as pawns in their own larger scheme. Rimuru asks Elmesia if she knows who could be doing that, and she says that she has no idea about who that could be and turns to Guard. Guard says that there is one person he suspects, but that person is not a human but something else. Suddenly, Soy teleports there and says that he will deal with it if that is the case. He says he will find that person and do a complete background check on that person. Elmesia is taken aback to see him there, her surprise evident. She hadn't realized he'd been present the entire time. Regaining her composure, she turns to Rimuru and declares that she has a question for him. Without hesitation, Rimuru nods, inviting her to ask it right away. In response, Elmesia lets her aura surge forth, an overwhelming presence that fills the space, leaving no doubt about the gravity of what's to come. Elmesia, her aura still radiating power, states her intention clearly. She wants to form a new pact with Rimuru, but before that, she has a few questions for him. Rimuru matches her intensity, releasing his own aura as a show of resolve, and calmly tells her to proceed. Her first question is about the demon standing behind him, Diablo. She eyes him cautiously, her tone laced with both curiosity and concern. Rimuru quickly reassures her, explaining that Diablo is completely loyal to him, harmless to allies, and entirely safe under his command. Although Rimuru has no idea why she's fixated on Diablo, he begins to wonder if her concerns might stem from observing how unpredictable his subordinates can sometimes be. He can't help but think about Shin, knowing she has a tendency to let her emotions take over. Still, Rimuru is resolute. No matter what, he will ensure his companions never harm anyone or anything needlessly. Diablo gets really happy after hearing that answer from Rimuru, and Elmesia gets really shocked and says that he is an amazing person and she couldn't stay in character. Then, Gazel says that if there is any harm to Rimuru, as a friend, he will help him with his entire kingdom. Then, Elmesia orders to get her a contract because they will be signing a treaty. She further says that if he ever needs help, he can always ask Gazel or her. Hearing that, Rimuru gets happy and says that he thinks a lot before making a decision. Then, before Elmesia leaves, she says she has one more request, and that is, if he can make Yoshida meet her, and he says he can do that. The next day, the final tournament is being held. The opponents are Gobta and Masayuki. Both of them are scared because Gobta never expected to be in the final and Masayuki has no idea how to fight. The match starts and Masayuki literally freezes and keeps standing. Gobta sees his eyes shining and backs off a little, even though Gobta has no idea how scared Masayuki is. So, Gobta announces he is going to use his ultimate skill. As Rimuru hears that, he thinks about how he had no idea Gobta had some ultimate skill as well. That skill is, Gobta can merge with his wolf, and he literally just learned that yesterday. So, Gobta puts up a show, and when Ranga and Gobta combine, a whole new beast is formed, and when Masayuki sees that, he all ready to dip. Meanwhile, Masayuki looks at the claws of Gobta and knows that if he gets attacked even just once, he will literally die on the spot. Milim has her heart eyes out for Masayuki either ways, and Diablo is giving out commentary that the beast looks really powerful. Shin has complete faith in Gobta, but Rimuru is wondering if he can do it because after all, he is Gobta. But Hakuro says that he has complete faith in him because he is the one who trained him and he will not let him down. Poor Mayasuke is about to give up because of fear, and his hand was almost raised to forfeit the match, but suddenly Gobta and Ranga take a hit at the wall, and both of them fall on the ground. Rimuru laughs and says that Rimuru was right about that. After all, he is Gobta and that is his only fault. Hakuro seems really mad at Gobta as Milim screams at Rimuru that he should have not spoiled Gobta so much. So, Milim takes the responsibility to train Gobta, and at this point, all Rimuru can do is just wish Gobta good luck in the future. Mayasuke looks around and sees that there is no opponent fighting him, and he wonders where Gobta went, and sees them on the ground. He has no idea what just happened. Maybe it's just good luck. Then, Sokka announces that since Gobta has passed out and has fallen out of the battle ring, Sokka is about to announce Mayasuke as a winner, but he takes the mic and says that he does not want to fight the Demon Lord and he is now forfeiting the match. As he walks back, he thinks that he gave a good speech and people will think something positive out of it. Meanwhile, Rimuru thinks about what made Mayasuke finally give up like that. One of the guys from the crowd says that Mayasuke only left because he wants to spare everyone, and if he fought he would have accidentally disposed of everyone. Everyone starts to praise Mayasuke about how generous he is, and Rimuru is just thinking what is going on suddenly. Then, Raphael finally speaks up to him and says that this is Mayasuke's skill, and he doesn't have much control over it. Then, Rimuru says to Soi to inform Mayasuke that he wants to meet him for a tea party. After that, Sokka turns to Gobta and asks him how it feels to win, and he has no idea that he won. With that said, the prize distribution starts, and Gobta is given the certificate that he is now a member of the Big Four. Meanwhile, Mayasuke asks Rimuru if he really has to be there for the tea party. Gobta can't believe his victory, and suddenly Milim picks him up and takes him away alongside Ranga, and well, all Rimuru and the rest could do at this point is to hope he doesn't accidentally die.
でも復活できるのです。さよなら、ゴブタ。君たちの勇姿は忘れない。
A while later, Rimuru and Mayasuke are seen having a tea party. They both exchange their real names and their history. Then, Rimuru offers him to eat the plenty of dishes he had in front of him. Rimuru says that he got it all made especially for him, and Mayasuke thinks that this is his last meal. Rimuru asks why is he so scared, and the only reason that he called him here is that he could meet him because both of them are from Japan. Mayasuke quickly ate the food because he had not eaten Japanese food in so long. As soon as he is done eating, he thanks him and says that he is ready to be his servant and serve for him. Rimuru gets really nervous as he hears that and says that there is no need to do that, but Mayasuke insists over that and says that he really wants to be his servant. Also, because he is very tired of this hero title. Mayasuke further says that he wins automatically in front of people and he does not want that anymore. So, Rimuru realizes that he becomes a hero because people want him to become a hero. Then he reminds him that he has a match fixed with Boyx, and Mayasuke asks for a solution, and he says that if he trains well, he can take him down easily. Mayasuke says that he will start training right away. Episode 23. In the battle arena, Sokka is hosting the event and announces that she will introduce the final event of the day, the Three of the Founders Festival. Grad adds that they will show a small portion of Tempest's proud and impregnable dungeon. Just then, the dungeon's door appears through the magical power of Ramirez, the fairy of Rimuru. Grad announces that it's presented by their lord, the demon lord Rimuru, and poses the question to the crowd, will anyone here be able to conquer it? Rimuru realizes this will be the centerpiece of their nation's future development. Sokka, without further ado, introduces the challengers. She first presents the first group, Great Lightning, led by Basin. Basin says that while Sokka may try to intimidate them, they won't fall for it. Gomez adds that don't forget about him. Basin tells Gomez that they all know how strong he is, but as long as they stick together, their team has nothing to fear. Rimuru wonders what happened to these guys, but at least they seem fun. Sokka then introduces the next group, made up of familiar faces, the three besties, Iren, Cavil, and Gaido. Gaido quietly asks if they're really going to do this. Garen replies that they're definitely doing it. They haven't had any real adventurers lately, and she's been waiting for this. Cavil asks, as their leader, if he has the right to say no. Garen refuses, saying it's already been decided. Gerald shouts, asking Eren about her visit back home. Elmesia slaps him and tells him to be quiet. Rimuru realizes he didn't expect these three to show up as well. Next, Sokka introduces the third group, which needs no introduction, Lightspeed hero Masayuki and his party. Sokka questions whether Masayuki will carve out another legend, like in the battle tournament. Rimuru, impressed, thinks it looks like Masayuki was able to convince his friends to join. Benimaru asks Rimuru if they'll be okay. Rimuru replies that he gave them a map to the halfway point of the dungeon. He's confident they'll help advertise the dungeon just fine. Just as Sokka is about to begin, Gai appears and says that he'll be joining too. He tells Rimuru that he's done well trapping him. The Demon Lord's Big Four or whatever they are certainly play dirty, Gai says. Rimuru, clearly annoyed, sees Gai again and wonders what he's up to this time. Gai says he'll crush Rimuru's ambitions for good. Shen, furious, says it's unforgivable for him to be rude to Lord Rimuru. Diablo steps forward and says he'll shut Gai's mouth for him. Rimuru stops him, not wanting to escalate things further. Sokka announces that party progress will be shown live on huge screens and introduces the 4 dryads who will guide the groups. She then reveals the Resurrection Bracelet, which can revive adventurers inside the dungeon. The crowd is stunned, but Sokka clarifies it only works in the dungeon. Gai challenges Mjolmile to prove it, and Mjolmile immediately enters the dungeon. Benimaru is impressed, and Rimuru notes Mjolmile has done this before. Sokka then announces that she'll be attacking Mjolmile to demonstrate the effectiveness of the bracelet, but before she can, Gai instantly attacks Mjolmile. Mjolmile soon reappears outside the dungeon, completely unharmed and without a single scratch on his body. Sokka then officially starts the battle, and each team enters the dungeon. Basin quickly realizes that they keep ending up in the same corridor over and over, nothing but crossroads. His teammates also ask if they've been at the same intersection before. Rimuru wonders why none of them are even trying to draw a map or plan ahead. Do these guys always go out without a strategy? Gomez comments that the dungeon is much bigger than he thought. Basin, getting frustrated, tells them to stop talking nonsense. He says the Demon Lord must be using magic to disorient them, feeding them a tall tale, and bets that's what's going on. Just as he says that, they all fall into a trapdoor. Rimuru wonders if he really added a trapdoor on the first floor. He realizes it must be Ramirez's doing and asks her why she did that without his permission, and how many trapdoors she's added. Ramirez casually replies, plenty of them. Rimuru gets annoyed, telling her that the top floors are meant to confuse and tire people out, not to add extra doors there. Ramirez responds, saying there were more fiendish trapdoors on the lower levels, so she thought perhaps he'd forgotten to add any on the higher levels. She just did it out of kindness. Rimuru shouts at her in frustration. Meanwhile, Team Cavil appears on the screens. Sokka comments that they're doing well as they're properly documenting their progress. They find their third treasure chest, and Sokka announces it to the crowd. Rimuru, impressed with the progress, asks Ramirez if she had anything to do with it. Ramirez admits she gave Eren a cake and accidentally mentioned the trapdoors when Eren asked. Rimuru gets more irritated. Mjolmile explains that treasure chests, sometimes found inside rooms, can be trapped, so adventurers need to be careful. He adds there are 3 types, gold, silver, and bronze. Sokka, curious, asks about the gold chests, and Mjolmile reveals they only appear on boss floors. Sokka asks for clarification, and Mjolmile explains that Sir Bovix is the guardian of floor 50. Boss monsters guard each floor's exit, with gold chests offering rare items for those who defeat them. Rimuru feels like it's a cheesy infomercial. Sokka mentions everyone's seen Bovix's strength. Mjolmile explains the dungeon is huge and will take days to clear. Rimuru checks on the bronze chests and asks Ramirez if she messed with them, but she assures him everything's fine. Meanwhile, Team Lightspeed reaches floor 3 in just 30 minutes, then uses a trapdoor to jump to floor 4. The crowd erupts, chanting Masayuki's name, even though he hasn't did jack shit. Shin can't help but point out the irony, recalling how the same crowd had mocked Basin moments earlier. Benimaru shares her sentiment, grumbling about the unfairness of it all. Masayuki, caught off guard by the attention, laments that Rimuru never warned him about the many hidden pitfalls in the dungeon. Meanwhile, Jinrai observes that from floor 3 onward, the corridors are teeming with monsters. The focus shifts to Gai, who is making astonishing progress on his own. Already on floor 2, he's approaching the stairway to the next level with uncanny precision. Rimuru, noticing Gai's unerring navigation, wonders aloud if magic is at play. Raphael promptly confirms that Gai is using automaps to guide himself. Benimaru comments that while Gai may not be a master swordsman, his skill with magic is undeniable. Rimuru adds that Gei's rank as an A-class adventurer makes him a rare and formidable individual. Diablo interjects, estimating that with his pace, Gei will likely reach floor 5 before the time limit expires. As Gei continues opening one silver treasure chest after another with startling efficiency, Rimuru grows suspicious. He asks Raphael how Gei seems to know their exact locations, but Raphael offers no answer. Frustrated, Rimuru mutters that dealing with Gei is more trouble than it's worth. Elsewhere, the Storm Dragon rehearses his grand introduction, debating whether a more solemn tone might enhance his presence. Back in the dungeon, Bassen's team opens a chest, triggering a trap that incapacitates them.
パーティー全員が行動不能になりました。入り口へ強制帰還させます。
They were taken down by a sleeping gas trap. Iren's team, still on floor 1, gathers potions and moves on, aiming for deeper floors. Mjolmal comments that they might be after better treasure chests. Sokka asks if rare items can be found in silver chests, and Mjolmal confirms that while they can, it's not guaranteed. He adds that Gei has opened several silver chests but hasn't found any rare items yet. Sokka inquires about gold chests, and Mjolmal confirms they're only found in boss monster chambers or powerful area bosses. Rimuru asks Ramiris if she leaked the locations of the area bosses. She hesitantly agrees. Rimuru becomes tense, realizing there are dangerous monsters there, but if the adventurers are prepared, they can handle it. Team Cavil opens a chest and fights giant beetles, but Iren defeats them easily, leaving everyone shocked. They find a rare sword, which Iren wanted as armor, and Rimuru realizes it's unique. Meanwhile, Team Lightspeed beats a boss monster on floor 10, grabs a rare item, and heads back. Rimuru tells Ramiris to remove trapdoors. Gei gets upset the boss was defeated already, attacks the manager, and gets decapitated.
謝罪する気はありませんか?
なめるな!
Rimuru notes the Dryad manager is stronger than a rank. Sokka announces that Gei seems unconscious and warns that anyone who ignores the rules will face punishment, including having their acquired items stripped. Team Lightning's progress is shown again, where they're chased by a giant boulder, crushed, and return to the entrance. Rimuru then greets everyone, asking if they had fun, and announces that the dungeon will officially open soon. He guarantees its safety and invites everyone to challenge it. The dungeon battle event concludes with a massive banquet. Residents, merchants, adventurers, and farmers celebrate, dancing and enjoying the night together. Rimuru reflects on how peaceful the moment is and feels sad that the festival is ending, but acknowledges that work awaits them the next day, especially the gold coin payments. Episode 24. A man was shouting at Mjolmal, accusing him of scamming them. Mjolmal replied that he was just saying they can pay with anything except dwarven gold coins. Muse addressed everyone, saying he doubted even a nation of monsters would default on their debts to any of them. Mjolmal agreed. Duke Muse said that, in that case, he hoped Mjolmal would ease their minds by providing payment in dwarven gold coins. Mjolmal hesitated but was about to continue when Lord Rimuru and his group entered the scene. Rimuru apologized for keeping them waiting. Duke Muse introduced himself from the kingdom of Gaston. Lord Rimuru mentioned that he heard a commotion. Duke explained that after the festival, their payment was defaulted, and they asked him to mediate the issue. Lord Rimuru reassured them that their budget was more than enough. Mjolmal added that these people only accept payment in dwarven gold coins. Duke Muse asked if that isn't expected. Any legitimate merchant would trust only dwarven gold coins. A man chimed in, saying it made sense, especially considering it was a nation of monsters. It was only natural to accept trustworthy currency. Duke Muse then asked Lord Rimuru, almost provocatively, if he could count on him to help with the matter. Muse realized that Razo wanted him to side with Demon Lord Rimuru to gain his trust and possibly make him owe him. Duke Muse then said he believed everything happens for a reason, and if it's for Lord Rimuru, he wouldn't mind getting him the dwarven gold. Rimuru cut him off, saying it wouldn't be necessary and called for Held to bring in the cold coins. Rimuru said he'd pay them in dwarven gold coins. Duke Muse hesitated, asking if the coins were genuine. Benimaru asked if he is saying these are fake. Muse quickly apologized for his rudeness. Rimuru said if he doubted the coins, he was welcome to have them appraised. Just as Muse was about to say something, Shuna entered with the media and told Rimuru they wanted to write an article about the negotiations. Rimuru said it was perfect timing, they could now appraise the coins with the media present. The coins were appraised and confirmed to be real. Rimuru told Mjolmal to proceed with the payments. Mjolmal settled all the payments for the festival. Duke Muse clapped and praised Lord Rimuru for managing to gather such a fortune in dwarven gold coins. A man then said to Rimuru that as long as he respected international law, they had no complaints and hoped to continue doing business with him in the future. Rimuru shrugged it off, saying that they already said they'd trust him as long as he pays. He then turned to them and asked if they weren't the ones who said his nation can't be trusted. He said that he won't be doing any business with them and told them they wouldn't allow any of them to do business in his nation anymore. Muse was shocked and asked if Rimuru really thought this kind of treatment was acceptable. He said these merchants were simply claiming their legitimate rights under international law. Rimuru replied that it seemed they had the wrong idea, but his nation hasn't joined the council yet, and even if they don't, it doesn't matter much. After all, they were planning to build their own giant economic bloc. There's no need to join the council. Muse, taken aback, asked how he would serve as an intermediary for Rimuru with the council. Rimuru said it wouldn't be necessary, as he would lose his footing there anyway. All the reporters here would write articles about everything once they went back to their home countries. With that, he left the rest to Mjalmal and walked away. Mjalmal told everyone to leave since everything had been settled. Later, Rimuru thanked Lady Elmisia for her help. Rigard said he didn't expect Rimuru to show such a draconian attitude. Mjalmal laughed and said it was all part of Rimuru's plan. If you want others to do your bidding, it's better to make them owe you than to intimidate them with fear. Mjalmal added that thanks to that little bit of threatening from Great Rimuru, once he told them he'd intervene, all those merchants started wagging their tails. Rimuru said that next, it was whether the mastermind would show up or not. The Duke was just a pawn. Since he rejected their rules, they had no choice but to send someone higher up. Rimuru then asked for feedback about the Founders Festival. Dwargo, intrigued by the arena's large projector, remarked that it could revolutionize warfare by relaying distant information with clear images. Rimuru tensed, asking why Dwargo hadn't mentioned this earlier, prompting an annoyed retort. Elmisia praised Tempest's innovations, and Irene eagerly mentioned ideas for her homeland. But Elmisia redirected the focus, requesting Rimuru send engineers to her nation. Rimuru pointed out transportation issues, and Elmisia suggested using the Magitrain system. Rimuru explained it wasn't ready yet, as it relied on elemental cores and a complex control system. Dwargo noted it sounded easier than it was, and Rimuru agreed, proposing collaboration with their sorceress science experts to accelerate development. Mjalmal notes that this feels like the start of a major joint research project. Rimuru agrees, suggesting they begin by laying rails to Thalion alongside highway construction. Momiji asks if this will require tunnels soon. Rimuru confirms, explaining a Magitrain system may need a tunnel through the mountains, but assures her it won't harm them. Momiji agrees and asks Benimuru to oversee it. Benimuru hesitates, saying he knows nothing about tunnels, but Rimuru reassures him it's just occasional oversight. Yam, struggling with words, asks his wife to deliver his message. Queen Emjur asks if the highway linking Blumund, Dworgen, and their nation fits Rimuru's monsters and man co-prosperity plan. Rimuru agrees, liking how well it reflects his vision. The queen says that if that's the case, their nation will cooperate as much as possible. Rimuru asks if they can start with agriculture as they discussed earlier. Queen Emjur says they've already had their people grow the designated crops without issue. Rimuru asks if the local nobles have joined their side. Queen Emjur says that thanks to Sir Diablo, all the opposing nobles are now very cooperative. Rimuru asks about the order in the nation. The queen says it's stable now, thanks to restructuring the Night Orders and uniting the people under King Yam's rule. The queen then adds that things that usually take time will arrive early with the Magitrains. Rimuru tells her that the Magitrains can carry over 100 times more goods than other methods. Queen Emjur agrees, saying there's still much more to learn. Fuse says they also need to be part of this, adding that his friend wants to discuss something on the topic. Friard introduces himself as the Minister of Blumund and says that with the advancements in Magitrains, goods from every nation will be at their borders, making it easier to oversee all the goods, figure out which nations are lacking, and make necessary arrangements. He asks if Rimuru would like them to handle that role. Rimuru is impressed and asks if Friard can manage it all. Friard reassures him. Rimuru asks if anyone else still doesn't want to accept this. Carrion shouts that he still won't accept it, the dungeon. They went through so much trouble to create 100 floors, and now he's saying no one will be able to get there anytime soon. Rimuru tells him to relax, as the advertisement yesterday was a big success. Mjalmal says that the footage they showed really stirred up interest from multiple nations, and it's possible that the unique weapon in the treasure chests grabbed a lot of attention. He adds that he's considering implementing a bounty system someday. Anyone who conquers the dungeon down to the 100th floor will earn a large sum of money, and he believes many strong adventurers, with the support of nobles, will come knocking at the gates. He tells Yuki to manage the bounty system for clearing the labyrinth. Yuki asks for some clarification. Mjolma reassures him and clears up his doubts. Inada comments that the dungeon is a great place to improve one's skills, but with the restructuring of the nation, people might lose their fear of death and try to apply it in real life. She suggests sending some priests to restore the body parts of the dead, but warns it won't restore their skills. This way, fear will still remain in people's hearts. Rimuru agrees with her, saying it will also help improve the divine healing skills of the priests. As it gets darker, Rimuru says they've heard everyone's suggestions, and it's time to wrap up the meeting. Meanwhile, the Duke is upset, regretting that he wasn't of any help. Maribel and Razo are watching him through a crystal ball. Maribel tells her grandfather that he failed, and there's nothing they can do about it. She senses and hears the familiar aroma of the old culture, and says they should have destroyed it before it became known. She tells him to leave it all to her, she'll take care of it. The group discusses their safety from the merchants. Herald and Yuki think they're safe, while Yao urges caution. Hinata reveals Lubelia's stopped trade with Eastern merchants after being tricked by Demrata. Rimuru suspects the Duke is behind it all, due to his knowledge of Shizu. Later, they debate Yuki's ties to the merchants, with Rimuru needing evidence before taking action. A month later, Tempest gets a letter from the Council of the West. Lady Lumi gazed curiously at the frozen body encased in glass. She felt a strong urge to examine it with her own eyes. As she leaned closer to the glass casket, she promised herself she would fulfill her wish. However, as her hand touched the casket, her body was consumed by a sudden, intense burn. Meanwhile, Rimuru watched the children from a window, reflecting on the fact that his time at Free Academy was nearing its end. Later that night, he received an unexpected call from Yuki. Rimuru met Yuki at a bar, where Yuki commented that Rimuru appeared to be busy. Rimuru, realizing he might soon receive another job request, denied being occupied. He explained that he needed to prepare for his journey back to Tempest. However, Yuki, ever one step ahead, teased Rimuru by mentioning he would still be free during the summer break. Yuki then told him that a serious issue had arisen in the kingdom of Coleus. Rimuru reluctantly listened as Yuki detailed the situation. Coleus, situated between Ingracia and Lubelius, was embroiled in a war of succession. The crown prince, Sother Coleus, was fighting his younger brother, Princess Lan, who was the son of a concubine. While there should not have been a conflict, Yuki paused the story to pique Rimuru's curiosity, promising to reveal more once Rimuru agreed to help. Though Rimuru was about to decline, Yuki cleverly persuaded him to take on the job. Yuki then continued, explaining that Princess Lan was an A-rank adventurer known as the Hero Prince of the Hot Sand. His presence couldn't be ignored by the Free Guild. Yuki continued, explaining that Aslan's incredible charisma had won the favor of the guild master of Coleus's guild, causing the guild to rebel. The guild declared independence from the HQ, which risked damaging the trust in the HQ. As Coleus was part of the council, the HQ couldn't interfere directly without the kingdom's consent. If they refused to intervene, the HQ would be powerless. Rimuru suggested they instruct the neighboring guilds to halt the distribution of goods, but Yuki dismissed this idea as Coleus didn't rely much on imports. Rimuru then asked Yuki what he expected from him. Yuki explained that their only option was to carry out an undercover operation. He wanted Rimuru to assist an adventurer named Paulo, who was awaiting his A-rank promotion test. Just then, another person arrives with a girl, inquiring about Rimuru's schedule. Before Rimuru can answer, Yuki interrupts, revealing she is moving tomorrow, a new development for Rimuru. He cannot contradict Yuki in front of the other person. With his approval, this person provides Rimuru with the full details of the mission, including a new identity, Satoru, and instructions that his actions will have no bearing on Rimuru's involvement. They head to the bar, where Paulo is already waiting. Paulo is talkative and overly flattering. He's assigned as Rimuru's assistant, which could become a problem for Rimuru in the future. Paulo recounts his many tests to become a rank adventurer, which have brought him to this point. Meanwhile, Rimuru worries they shouldn't discuss this in such a public place. However, he soon realizes that the bar has soundproof magic, courtesy of the barkeeper. Yuki has another surprise for Rimuru. In this mission, Rimuru will be in charge. And Paulo, trusting his chairman, has no objections. Paulo, who lacks manners when addressing nobles, will follow Rimuru's lead. The next day, they embark on their journey, resting overnight in a luxurious place. However, Paulo, being a punk, has no money and is relying on Rimuru, which Rimuru tolerates. They continue their journey in a carriage pulled by Ranga through a sandy region where monsters and bandits could appear. As expected, a poison lizard appears, and Paulo, eager to fight, attempts to defeat it with a single punch. Unaware of his rival's abilities, he strikes first, only to discover that the monster is Bank, whose poison is acidic. Paulo defeats the monster but cries out in pain as the acid burns his eyes. Rimuru, unable to ignore someone in pain, quickly pours medicine into Paulo's eyes, ordering him to kneel. When Paulo refuses, Ranger roars at him and Paulo obeys. Rimuru advises him not to rush decisions. They then light a fire and rest, with Rimuru giving Paulo a wooden stick and medicine as self-defense. Paulo begins to praise Rimuru, while Rimuru contemplates whether to continue this kindness. That night, they arrive in Habria, where they are welcomed by a noble woman. She thanks Rimuru for healing her sister and introduces herself. Before she can finish, Paulo interrupts again, prompting the guards to remove him.
これでも俺 A マイナスランクの冒険者なんですよ。
Chiffon, the noble woman, takes Rimuru to her husband, Barak, where they share a meal. Rimuru asks about his mate, but Barak refuses to allow Paulo to accompany them due to his lack of manners. Barak assures Rimuru they will assist him in entering the palace. He offers to take the prince, but they decide not to push him further. Instead, Barak suggests Rimuru examine the younger princess, who is ill. If he can help her, he might gain access. Rimuru agrees and assigns Paulo the task of moving the guild tavern and gathering information. Rimuru also sends Sauhei and Benimaru to gather more details and to guard Paulo, as he doubts Paulo's ability to handle the mission alone. Chiffon then takes Rimuru to the palace, where they meet the palace physician, who appears more villainous than medical. The physician greets Chiffon and offers to examine the princess, but Chiffon politely declines and introduces Rimuru as a healer. The physician is enraged that someone else is entering the palace, but Chiffon dismisses him, treating him like trash. Inside the princess's room, Princess Zenobia, who is blind, recognizes Chiffon. Rimuru examines her and finds she is not as healthy as she appears. Upon further inspection, he diagnoses her with malnutrition, a condition easily treated with special honey. Although the princess hesitates to take it due to its bitter taste, she is surprised by its sweetness. After consuming it, she can finally see Chiffon again. Princess Aslan is engaged in a sword fight with one of his men, but his moves are far too impressive, and he loses. Meanwhile, Princess Aslan receives word that the traitor has been captured, with proof found. Just as Princess Aslan is about to rejoice, another soldier arrives, informing him that his sister has been cured and is no longer ill, which is good news. However, someone is keeping an eye on Arlen. That person is Rimuru's ally, Sauhei. Sauhei reports everything to Rimuru, who is stunned to learn that Prince Arlen is stronger than Sauhei. Rimuru then asks Benimaru if he could face him. Once again, he is shocked to hear that Benimaru has the strength to defeat him if permitted to use his full power. Now, Rimuru views the prince as a potential threat. Before investigating further, he inquires about Paulo. Sauhei informs him that Paulo has been yelling at him all day, making Rimuru look bad in front of others. Although this annoys Rimuru, he doesn't take him too seriously. Rimuru then transforms into slime and heads to Princess Zenobia's room. When Rimuru calls for dinner, he hides in the room, while Ragna keeps watch for any suspicious activity. With everything set, Rimuru enjoys his meal, and Bark reacts with surprise when he learns more about Rimuru. During their conversation, Princess Lan arrives. Bark knows that his visit is merely to support Rimuru, as otherwise, he wouldn't bother coming to his brother's faction's house. Once they meet, he thanks Rimuru for healing Princess Zenobia. Gustav had previously stated that his sister's condition could not be fixed, but Rimuru managed to heal her. He also tells Bark to consider the king, whom he hasn't seen in a while. Gustav, who works for the king, is the only one allowed to meet him, but Bark had never considered this before. The king had always stayed distant, content with his brother ruling as the Minister of Defense. However, things have changed suddenly. 3 years ago, Crown Prince Sauzer was sick, but now he is better. Moreover, Princess Lan believes Gustav is stronger than him, and it's revealed that Gustav is a vampire. At that moment, Bark points out that vampires cannot move in sunlight, yet Gustav is able to do so without issue. Princess Aslan quickly realizes that Gustav is a high-ranking vampire who can move in the sun. It turns out he had caught a traitor who sold him thin blood, which can turn someone into a high-ranking vampire. Bark reveals that Valentine, the demon lord, is behind all of this, and Rimuru is taken aback by this revelation. Bark and Chiffon, however, were already aware of the charm placed on them, which is why they never thought it strange that the king avoided meeting them. Bark urges that these matters should have been revealed sooner, but Princess Aslan refuses to disclose anything until she has concrete proof. She mentions that someone had purchased the thin blood and given it to Gustav, which makes things clearer. Later, Rimuru enters his room and encounters Slime again. He suddenly feels a chill, sensing an enormous amount of energy around him. The system warns him against engaging in a fight, as there's an 80% chance of being caught. Determined to learn more, Rimuru hides behind a lamp in an almost cute and silent manner, observing Prince Sauzer, who enters the room to check on his sister. According to Prince Sauzer, Princess Aslan is to blame for everything because she chose to please the guild rather than bring the necessary medicine. Princess Zenobia tries to side with Princess L, but Prince Sauzer dismisses her attempts, instructing her to go to sleep. He doesn't listen to her, and as he leaves the room, Princess Aslan notices him, realizing that Rimuru is present. However, Rimuru denies it, claiming his name is Satoru. Princess Zenobia, who can see souls in their physical forms, calls him an old man, referencing something about his past life. Princess Zenobia continues by saying that her brothers are kind, but she finds Gustav to be frightening. She believes that Gustav is simply carrying out the king's orders. Since she fell ill, the king has never visited her. She then asks Rimuru for a favor. Just then, Gustav enters, casting a circle around her to put her to sleep. He is angry that she is improving when she shouldn't be, as he plans to kill her and possibly implicate Rimuru. In her mind, Princess Zenobia begs Rimuru to help her brother stop the fighting. Rimuru initially turns down her offer but agrees when he sees how upset she is. In his room, Rimuru contemplates a plan. The system advises him to act the following day, as Prince Gustav has harmed Princess Zenobia and she could fall critically ill. The situation has been forced onto Rimuru, who administers some medicine to her. Rimuru then decides to involve Bark and his family, so he orders Sauhei and Benimaru to handle Princess Aslan and Bark. Meanwhile, there's a mysterious person spotted on the bridge, which makes Rimuru question why he's being involved in this. Princess Aslan still prefers to watch the developments unfold. The next day, Rimuru is caught by the troops because Princess Zenobia won't open her eyes, and Gustav has blamed him for it. Rimuru is thrown into a cell, but it doesn't hold him. He escapes and, in an instant, transforms into slime and converses with Princess Zenobia. Though she can't physically open her eyes, they communicate through her mind. Rimuru then transforms into a thief, using spider webs to trap the maids. Under the name Satoru, he says his name before leaving, taking Princess Zenobia with him and flying away. Zenobia assures him that he doesn't need to say his name, but Rimuru insists it's for his own safety. Outside, Bark and Princess Lan are waiting. C and Bamu arrive simultaneously, with C reprimanding Paulo for speaking ill of their boss. As Princess Aslan watches, he tells others not to engage with C and Bamu, as they know they're no match for them. Then, Princess Aslan challenges Benimaru to a fight, while Bark faces off with Sauhei. Benimaru believes he's highly skilled in combat, and Sauhei is injured, but Bark is exhausted. However, Sauhei clarifies that Bark is no match for him. Displaying his clones to demonstrate his superiority. Bark, realizing he cannot win, drops his sword, and Bayu tells him to surrender. Still, he insists on fighting until the end. Meanwhile, Rimuru has arrived with the princess. Rimuru arrives on the battlefield in disguise, carrying Princess Zenobia. Benimaru and Zoe, who are fighting Aslan and his forces, halt when they see their sister. The Great Sage informs Rimuru that it has analyzed Princess Zenobia and found that she is under a demon curse, which can be removed using the unique skill Gluttony. Rimuru agrees with the Great Sage and begins removing the curse. Zenobia wakes up as the curse is lifted, smiles upon seeing Rimuru, and thanks him. Aslan and his forces, confused by Zenobia's sudden awakening and gratitude towards Rimuru, stop fighting. Zenobia introduces Rimuru as the great phantom thief, Satoru. Aslan yells at Rimuru, demanding an explanation before he loses patience. Rimuru explains that the rumors about Crown Prince Sother being a vampire are false, which is why Sother remains unaffected during the day, and that Sother never drank Zenobia's blood. Aslan and the others are shocked. Aslan then asks Rimuru for the true cause of Zenobia's suffering. Zenobia interrupts, telling Aslan that their elder brother cares for her as much as he does. Aslan asks Rimuru for the reason behind Zenobia's illness. Rimuru reveals that the culprit is the court physician, Gustav. Just then, Princess Sother arrives and asks Rimuru if this is true. Aslan and the others are stunned to see Sother. Aslan exclaims that he thought Sother had fallen into Gustav's clutches, but Sother denies this, telling Aslan not to underestimate him. Zenobia reassures both of her brothers that Rimuru is clearing up the misunderstandings and conflicts between them, confirming that Gustav is the true culprit. Sother then asks Aslan directly if he and Carl intend to rebel. Aslan, shocked, denies the accusations, revealing that it was Carl who told him that Sother had taken the fine blood. Aslan smirks, revealing that both he and Sother were tricked by Carl. Aslan orders his men to find and capture Carl. Suddenly, Carl starts laughing from the top of a building, mocking their failed plan. He jumps down, revealing his scheme. Sother charges at Carl, landing a direct punch, which deforms Carl's face, but it quickly regenerates. Carl then calls Gustav, who appears from a portal and forbids Carl from causing too much commotion. Gustav begins absorbing Sother's internal energy. Rimuru realizes that Gustav and Carl belong to the same race, Archdemon, with a threat level higher than that of an orc disaster. Rimuru knows that fighting two archdemons at once would be troublesome. Gustav warns Karl not to go overboard as they cannot afford to damage their vessels. Suddenly, Gustav appears behind Zenobia, takes her hostage, and traps them both inside a barrier. The Great Sage reports that this is an isolation barrier, which cuts off the influence from the physical realm and can be destroyed with gluttony, but Rimuru forbids it, wanting to gather more information about their plan. One thing Rimuru is certain of is that they will not harm Zenobia. Karl attacks Sother, but Aslan jumps in to protect his elder brother, which moves Sother emotionally. Gustav and Karl mock their emotional display, and suddenly Rimuru appears, pushes Sother away, and uses a healing potion on Aslan, completely healing him, shocking everyone, including the demons. Rimuru offers them another potion, asking them to back off while signaling Benimaru and Sui to prepare for battle. Karl begins attacking, but Paulo fears they cannot win against an archdemon. Paulo then realizes that his life may be worth something after all, spotting a sword nearby. Seeing Gustav outside the barrier, Paulo recalls Rimuru's words. Rimuru begins shocking Gustav and Karl, overpowering Karl and damaging his vessel. Gustav, shocked, plans to escape as he must protect the vessel at all costs. Gustav charges up his magic and strengthens his isolation barrier, absorbing the negative emotions from the entire city as well as Karl's. Suddenly, Gustav notices Paulo running away while carrying Zenobia. Gustav jumps to attack him, but his strikes are blocked by a mysterious woman. The woman mocks Gustav, calling him a small fry, and removes her veil. It is Lady Luminous. Luminous begins destroying Gustav, and he decides to shift his focus to Zenobia. Gustav knocks down Paulo and starts casting spells on Zenobia, enclosing himself in a barrier. Suddenly, Zenobia transforms into another demon lord, Violet, and greets Luminous. As Gustav realizes who has been taunting him, he begins sweating in fear. Violet and Luminous mock each other like old friends who don't get along. They begin fighting in the sky while Gustav watches, slack-jawed. After teasing each other, they return to the ground. Violet, disappointed by Gustav, turns him into ashes before leaving. Before she departs, Luminous hypnotizes Paulo, instructing him to take the credit for Gustav's defeat. The archdemon fused with Karl's body is absorbed by Gustav, leaving behind Karl's frail form. The barrier is destroyed, and everyone sees Paulo standing next to Gustav's defeated body, claiming responsibility for his defeat. They rush to check on Zenobia. Before the brothers can ask anything, Rimuru returns to his prison and transforms back into his real body. He is brought before Aslan and Sother, who ask him for more potions. However, Rimuru accidentally hands them the same potion he had given Sother during the battle, revealing his true identity. Rimuru asks about the person responsible for their conflict, and the brothers reveal that their father had died while trying to summon the archdemon, intending to create a battle between the two brothers and take the body of the winner. The king would have received the death penalty for his crimes. It was Luminous who killed the king. Finally, Sother is appointed king, with Aslan as the Minister of Defense. Zenobia loses her unique skill after fully recovering. Paulo is scouted as the new Knight Commander. Rimuru departs for the Free Guild. Yuki thanks him for saving their reputation, but Rimuru firmly declines Yuki's next job offer. Paulo realizes he was rude to a demon lord and needs to apologize next time they meet, as the brothers discuss Rimuru's rise as a new demon lord. That concludes the anime recap for now. If you made it this far, let me know down below if you did. I'm out.